Morning, everyone. The October 29th, 2014 special meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 under closed caption for hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital Channel 89.5. The special meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the Internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast Saturday at 7 p.m. and Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from our City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment-related items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card, which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please see our city clerk staff up front. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone, and appreciate your coming. Council's working very hard, worked very hard yesterday. It was amazing to me under Mayor Pro Tem. He managed to conclude it all by 4:30, I believe.
Oh, the game was on at 5, so we have to make
see,
sure.
there's always a reason.
Game 7 is tonight, so that's even more important.
At what time?
It's 5 o'clock.
Okay, and it's tied, isn't it? So anyway, I am going to recuse myself from the meeting as I did yesterday because one of my sons, Ross, is involved in one of the applications. And so I have inquired of our council, and you have confirmed that and submitted proper documentation.
That's correct, Mayor. We've given you the opinion that you're to abstain from these proceedings. I've given a copy of the written opinion to the city clerk, so the quorum will be reduced by 1.
Thank you very much. And so on we go with Mayor Pro Tem. Please go forward and do as well as you did yesterday.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, the next item is public comment. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda that are not public hearings. Land use items are public hearings. Public comment will be allowed when those items are called. Compliance items are not public hearing items. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed will be 1 minute. Any comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name. So public comment, come on up, state your name, and you have 1 minute.
Richard Geyer, 8260 Hilton Head Court, on behalf of Wes Isbwood and the Arts Factory. Mr. Isbwood is out of town, but he asked me to bring this letter, which I submitted already to the clerk. Basically, it says he recently visited a grow facility outside of Denver, Colorado, and research for this matter. While over a mile away, the smell of the facility was obvious. The entire area smelled of skunk. This was a very top-end facility in an industrial area of town, surrounded by heavy industry, miles from retail business. I'd like to use the analogy of another Las Vegas situation. If you owned a pig farm, and you wouldn't want to live next to it. Here, the Arts District is already there. I'm speaking specifically to item 59. This is on Commerce Street on the west side, basically just west of Coolidge, very close to Arts Square and, of course, the Arts Factory. We would like to be sure that the air filtration system, I see under the code that air filtration is required. We would like that the air filtration system be sufficient to keep this odor inside the building so that the ambiance of the Arts Factory and the Arts District are not ruined and don't set us back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, come on down, state your name, and you have 1 minute. That was item 59, so we'll, keep that in mind for 59. Yes, sir.
And this is Tyson Wrench, 200 Hoover Avenue here in Las Vegas. I came here yesterday and learned a lot, but first I must disclose I'm not affiliated with any of these projects at all. I come here as a resident. This is not a debate over medical marijuana at all. It's not about crime and criminals. It's about responsible growth in the downtown Las Vegas area today. After growing up in San Fran and moving here 8 years ago from Munich, I invested a lot of my money 4 years ago into the downtown area and the growth potential. I think we have the opportunity here to get this right. You're not going to get a not in my backyard speech. In fact, I'm okay if you put one right next door to me, but that's the key word, one. I would be here if there were a dozen liquor store or a dozen McDonald's applicants, and the same thing for downtown Vegas. So my point is we don't need this many in one condensed area. And certainly we don't, I prefer not to have a cultivation center nearby for the same reasons that were just mentioned.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Come on down, sir. State your name. You have 1 minute.
Well, my name is Russ McCurdy. I live at 200 Hoover Avenue, and I would like you
Speak
to...
into the microphone.
I would like you to consider the quantity and the impact on traffic. I've looked at the documents the planning department has done. They've looked at the parking at each individual. But the composite result of all the traffic that will occur with this many facilities in the downtown area, particularly when you consider the number of special events the city hosts with parades and things like that on Las Vegas Boulevard, that the traffic, I mean, if each of these has 1,000 visitors a day, and I'm sure that they're hoping for at least that many, you could have 20,000 trips in the city on these already busy avenues. So what I would ask is that you allow the planning department a time to do a traffic study before you reach a decision.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming down. Go ahead, state your name. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, Vicki Higgins. I'm a medical cannabis advocate, and I wanted to explain why we're here every day as advocates. We were part of the legislation that created this bill. We are the patients that this bill and these establishments will be serving. We come here every time we have one of these meetings to assure that patients are taken care of and that the patient needs are addressed. I would like to support each of these applications today unless there's something drastically wrong. But as a patient, we appreciate the fact that you're going through so much detail to make sure that we're safe and protected. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson, and I am a community advocate, activist. I am unpaid, completely volunteer. I've been in my community for many of years, and I'm here to represent and to remind you that we are not the criminal element. We are the sick, injured, and dying. And yesterday, we did have some children up here. I know that we're, all neighbors, and I want them to feel comfortable and supported in bringing up their feelings and how they feel about their community growth. But it was a little odd yesterday to have kids up here acting as if we're something to be scared of, and we're not. If you noticed, I was the one who was playing with the kids and giving them suckers, and so we're probably some of the friendliest, nicest people. You don't have anything to fear from us. So I'm here to represent that, remind you that these are the patients whose rights you are seeing to. So please keep us in mind, and thank you so much for your hard work. We really do appreciate having a voice in this process. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I will close the public comment. Okay, now we're going to talk about the process we're going to go through today. It's going to be basically the exact same thing as yesterday, so I'm going to read to you exactly how we're going to handle this. The process by which this council will hear the special use permit and the compliance permits are as follows. I'll open up both an applicant's special use permit and the compliance permit for consideration by the council. Staff will provide a report on the special use permit and the compliance permit, which will take a couple of minutes. The applicant will then have exactly 5 minutes to make a presentation on the special use permit and the compliance permit. Applicants should note that no additional documentation on the applications will be accepted by the City Council during today's meeting. Once that 5 minutes is up, I will open up the public hearing on the special use permit, and anyone is invited to come down and speak on the special use permit. You will have 1 minute. Each person will have 1 minute. Once the public comment is concluded, I will close the public comment, and the applicant will have 1 additional minute to add any additional comments. The public hearing and application presentation will then end. I will then ask the City Council if they have any questions or comments. Once that is done, then I will turn it over to the council person where the application is located, and that person will first make a motion on the special use permit to either approve or deny the special use permit. If the special use permit is approved, then I will ask that council person to make a motion to approve or deny the compliance permit. If the special use permit is denied, I will ask the council person to make a motion to deny the compliance permit based on the language in Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.095.080/C, which states the City Council shall deny any permit if the location is determined by the council to not be suitable under this ordinance or the requirements of the Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19. Applicants have been informed that due to a definition in our land use code, a medical marijuana establishment for production or cultivation cannot be given land use approval at this time where the facility is proposed to be located within the same physical structure as another use. The definition in question requires that each medical marijuana cultivation and production facility be located in a fully detached, standalone building. The situation affects 7 applications, and those applications are recommended to be tabled until such time as the council can deliberate on the code requirement in question. This action would allow those affected applications to continue to seek a state compliance permit and return to the council at a future time. In those specific cases, it is my understanding the applicants will be requesting that the council table any consideration of one or more of their medical marijuana establishment special use permits and compliance permits. For the record, if a special use permit and compliance permit are granted for a medical marijuana establishment today, please be advised that these approvals in no way guarantee that the City Council will grant the applicant a privileged business license for such establishments. Such licensure will be considered at a future date if an applicant receives a provisional certificate from the state. For clarification of council members in the audience, I would remind everyone, since there are 6 of us voting, there could be a 3-3 tie on a motion. A 3-3 vote on a motion constitutes a failure of the motion. If no motion on any given item receives a majority on either a special use permit or a compliance permit, the item is considered denied, and the council will move on to the next item on the agenda. So that's the procedure for today. Went pretty well yesterday, and we'll just continue on. Yeah, I'll just do that on each one. Okay, there are, we're going to go a little bit out of order on the agenda. There are 2 applicants that have asked to be considered at the beginning because they have some planes to catch later on today. So the first one we're going to go to is so we're going to go items number 30, 31, and 32 first. Items 30, 31, and 32. So while I'm reading those, you can pull those out. Item number 30 is a special use permit 55264, request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,800 square foot medical marijuana dispensary in C2 General Commercial. Item number 31 is an SDR 55265, a request for a a site development review for a proposed 2,800 square foot medical marijuana dispensary and a waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan development standards to allow building to have a 0% alignment along the front property line where 70% is required. Item number 32 is a DIR 56430, a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary. The applicant is Clark NMSD LLC, and the owner is ProView Series 11 LLC at 1324 South 3rd Street. Staff and Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. So, staff, a couple minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards the SUP 55264, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions. As regards SDR 55265, the applicant is proposing to maintain one of the existing buildings and change the use from an apartment into a dispensary, and therefore staff does support the waiver for the 0% alignment as it is an existing condition, and staff is recommending approval. Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the licensing compliance permit, if land use is granted at this location, the compliance permit application is in order for approval.
Okay, thank you. All right, looks like the applicant and representatives are here. So, George, you have exactly 5 minutes to do your presentation. If you're speaking, please identify yourself and eventually just introduce everyone that's back there that isn't actually speaking. So, 5 minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive. Pleasure to be before you and be part of this historic process that the state and the city have basically embarked upon to bring a new service to the community through the delivery of medical marijuana for those in need. Our founding group is here today, and let me introduce those as well as some of the other members of our group. Starting here on my right, Dr. Pej Badi. Next to him, Dr. Poya Mojur, and then Shane Terry, our veteran, as well. And next to him, we have Joe Kennedy and Jennifer Goldstein, our general counsel. And then going on down, one of our consultants, Forefront Advisors, Chris Crane, and part of our security team from the Windmill Group, John Penders, not Peters, Penders. John Peters is another attorney, John Penders. Wrapping up our group as well. So, let me go start with the land use and come back to the business license provisions. The site I've got on the overhead, if we go to that, and as we leave the screen, you'll see the site as it is today, near 3rd Street and Imperial, basically just to the northwest corner. We're located there where there's 2 existing buildings. You can see here as we've blown up those 2 existing buildings, which basically, staff had shown in the pictures, look like this in the existing conditions today. To the north of us, where Tenaya Creek is going to go, you see pictured here, and around the corner, just to the south of us, is another building that exists there. Those buildings, all of these buildings are a cluster of vacant property, so there's a great opportunity with ourselves, Tenaya Creek, and the properties in this area to create a true renovation, revitalization of this area. As part of the land use criteria, we have to conform to the land use plan, which is indicated here. We are outside the Arts District. We are in the general commercial C2, so we conform to the city requirements in terms of the land use and in terms of the zoning. You can see here, commercial fronting the 3rd and 4th Street, I'll call it Boulevard, where they form together in this beautiful landscape median down the middle. And then we're quite a ways, as you see, to any single-family residential to the east. The project as proposed, as I indicated, had 2 buildings. One of those buildings will be removed on the north, allowing for parking. That enables the property to be fully self-parked. Part of what that one waiver is for, the existing condition that exists here, will be to create an entry plaza out of that area that enters into the new building that we have here that adds both landscaping, parking, and more importantly adds a dramatic new look. Our architects, Bunny Fish, have provided this complete rehabilitation, adaptive reuse of that building that includes concepts of that the state requires for a professional-looking building. This is wrapped with Brazilian wood and creates a very attractive new facade. We're working with our neighbors, Tenaya Creek. They also like the look so well that they're working with us to collaborate to create a compatible, consistent theme and look in that area. This is the interior, carries forward that same look. We're doing business as Nuveda. That'll be the DBA for the operations, but you can see here the beautiful look, and it gives it, again, keep it that very clean, simple, but yet professional appearance. The other thing I think is noteworthy is that, as you probably all know, as part of the requirements to make this accessible to the community. So now we are only well located within the valley, but more importantly, we're on transit lines that you can see from the RTC Transit. There are basically bus transit running through this area 24 hours a day that make it easily and readily accessible for people, whether by vehicle that can reach us or they can reach us by public transit. One of the things that we did, of course, was from the very outset was go meet with our neighbors. And in meeting with our neighbors, basically, we had a great neighborhood meeting at Planning Commission. We only had one person who showed up who was not part of that process, and he, I believe, was certainly then convinced through later discussions what a quality neighbor will be. And I don't believe he'll be here objecting. This was the number of attendees that appeared at our neighborhood meeting, signed in, and were not in opposition at the Planning Commission. These are people that we have letters of support from. We've contacted throughout the neighborhood in our outreach program. And we also have letters of support from Dave Mason, who's one of the property owners who owns a significant amount of property in the area in support of the project as well. And I'll provide those for the record.
Thank you, George. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing for the special use permit. So if you would like to speak on a special use permit, come on up, state your name. You have 1 minute.
Morning. Michael Young, 12 Sandy Bunker. I'm here on behalf of David Mason and Christina Roush, the adjacent property owner at Tenaya Creek. They are in favor of this development. They believe it brings positive redevelopment to this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Can you state your name, please, and you have 1 minute.
Curtis Walker, 224.
If you could take your hat off, please.
Sorry. Curtis Walker, 224 East Imperial. I'm a business owner, Photo Bang Bang. This business will be opening up about two doors away from me, and I'm in support of it.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. You have 1 additional minute, George.
Just to point out on the business side, the group we have here, all basically the founders are all local business people. The 2 doctors have been practicing for 19 years locally here. Of interest, perhaps, is that the Windmill Group, as our security consultant and part of the ownership group, has the station chief, FBI station chief from Colorado, was the executive director of the state when Colorado went through the recreational and medical marijuana transition. So we were thrilled to have them part of our team. We're happy to answer any questions. We believe with the recommendation for consideration from business work, we appreciate the council's support.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll now open it up to the council. Councilman Ross, looks like you want to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Garcia, this has got to be one of the best applicants I've seen come through my office. Dr. Body is famous for his substance abuse work in Nye County, and you come well-renowned group of people you have here. I also want to point out Mr. Terry's service in the United States Air Force as a fighter pilot. Thank you very much for your service to this country. And also, you have a veteran on your team, which kind of means a lot to I think, a lot of us. So of all the applicants, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, this is it. I mean, this is the medical industry coming forward, understanding that substance abuse is rampant with patients and doctors writing prescriptions, and this is the opportunity here. So I'm really grateful to see this team, Mr. Garcia, that you've assembled here today before us, and I'm in full support of your application.
Thank you. Any other comments from the City Council? Councilman Barlow? Oh, you don't? Okay. Sorry. All right, Councilman Coffin, it's all yours for motions.
Thank you. We had, thank you for presenting a good product. You had the first public meeting that I am aware of in Ward 3 about the location, and you presented the results of it here, but I'm very glad you did that and took the initiative, and I met your team a few times. There were only a few objections, maybe 4 or 5. One of them was from a liquor store on Las Vegas Boulevard, and I thought that was kind of ironic. So, you know, he might have to benefit from this. I don't see how he could lose. In any event, I am going to move for approval of the special use permit on this application.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item number 30. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 31.
I move for approval of the compliance permit.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote.
Mayor Pro Tem, that item 31 is the SDR?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I should
And
rephrase that and say
post.
that.
Okay,
I should
SDR carries
rephrase that for the
unanimously.
record
Item
and
number
say that I
32.
move for approval of the SDR.
So now we're on item number 32, the compliance permit.
And I move for approval of the compliance permit, item 32.
Thank you. Go ahead and vote.
Mayor Pro Tem, as we wait for the vote to be posted, I'd just like to say you did an absolutely excellent job, Mr. Garcia, in presenting this. In that amount of time, you were just about perfect in how you did all of that and organized it.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Good luck.
Mayor and council, thank you. Appreciate it.
George, I hope your family emergency is not too serious. I know you have to catch a plane to the Midwest for this, so I hope that
he did?
everything will be all right.
Appreciate your consideration.
All right, you're welcome.
Sir, you left your hat up here? Yeah, make sure you get that. Thanks. Okay, now we're going to go to items number 37 and 38. Item number 37, special use permit 55277, request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,188 square foot medical marijuana dispensary and general commercial. And item number 38, DIR 56432, a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as GB Sciences. The applicant is GB Sciences Nevada LLC, and the owner is Wolfson Medical Center downtown at 921 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite 100. Staff and Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Councilman Coffin's Ward, Ward 3. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55277, subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the compliance permit, if land use is approved at this location, the compliance permit is in order for approval.
Thank you. Okay, you have 5 minutes to do your presentation. If you're going to speak into the microphone, state your name and eventually introduce everybody else. So who wants to go first? Okay.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. My name is Matthew Seibert, 630 South 4th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, and I'm from the Moran Law Firm here representing GB Sciences Nevada. I'm accompanied by Mr. Craig Ellens and Mr. James Hammer, both of GB Sciences. I'm here before you to ask that you follow staff recommendations of approval for our dispensary located at 921 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite 100. The location is suitable for MME land use, and both the DDRC and Planning Commission have both unanimously approved this location. The location is situated on the northeast corner of two major arterials. You have South Las Vegas Boulevard and East Charleston Boulevard, and has close proximity to public transportation with the Deuce running north-south along Las Vegas Boulevard and the 206 running east-west along Charleston. Furthermore, the Bonneville Transit Center is located just west of our location. In addition to its convenient access to both to and from public transportation, the location is also in close proximity to the Las Vegas Medical Corridor, with UMC Hospital, Valley Hospital, several pharmacies, and countless doctors' offices within the area. For these reasons, the use at this location is consistent, compatible, and harmonious with adjacent and neighboring properties. Lastly, Business Licensing has forwarded the director's report and recommendation and has recommended GB Sciences Nevada for consideration, not only based on the dispensary location, but also the group's viability for success as a team, which Mr. Hammer will address in more detail as he discusses the team. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Ellens.
Craig Ellens, 6500 Bullring Lane. I have been a resident of Nevada for 17 years. I've raised half my children here, very involved in the town. We are a cannabinoid therapy company. We are not the traditional marijuana company. We have built controlled environmental grow chambers. We believe that marijuana turns into medicine when it is grown consistently and dosed properly. So we are all about the science. We spend millions of dollars on our reports because we are going for FDA approval on our therapy drugs. We will be running clinical trials here in Nevada with patients with Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and irritable bowel syndrome. So we are very serious about growing our team. Our team consists of biologists, PhDs, MDs, and a very prestigious advisory board, including the Harvard Medical School. So the team that we have assembled for our new kind of growth is a one-of-a-kind team looking to use Las Vegas as our launching point for nationwide. We have already applied in New York City, Chicago, Illinois, and Florida. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Good morning, Jim Hammer, 2990. Is this working?
Yeah, now
2990 South Durango Drive. A minute discussion on our cash management. In reviewing and studying all the local and state medical marijuana regulations, one can see that all the controls focuses on the operator providing airtight security over the cultivating, harvesting, packing, transporting, and selling of the product. All well and good. However, the current cash-only businesses creates a whole new set of challenges for operators, customers, and government agencies, including money laundering, skimming, tax evasion, employee theft, store robberies, and burglaries. Operating dispensaries without traditional banking services puts us, our employees, and customers at risk. Fortunately, First Security Bank of Nevada has announced banking for qualified operators. In addition to complying with all local and state regulations, First Security has layered in federal requirements from FinCEN, FDIC, BSA, PSI, and HIPAA. Essentially, the bank now becomes your watchdog and your enforcer. We are pleased to say that GB Sciences has been qualified and approved by First Security, and along with our prime location, our science, and our team, we appreciate your support in our dispensary application. Thank you.
Okay. If you could just identify the other two gentlemen, just since they're here.
The good-looking guy is Jim Maservi, and our other is Bruce Rabin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing on a special use permit. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward and state your name. You have 1 minute.
Hello. For the record, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson, and I am a medical marijuana patient here in Las Vegas. I would like to put my support behind this team. This is a good example of what we wanted when we were asking for medical specific locations. We are medical marijuana, we're not recreational. So please consider that your community puts your full support behind these guys. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Come forward, state your name. You have 1 minute.
Tyson Wrench, 200 Hoover Avenue. This is about within 3 blocks of 2 high-rise condos. I'm certainly not against it, but I do recall seeing something about this being also a cultivation center. He made a couple of comments about cultivating. I just want to make sure, maybe in their final minute, that we confirm that they will not be a grow house or cultivation center as part of this project. Thank you.
Okay, I'll have them clarify that. Any other public comment? State your name. You have 1 minute.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Zach Takis, 3030 South Jones Boulevard. I represent Las Vegas Boulevard Development, LLC, which is owned by Jonathan Schwartz and the members of the Milton Schwartz family. They are vehemently opposed to this location. The Schwartzes own a large 40,000 square foot office building in the vicinity and also the largest one of the largest surface area parking lots in the area. And they believe that the location of this dispensary will cause a multiplicity of parking problems, first of all, also with respect to some of the clustering issues that have been brought before this council before. In addition, the Schwartzes are in negotiations with several businesses to bring them to that area, approximately employing approximately 200 employees upon lease out. Those leases will not be negotiated further if this is in place. So for those reasons, we respectfully request that you oppose this dispensary. Thank you.
Thank you. for coming
Mr.
down.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Let me finish with the public comment. Hold on.
Well, I'm
Anyone
going
else
to call
wishing-
him back after the public comment. so-
Okay, hold. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this
Question.
item? Come on up, state your name.
My name is Shannon Veazey, and I'm a resident and a medical patient in Las Vegas. I wasn't going to stand up and say anything, but in regards to the last statement, we already have went round and round about qualified facilities, and the fact that they have FDA, they're going to go up for FDA approval. Based off of a location, I think it's unfair to oppose them at any point, because the research and the what they're going to contribute is going to be much more than a location.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. You have 1 minute to
I would like
respond to
to,
anything. and-
first of all, the public comment's over, so I want to have the gentleman come up here who represents Mr.
Can I,
Schwartz.
I'd like them to wrap it up, and then we can.
Can I call him up then?
Yes,
Okay.
when they're done.
Good.
Okay, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Just in this last minute, in closing, I'd like to say that, first of all, to address one of the comments that was made, our group does not have a cultivation facility within the city of Las Vegas. This is a dispensary location only. To the, I believe it was the third comment made, we've actually exceeded staff's recommendations for parking at our site. So parking should not be an issue. With that said, I'd also like to say that we will follow all of staff's conditions. We accept those, and we thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll turn it over to the city council. Councilman Coughlin, you'd like
Thank you.
to...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I have a question for you. Sorry I didn't get your name, but I know who you represent. What is your name?
Sure, Councilman. Zach Takis.
Zach. Okay, Zach, you did hear that they do not have an application for cultivation. That was somebody else's.
That was someone else, yes.
Yeah. Does your client own the park? You said they have surface parking. Does your client own the parking lot across the street from Pawn Stars?
I apologize. I believe I said they owned, they own several of the properties around that. I believe I said that they own the 40,000 square foot building and the parking lot. I believe I misspoke. I don't believe they own those. I think they own businesses around those. And their point is simply that because of this large surface parking area, the parking will become a problem with their other owned properties. So I do apologize.
I just was
misspoke.
thinking, if they own that lot across from Pawn Stars, I think Jonathan does. The one with the Porta-Johns on there and the
right,
business people hawking vacation rentals and...
Right. Their property is bounded by 4th Street to the west, Las Vegas Boulevard to the east, and Gas and Garces to the north and south. So
Yeah, okay.
it's that area, I believe.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the city council? Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't want to hurt any of the other applicants' feelings, but I have to say this. Of all the applicants that have been in my office, this by far sets the bar. Your team, Mr. Hammer, and your ability to trace that transaction, the accountability, the auditing system, all of the things you mentioned, by far above top of my list in regards to operators. You've assembled a great team. I think you've got a great plan. The vision that you have for this, if the city of Las Vegas is going to do this right, no offense to the other teams, this is the team that's going to do it right, in my opinion, the #1 top rated of all the applicants that have been in my office. I'm in full support of your application. I look forward to seeing how you do it.
Thank you. Any other comments from the city council? All right, Councilman Coughlin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Ross moves for approval of the special use permit. All right, I move for the granting of the special use permit.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the special use permit on item number 37. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. And item number 38.
Before I move for approval on this item, I just want to say to anybody in the audience, and remember that most of the objections that come in from the downtown area are related to the quantity, the number of applications that are in the downtown area. It could be on the boulevard, 3rd Street, 4th Street, Western Main, all those things. It's going to happen. This is not the final call. We're going to be approving more than will be finally approved in the end. We only have 12. We've already approved 12. So it's pretty obvious we're going to approve more than 20. And I just wanted to say that there's still a state report to come through. So people who are concerned about this, and they should remember that this is not the end of the day. And there's no way of knowing how many would end up in a area. There's just no way of predicting. And so each has to stand on its own. So I will move now for approval of the compliance permit on this item.
We have a motion to approve item number 38. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, we will now go back to the beginning of the agenda, so we will be on items number 5, 6, and 7. Item number 5, SUP 55208, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,500 square foot medical marijuana dispensary in industrial zoning. Item number 6 is a variance, 55879, a request for a variance to allow 57 parking spaces where 69 parking spaces are required in industrial zoning. And item number 7, DIR 56411, a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Primo Dispensary. The applicant is Primo Dispensary, and the owner is World Wellness Group at 3120 South Valley View Boulevard, Suite B. Staff and the Planning Commission recommends denial on the land use. These are in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, Ward 1. Staff, you have a couple minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. In regards to SUP 55208, staff finds the site is not adequate in size due to the requested variance for parking and recommends denial. Planning Commission followed staff recommendation and recommended denial 7-0. As regards variance 55879, staff finds the request for a parking variance as a self-imposed hardship and therefore recommends denial. Planning Commission followed staff recommendation for denial 7-0.
Concerning the licensing compliance permit, the review of this application shows that the application for this facility as presented shows minimum compliance with city code. Based on the information presented, reviewers noted the following deficiencies. The plan submitted did not provide adequate details or address specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 110, 120, 160, and 190. The building documentation was inadequate to determine the adequacy of the proposed building by the building official, Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 060, and inadequate information was presented on consultants to determine involvement in the daily operations or if contract payments would be considered beneficial ownership and be subject to ownership disclosure under Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.0706.
Thank you. Okay, you have 5 minutes to do your presentation. If you are speaking, make sure you state your name, and it's all yours.
Good morning. Lucy Stewart, 500 West Sahara, representing Primo Dispensary, which is the applicant for this dispensary. And with me is Mr. Paul Andrus and T.J. Jeske, and in the audience is Mr. Mark DiStefano, and that's the 100% ownership of the dispensary, and it's also 100% owned by Nevadans. So this is a site that has some interesting issues. It was approved as a wellness center approximately 8 years ago, and 2 buildings were built, and the 3rd building, only the shell was built, and that's the westernmost building at Valley View and Sirius. It's been sitting vacant for years. It's never been finished, and part of that is also the parking lot never was completed. The contractor went bankrupt. This all occurred, of course, when the economic downturn. So as a result of the contractor going bankrupt, the property owner was basically stuck with a partially built building and an incomplete parking lot. The two existing buildings have been left without a completed parking lot either, and the permits have expired for the property. Last week, however, we did go down. We had our civil permits reissued, and so now we can complete the parking lot, providing the additional parking spaces for existing two buildings. We've also filed for an administrative site development review, which shows us removing and demolishing the third partially built building. So that, of course, reduces the parking requirement. That plan's in process, but has not been approved yet, and we have a few more weeks to go. However, once that plan is approved, we can demolish the building, we can complete the parking lot, and we should have adequate parking. We still need the variance approved, but it's really just temporarily. It should be like for a month, and then hopefully within a month, it'll no longer be necessary because we can finish the parking lot, tear down the building, we'll get rid of an eyesore, and then the existing buildings will have an excess amount of parking. The SUP was recommended for denial by staff, I think, because of the parking variance, and I think we have addressed that concern. The Planning Commission expressed a concern because of the karate studio on the second floor of the building that the dispensary is intended to go in, and that's the easternmost building on Sirius. One of the commissioners called the studio on 2 separate occasions and asked if their 13-year-old child could attend class and if their 14-year-old child could attend class, and they were told yes. As a result, they felt that made that a community facility, and that was within the 300-foot separation. I don't know that I agree with that. There are no classes that attract children. There are no classes for juveniles, for teenagers, or for the youth. In fact, if you use that as an argument for it to be a community facility, then any restaurant, any bank, any drugstore, any kind of store could be considered a community facility because a child could go in there. But regardless of that, I think we've even addressed the issue a little bit more. The karate studio is on a month-to-month lease, and so as a result, Mr. Andres has actually sent them a letter and forbidding them from having any classes for youths at all. So that eliminates that concern. So there won't be children in the karate studio. Again, they're a month to month, so it's not a matter of renegotiating their lease. I mean, that's just how it has to be if they want to continue operating in that building. We believe that we've addressed those concerns, and we would respectfully ask for your approval. I think Mr. Andres might want to talk about the property a little bit.
Paul Andres, 3110 South Valley View. I'm the owner of the World Wellness Group, LLC. I wanted to bring to the council's attention that we're really dealing with medical marijuana here. And one of the things that some of the other applicants spoke about was a medical-specific location. So some of the other tenants we have in World Wellness Group include 2 primary care practices, MD and APN operated, a chiropractic practice, a home health agency, a home hospice agency, and an urgent care, certified urgent care center operating 7 days a week. So although there's no business connection between these two, we feel this is an additional advantage to the patients of convenience, where they can see both their medical doctor, if they're under a home health care agency, they're there, and they also have the ability to go and get their medical marijuana, and all in a single location.
Okay, you have 6 minutes, 5 minutes. 6 minutes. No, okay. All right, very good. Thank you for your presentation. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on the special use permit, please come forward, state your name. You have 1 minute. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Any questions or comments from the city? I'm sorry, you have 1 more minute if you would like to add anything additional.
No, we'll just be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, any questions or comments from the city council? Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I'm not as concerned about the parking as I am about the inadequacy you've shown in responding to some of the requirements for information that were needed for this. I visited your facility early on, And I thought it might be a good idea integrating these different types of businesses that you have for wellness. But I can't back something like that if, for example, as stated in our backup information, the documents that you presented do not demonstrate the building is appropriate for the operation proposed. You were given very specific information that was needed. My understanding is it went out, we also had it televised. We also had additional ways that questions could be asked of staff. We made it as amenable as possible for individuals to come and be able to get information. But no existing building analysis was submitted to reflect occupancy classification for the proposed use. And more detailed building plans are required for completion of fire and building review. So basically, of all the places that you got checked off for fire and building, there was a no by fire and by building because you did not provide the information. And staff has a strong denial. The Planning Commission had a denial. And I just feel that you didn't follow through. You had a great opportunity. I don't think you followed through to show that you have the business management and follow through that you need to have something of this importance. So I move for denial.
Okay, we have a motion to deny item number 5, the special use permit. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Item number 6, please.
Move for denial.
Motion to deny item number 6. Motion carries unanimously. And item number 7, please.
For denial.
We have a motion to deny item number 7. Please vote. And Councilman McLaughlin? And post? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, item number 8 and 9. Item number 8, SUP 55313, a special use permit for a proposed 7,070 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility in industrial zoning. Item number 9, a DIR 56412, a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment cultivation. Infinite Wellness, the applicant is Infinite Wellness and the owner is NYP Corporation at 2750 Highland Drive. Staff and Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, Ward 1. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55313, staff had the following recommendation at Planning Commission. The subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommended at Planning Commission for approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendation and subject to all conditions. However, the subject site is not in compliance with the requirement found in Title 19, which describes a medical marijuana cultivation facility as a fully standalone, detached, enclosed structure. As the site does not meet this definition, staff is recommending this item be tabled until such time Title 19 can be updated to reflect the state's clarification of separate building and to be consistent with Title 6.
Concerning the compliance permit, the staff recommends denial of the compliance permit due to the applicant's inability to demonstrate in their application their ability to manage the business or demonstrate knowledge of the cultivation or the development of marijuana for the compassionate use for the treatment of medical conditions under Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95 .070, the applicant has not demonstrated detailed plans or procedures for the operation of a cultivation facility, transportation, operational disposal, and environmental plans as required by Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 110, 120, 130, and 190, and their accounting and inventory plans as presented are inadequate to meet the requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.110.
Okay, thank you. Applicant looks and owners are present, so you have 5 minutes to do your presentation, and if you
Ask
are...
a question, though. Isn't this supposed to be tabled?
Well, it is a integrated facility, which means that if you would like to consider it at a later date, then you would make a motion to table it. If you don't want to consider it, then you would make a motion to deny it, based on the,
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman, I think this is just cultivation by itself.
Well, then why do I have on my backup table?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might.
We're item 8, aren't we?
Yeah. Tom, did you say this violates our code, this facility?
The definition for cultivation requires a fully standalone detached structure. Since this is not fully detached, even though it's not related to production or dispensary, it is just a cultivation, but it is in a warehouse, a 30-some thousand square foot warehouse, of which they're only using about 7,000 square feet. Therefore, it does not meet the requirement, and so staff's recommendation is to table. Of course, you can take whatever action.
So there are other uses going on in there?
That's correct.
That's why it needs to be tabled?
It needs to be tabled, and that will give you the equal playing field chance as all the others in the same situation had, because they are reviewing our rules. What?
Okay, let's
So
go ahead.
anyway, I would move to table because that's the recommendation of staff.
Well, I think we should at least listen to their 5-minute presentation, just to make sure you have all the information.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
If you don't mind, just for point of clarification, in regards to the question that came up in relation to tabling on yesterday, and you had something to share that council shared as of late as to not being able to table, so.
Well, the only time we're going to table an agenda item is if it violates our code, which is primarily that the facility can't be in a building where there's another use or it's not a detached building.
Okay.
But we did yesterday, there was an agenda item where we could have tabled it, but the councilwoman decided she didn't even want to hear it in the future, so she just made a motion to deny it, and it didn't go anywhere. So I think you would at least need to hear the presentation just to make sure that you feel good about tabling it.
I just want to make sure that I was clear on what you had presented on yesterday as it relates to today.
That's correct.
And I don't mind hearing the presentation. My only concern is there were other people who had items tabled where they did not have the opportunity to do a presentation.
No, everybody did a presentation yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I guess.
Okay. All right, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Jonathan Herta, 2109 Bonnie Bray Avenue. I'm accompanied today by my lead cultivator, David Claff, by my architect, Lydell. I'd like to start off by telling you a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Las Vegas. My family's owned and operated businesses here on Highland Drive for the last 50 years. Most notably, Herta's Appliances. We know business in this area. In my application, I list that I am an owner of JNSH Corporation. I've acted as Director of Operations for this multi-million-dollar business since I received a bachelor's in business management in 2008, demonstrating my ability to run and operate a business of this magnitude. I'll be hiring David Claff. He has helped me develop plans for this facility. Mr. Claff is a native and resident of Las Vegas with a background in HVAC. As a key licensed cultivator in Colorado, Mr. Claff will be overseeing my operations, ensuring success. This overhead projection of his key card from the cultivation facility. Infinite Wellness, along with all its employees, will conform to all city, county, and state laws, codes, provisions, including but not limited to Chapter 453A, Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, .110, .120, .130, and .190. Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.06. We will conform to State of Nevada Department of agriculture, City of Las Vegas requirements for medical marijuana grow facilities, along with all OSHA standards, including ASHRAE 62-1989, City of Las Vegas adopted mechanical, building, and fire codes, as well as Title 14 regarding water conservation. Regarding staff's recommendation, Section 1, ownership. I'm the 100% owner of this business. Additionally, I've filled out all sections of this application by myself, demonstrating my ability. Section 3, capitalization and source of funds, demonstrated ability. Section 4, capacity to perform. I've already talked about owning and operating a multi-million-dollar corporation, JNSH Corporation. I've introduced you to my lead cultivator, and I'll be using BioTrack THC to ensure the tracking of seed sale of my product. Section 5, operational plans. In my application, I discussed methods we will use to exceed expectations regarding environmental sustainability. My family utilizes solar energy on 3 of our homes and regards sustainability as a way of life that I live and promote. Therefore, I plan on equipping my facility with solar. I've contacted Southern Nevada Health District and will be in accordance with all regulations regarding waste management. Advertising. Essentially, as a wholesaler, I will not be advertising yet marketing directly to dispensaries myself, using lab test results to speak for the quality of my product. Additionally, signage on my building is considered a security risk and is not advised. Care and tracking of product. In my application, I have 4 pages discussing care and tracking of product. With additional help of BioTrack THC, there will be no issues with this concern. Transportation plan. I plan on purchasing a nondescript panel van. Said van will be equipped with a security cage, GPS tracking, and cameras on the product and driver. A log will be kept up to date and in the vehicle at all times. An additional log will be kept at my facility under lock and key. 24/7 video feed. My facility will be equipped with a top-of-the-line surveillance system. Metro will have 24/7 video feed in real time at all time. Additionally, we will have 24-hour security on premise. Section 6, adequacy of building and location, demonstrated ability. An odor control plan was provided and detailed in my application. Mr. Claff is an expert in this field and has calculated the cubic feet of air in the facility. Using these calculations, we have surpassed the factory recommended filtration needs to ensure an odorless environment. Section 7, impact on surrounding neighborhood. The Planning Commission unanimously approved my location. In conclusion, I've demonstrated ability in each and every section. Our community needs the medicine on the level that I am capable to produce with this man. At this time, my staff, myself, are open to any and all questions. Thank you for your time.
Okay. I do have a question in while the Mayor Pro Tem is sidebarring. You mentioned that you're 100% owner, and I believe I spoke to you. Was it you that contacted my office?
Yes, we spoke on the phone.
Okay, we spoke on the phone. I figured that. And thank you for the call as well. Sorry I couldn't get you in, but
Thank you for
as
getting back
can
to me.
see, there's a number of people that I had to meet with, and unfortunately, I was unable to meet with you, but we did speak on the phone. Having said that,
Councilman, can I go ahead and do the public hearing first, and then we'll go ahead and start with all the questions?
well, I was trying to help you out, Mayor Pro Tem.
That was my.
I know you were.
I just have just one quick question, if you
Okay.
don't mind. Just
All
one
right.
quick question. You're 100% owner. You have your cultivator, who's out of.
He's born and raised in Las Vegas, but he's licensed, if you see the overhead view.
What was it? Was it Colorado or was it?
In Colorado. He's a licensed cultivator in Colorado, overseeing 2 facilities,
2 facilities, a third starting now.
and a third is coming up.
Okay, that's what I want to know, but
Okay.
I would like to ask some additional questions, but I just want to just identify the location as far as where the badge was from. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead, and then I'll just follow up during our portion of the participation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks for your presentation. This is a public hearing on a special use permit. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward and state your name. You have 1 minute. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. You have 1 minute if you'd like to add anything additional.
Actually, I believe I do. Additionally, regarding the compassionate care of medical marijuana, from the beginning, I have 4 flower rooms, and I plan on offering 25% of my cultivation being organic and veganic, with a goal of becoming a 100,000 clean room through the use of HEPA filters. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll open up to the City Council. Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Going back to the 100% ownership, I've had an opportunity to travel to a number of states now since this process began, and visit a number of cultivation as well as dispensaries. And I just want to know, as far as your team, how is it that you plan to do all of or control all of these areas by yourself?
I will have key employees, and so with like tracking the, transportating the product, what I've read is that a key employee or myself has to be at the facility or with the product. So I'll have a key employee. I'm looking at 6 full-time employees. And so several, 1 or 2, will be management position, obviously my head cultivator, and I will come to the City Council and have them approved as a key employee.
And as it relates to the 2 that you're running in Colorado, do you plan to leave Colorado and move to Las Vegas permanently, or are you looking to come in and out from a consultant standpoint?
I'm in and out. I actually
Could you
am
state
in
your
and out
name?
now.
State your
My
name.
residence is in Las Vegas.
Can
I
you
travel.
Hi. Can you state your name first?
Oh, David Claff, 7343 Rehnquist Street.
Thanks.
I actually live in Las Vegas now. I was born and raised in Las Vegas. I travel to Colorado for work because there's actually employment opportunity now in this industry. I'm looking forward to working here in Las Vegas as well as Colorado.
So you'll be going back and forth?
Going back and forth, yes.
How much time does it take in order to get the operation up and going?
To get it up and running, as long as train a staff of qualified people, which there is a lot out here, I'll be able to have them trained within a week to do day-to-day operations, and from there I'll be able to come 2 days a week up to 1 week a month.
So the process is pretty simple if you can train someone in a week, right?
Well, as long as they go, like, you train each person to do specific things. So I have one person doing transplanting, one person doing cloning, one person managing the flower room, one person managing the veg room. As long as you teach very small areas to a single person, you could have them doing that operation very quickly. To learn it all would take a few years. As long as we have people to do specific parts of the program, we'll be able to have that trained in a week and handle it 2 days a week from there on.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Hurd, I appreciate you coming to visit with me in my office, and I really appreciate your entrepreneurial spirit behind all this. These licenses are very significant. You understand that. And I'm just looking here at your background information. And even though we chatted in my office and talked about your operation and your team, I'm not impressed. I cannot support this license or you going into this business. The City of Las Vegas has got to do this right with operators that are going to do it right on our behalf and on behalf of the medical marijuana patients in this community. I'm going to be supporting business licensing on your application, and will support a denial if that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the City Council? Councilwoman Tarkanian.
My understanding is, from the information I have in backup from staff and from what I've been told, and it states here on the backup, integrated facilities are required to be stand-alone detached facilities. I've also been told that even though it's not marijuana integrated, if it's any other business integrated, it has to stand alone. And in our past procedure, other than that one vote which involved 3 different requests, and it was a sort of a different situation, we have tabled these items. So am I correct that this is another table? Yes, legal tells me it's another tabling, that it wouldn't be fair, it wouldn't be a level playing field, That doesn't mean, you know, when you come back, it gets approved or it gets disapproved. It's just that you get to come back because of the fact that you're integrated, and then you'd have to show how you unintegrated so that you would meet the requirements. So I move to table this item.
Okay, we have a motion to table item number 8. Please vote. 8 and 9. Okay, so this will be motion for agenda
8 and 9.
And 9. And post? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Could I just say a word? I don't think Jonathan was here yesterday, or anybody else that might have been new. The reason we have to table these integrated facilities is because Code Titles 6 and 19 don't jive by accident when we adopted the ordinances in the springtime or early summer. So that's the only reason why they're being tabled, okay?
Thank you.
We have a text amendment that's moving forward to make a change so that they do read the same.
Okay, items number 10 and 11. Item number 10, SUP 55284, a special request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,630 square foot medical marijuana dispensary in C1 commercial. Item number 11, DIR 56413, a compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Buffalo Center Medical Advocates. The applicant is Buffalo Center Medical Advocates, and the owner is SSG Properties, LLC, at 1591 North Buffalo Drive, Suite 130. Staff recommends approval on the land use, and Planning Commission has no recommendation on the land use. These are in Ward 2. Councilman Beers. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55284, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. At Planning Commission, 3 found the proposed use is not harmonious and compatible, while 3 found the proposed use is harmonious and compatible, and therefore there was a 3-3 tie and resulting in no recommendation from Planning Commission.
Concerning the compliance permit, the application as presented showed minimum compliance to city code. Based on the information presented, reviewers noted the following deficiencies. The needed expertise, knowledge, and ability in the dispensing of medical marijuana was not demonstrated in the documents presented, as the management agreements were not executed, Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95070, and the plans did not provide reviewers with adequate detail to determine if the plans address specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 110, 120, 160, and 190.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes to do your presentation, and if you are speaking, make sure you state your name and then eventually introduce everybody else. So 5 minutes, please.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Amy Hooks, and I'm one of the partners with our group. I also have with me this morning another partner, Robert Hossman, as well as Scott Olkey, who is working with us. And we also brought our new medical marijuana management group with us that we have been looking at. Christian Johnson as well as Matt Aiken are here with us, and they are experts in the industry out of Colorado. We would like to thank you for your consideration of approval of our medical marijuana dispensary. I have a doctorate in pharmacy, and I've practiced as a pharmacist for over 20 years. I have been living in Las Vegas for 17 years and have worked as a pharmacist in the hospice setting as well as the retail setting, and as well as worked for a pharmacy benefit management company that managed pharmacy benefits for over 20 million people across the nation. We feel that we have a great location for our dispensary, and that this location will help serve a need that will not be met otherwise. There really isn't another location that's close enough to help serve these patients in the area that we are located, which is at Vegas and Buffalo. We also realize that our proposed location is near residential and schools are in the vicinity, and we really have tried to ease the minds of the surrounding neighbors and business owners by holding an open house in which we discussed our proposed location. We sent out over 1,500 invitations to our open house, in which about 30 residents and local business owners attended, and that was very well received. We didn't have anyone throw food at us or anything like that, so I think that that was very well read. We also sent out over 37 letters to the neighbors and people who sent in their SUP cards that opposed our location. I personally sent them a letter explaining what type of business owners would be running this business as, pharmacists and medical professionals. We also were able to secure over 10 letters from the local business owners in that area to support our dispensary, as well as we received over 104 signatures on our petition in support of our dispensary. We realize that one of the concerns in this area is that most people think that it's a neighborhood and it's going to bring crime to the area. And we've heard that over and over again from many of the other applicants. We feel that this area will actually be more secure than it is now with the security that we have proposed to have. Our dispensary will be managed in the utmost professional manner, in which, much like an actual pharmacy would be, if this drug was actually in a pharmacy, you would see 5 different layers of security that you would have to go through. And we feel that our proposed location will have very much the checks and balances and secure that would ease the minds of the neighbors. We also are planning to provide patient education, which I have great experience in doing, as well as offering in-depth education to the physicians. We feel that physicians are integral in this equation, so not only educating the patients, but also the physicians is vital. I'd like to address a couple of issues that were in the director's letter. First and foremost, under our capacity to perform, we realized there was an issue with our current medical management group that you have seen some other issues with as well. And we have addressed that issue by bringing our proposed new medical management group with expert experience in the industry. They have over 4 years experience in Colorado. They worked with the medical enforcement task force there. They are seen as one of the most, respected groups. Their company is called AJS Holdings, so we will be addressing that issue and feel that we have found a really great group for us. Under the operational plans regarding some of the deficiencies with the educational plans, the transportation plans, 24/7 feed to Metro, we have addressed all of those, and we will absolutely be compliant if we are licensed and make sure that we cover all our bases there. I think that's it.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a few seconds back.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Okay, this is a public hearing on the special use permit. I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward and state your name.
Ross Abear, local business owner in the area, and I 100% support this group, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Come on down, state your name. You have 1 minute.
Linda Moore, and I am also a business owner about a mile away from this proposed dispensary. I have 2 gorgeous kids. One attends Palo Verde and one attends Sig Rogage. My daughter, who's 15, developed a seizure disorder at the age of 13. And I took her to every neurologist here in town, and every time she would have a grand mal seizure, they would just give her more medication, more medication. It was very sad. Finally, I took her to UCLA. She was on about 20 pills a day, 89 pounds. I mean, it was enough for a 200-pound football player type of thing. Her doctor at UCLA is doing more of a holistic approach, and she hasn't had a seizure in over a year now. So I do, approve this dispensary. I live in Summerlin. My business is in Summerlin as well.
Thank you for coming down. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. You have an additional minute if you would like to add anything.
Matthew Aiken, owner, AJS Holdings. We are a vertically integrated marijuana company in Colorado with over 30 state and local licenses for cultivation and retail sales of marijuana in the medical community. We have 4 years of compliance in the industry with 100% success. We currently serve over 7,000 medical marijuana patients in Colorado per month. We are an industry leader in the sales, seed to sales production of marijuana. We have the systems and infrastructure to help guarantee clean quality medicine for the patients of Las Vegas with the accountability that the state demands. We are a leader in patient education, and our first-time 5-milligram program has helped change edible dosages throughout the country to lower, more suitable for patients. We have fully compliant packaging, labeling, and transportation for the company, and we plan on being here as not only a consultant but a partner to have boots on the ground to guarantee the success of this medical marijuana company.
Thank you. Okay, any questions or comments from the City Council? Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would move to approve with conditions.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item number 10. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Item number 11.
I would move to approve the compliance permit.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item number 12 and 13. Item number 12, special use permit 55103, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,939 square foot medical marijuana dispensary and industrial zoning. And item number 13, DIR 56414, compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Blum, Las Vegas. The applicant is MetaPharm LLC, and the owner is DKM Development LLC at 1921 Western Avenue. Staff and Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin. Staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55103, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19. Therefore, the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the licensing permit, the application was in order for approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed, welcome. You have 5 minutes to do your presentation and state your name, whoever the speakers are, and then eventually introduce everyone else. So you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Rory Reed. I'm an attorney. I'm here on behalf of the applicants. My address is 1500 Four Master Lane. I'll introduce these folks if I have time. You've heard from a lot of people. I want to get right to this. There's 3 reasons you should approve these applications. First, proper planning dictates that this application be approved. The site is at 1921 Western. This application complies with or exceeds every requirement of your code. The site is centrally located and accessible to the public. It's on Western, a major collector street. It's just down the street from an on-ramp to I-15. If UMC were one end of the spectrum and Sunrise Hospital were the other, it's smack dab in the middle of the medical corridor in the city of Las Vegas. We counted at least 10 pharmacies within a mile of this site. So it's a compatible site. Its development won't negatively impact the neighborhood that it's in, and it provides access to the customers, the patients that need to access it, and it's proximate to other medical needs that they might have. The second reason you should support this, and this goes to the compliance permit, is that no applicant that appears before you has the same experience that this applicant does. You're seeing some pictures on your screen. This applicant has a national presence in the hydroponic agriculture industry. It manufactures hydroponic agriculture equipment. It owns and operates hydroponic farms throughout the country. If you bought lettuce or basil or oregano from your grocery store this past weekend, you might have bought Edible Gardens, their product. It's available in 1,200 locations around the country. It seemed like a logical extension of their business for them to get into the medical marijuana business. Their affiliate entered a merit-based competitive process in the city of Oakland, California. Of the dozens of applicants that applied, their application was ranked #1 in the city of Oakland. They opened their dispensary there almost 2 years ago. They see 900 patients, between 900 and 1,000 patients per day at that location. And I don't know if Karen Duddleston knows it, but your staff contacted the City of Oakland because they wanted to tour a facility next week. And the City of Oakland contacted my client, and they're going to go see what the City of Oakland believes is the best example of how a dispensary should be operated next week. So that's the second reason you should approve this application. And associated with that is, because they see so many patients every day, they have a database consisting of tens of thousands of patients. So when a patient in the city of Las Vegas presents themselves at this dispensary when it's open, the people behind the counter will have access to that database, and whatever their ailment might be, migraine, headaches, stage 2 breast cancer, whatever it is, the employees there will be trained to access that database and therefore know exactly what strain of cannabis and the quantities, the dosage that that patient should take to treat their ailment. There'll be no trial and error at this dispensary. They know what to provide the patients of Southern Nevada so that they feel better. Finally, the third reason you should support this application, it's a fully reporting public company. Therefore, you know it has financial wherewithal to do what it says it's going to do in the city of Las Vegas, and they have local ownership. Mike Nahas, who's here with us, you know him maybe from Morgan Stanley, if that's where you're invested. Also members of the Piccoli family own a substantial interest in this company. Rick Von Felt, who formerly was Metro's commander of its narcotics task force, is an owner of this applicant. Mike Betts, a well-known veteran and activist in this community, participates in this company, as do a number of others who I won't name, and I apologize for having forgotten them. So you should support this application because in doing so you would exercise good planning. You should do it because they have unparalleled experience and because of their financial wherewithal and because it has local ties that should be important to you. And we ask that you consider their applications favorably, and we're ready to answer your questions.
Thank you. Did you want to introduce the other three gentlemen?
This is Derek Peterson. He's the CEO of the parent company, James Nemechek, an employee of the company, and that's the Nahas guy I referred to, Mike.
Okay.
And there's others here, but we didn't want to bring an army, so.
Great. Thank you very much.
I brought the better-looking members of the team.
All right, this is a public hearing for the special use permit, so I will open up the public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard, come on down and state your name. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Hello. Is this on? No.
Yep, it's on.
Okay.
It's on.
Yay, happy afternoon. Yay. My name is Mona Lisa, and I'm a medical marijuana patient living here in Las Vegas. And I want to tell you, I had lunch with these gentlemen on the very first round with the city or the county, I believe. And they did sit down with the community, and we were so excited because there's not too many medical marijuana establishments that actually understand the difference between medical use and recreational use. There's a huge difference because we ingest our medicine. These people have the ability to integrate and do something great for the medical patients. They can apply what they know and help us greatly. It's going to be quite a difference when you find out how medical marijuana patients use their medicine, and these guys can help us. Thank you. I put my support fully behind them.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, state your name.
Hello, Vicki Higgins. I've talked with this team. I think they've done their research. They have the best of intents at heart. Their location is awesome, and they are locals. That's keeping the money in Nevada. That's what advocates and Nevada residents and patients had hoped for. So please support this team. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. State your name. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Shay Veazey, and I am a resident and a patient of Nevada. I just wanted to say, I'm looking around the room and I see all the affluent members of the community that I've looked up to, especially because I had a particular interest in social science. And this team right here, I've been a supporter of Mr. Reed and his family for a very long time, and I am so proud to throw my support behind them because the fact that they are actually considering benefiting me as a patient now is amazing, and I want to thank everybody for opening their minds and giving us a chance.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. You have 1 minute if you'd like to add anything else.
One gratuitous comment I failed to make. This application received the highest recommendation that your staff provides, and I should point out that it's one of 2 applicants that can say that on Western Avenue in that general area. And having said everything gratuitous I can think of, I leave it in your hands. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I have to look up gratuitous. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, any other questions or any comments from the council? Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. I'm waiting for Ms. Tarkanian to step up and take the opposite side of the issue. That is Amy Tarkanian, in your role as television personality and star. The application looks good. Is TerraTech the company that had a stock play done against it in the county proceedings?
It is, and if you want to know more about that, I can have Mr. Peterson
Can you
tell
briefly state what happened? Somebody went out there and sold your stock short and attempted to manipulate the votes on the county.
Yeah, that's our understanding. We have a civil suit we've been working on, but it appears to us that there was a Canadian short fund that disseminated some information at the time where we were under I think the correct term was the cone of silence, where we couldn't communicate with the commissioners. Through email and phone calls, they disseminated this information, which was enough to cause a vote to be pulled, essentially, which caused us not to get the permit for the dispensary. We did, however, have the opportunity to clear it up prior to that, and we're successful in getting passed for our cultivation facility. And there is our understanding is there's a Security and Exchange Commission investigation as well as a federal investigation that's been taking place around this
Good.
subject.
Well, I hope there will be.
Thank you. Thank you for asking.
And Mr. Peterson was being very, composed. It was really outrageous what happened in the county, and probably criminal and affected this company negatively.
Yeah. Well, welcome, Wall Street, welcome, or Canadian version of Wall Street. All right. I really received some objections from residents on the other side of the freeway because basically it's within that notification range. But I don't think that anything will affect them, and that's Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. There are going to be a lot of applications in this area. I'm going to move forward on nearly all of them, maybe all of them, as we see it. So this will be one of the first ones. So I now move for approval of item 12.
All right, please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 13.
I move for approval of item 13.
There's a motion on item 13. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate it.
Okay, items number 14 and 15. 14 is SUP 55182, a special use permit for a proposed 2,800 square foot medical marijuana dispensary in industrial zoning. Item number 15, a DIR 56418, a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Naturex. The applicant is Naturex. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Naturex. That sounds better, Naturex. LLC, and the owner is WAPP LLC at 1860 Western Avenue. Staff and Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are on Ward 3. Councilman Coffin. Staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55182, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the compliance permit, with the note that any day-to-day operations or consultants are subject to suitability, the application is in order for approval.
Okay, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes. If you're speaking, make sure you state your name and then eventually introduce everyone else behind you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and council members, Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here representing the application, and pleased to be representing the other application on Western Avenue, of which Councilman Coffin has spoken generously, and we are also the other one that received the highest recommendation at all levels. Also speaking today will be Michael Fry in behalf of the Fry family. They are majority owners here, so we have majority local ownership. He will introduce his other consultants as time permits. I just want to summarize here that we went to the design group and we were unanimously approved in all respects. The building is a modern building, landscaped, has ample parking, and we weren't surprised to be favorably received at that level. Similarly, we were unanimously approved at the Planning Commission that these sites on Western Avenue are appropriate from a land use position. We fully understand the comments offered by the business license review. We understand key employees need to come back for suitability, and we certainly understand that a detailed environmental report is required prior to licensing. And with that, I will yield to Michael Fry, who will introduce his other folks, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Good morning. I'm Michael Fry, 1860 Western Avenue. I'd like to introduce my brothers, Gary and Robert Fry, and our operations partner, consultant, Steve White, who will introduce the rest of his team.
Thank you, Michael. Mayor Pro Tem and council members, my name is Steve White, and we operate a couple of fully integrated medical marijuana dispensaries in Arizona. And please forgive me, I would like to make one point, and if I can do so by analogy, that's oftentimes how I communicate. I myself have had 3 back surgeries. The first back surgery, when I went into that surgery, I did what everybody does when they're choosing a doctor. And I went and I interviewed each one of them. And the one who answered the questions best for me, the one that I got along with the best, is the one who did the operation on my back. That operation was a failure, and that same surgeon performed a second operation, which was also a failure. That was the point at which I realized the way that I am determining how to choose somebody to operate on me is the wrong way to do it. Instead, I needed to find out who is best in the operating room. For you today, what you have before you are a number of applications and a number of people speaking. Some of those applications were drafted by the applicants, some were drafted by professional application writers. In this case, you have a group that drafted their own application, and you have people who have a proven track record in this industry in a regulatory environment that is identical to the one here in Nevada and Arizona. At every opportunity, every time that anybody is awarded a best medical marijuana dispensary in the state of Arizona, we've won it. Most recently, we got Best of Phoenix by Phoenix Magazine. You've also heard people talk about the Cannabis Training Institute and Americans for Safe Access. To date, there are only 6 dispensaries who have been certified by Americans for Safe Access. We are one of those. And that was a very arduous process led by Kyle Weiloge and Cassie Martinez, who are also employees of ours. So with all of that, we would urge your support for this application. Thank you.
My brothers Gary, Robert, and me have lived in Las Vegas all of our lives. We've operated retail businesses for the past 25, many of which require regulatory and privileged licenses. These include tobacco, contracting in real estate, liquor, and gaming. We've employed over 2,000 Nevadans and have paid $29 million to the state in the past 5 years alone. Our stepfather, Erwin Mulaski, founded Sunrise Hospital, and together with our mother, Susan, who's here today, helped found the Nathan Adelson Hospice. Their passion and commitment shaped our upbringing and beliefs. We're very proud to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We're ready for questions or public input.
Okay, so this is a public hearing for the special use permit. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward and state your name.
Hi, Vicki Higgins. This team is in a good location as well. Their history is in Nevada, a local team. They seem to be concerned for the patients, so I would like to support them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I am a medical marijuana patient here in Las Vegas. And I'm hoping, I want these guys to be passed through, but if they are not, I'm still hoping that we can somehow work with the Adelson Hospice Center in our community. Whether or not these people are approved, we would really like to get into the Adelson Hospice Centers. They are some really good people. So it'd be great to have that in our community. Some kind of connection where we're already working with the people who need it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing. You have an additional minute if you'd like to add anything.
We try not to rebut people who are on our side, so I'll just say that I didn't point out that we have some exhibits here to show the degree of thought they've given into producing a nice environment and a beautiful facility for the community.
So you're not going to sell cigars anymore?
We're going to move that location.
Okay, because I've been in there a few times for cigars, so I have to find, I don't need the marijuana, but I need my cigars. So, okay, any questions or comments from the City Council?
I'd just like to say that this group did come to our office and met with us, and their plans sounded excellent. And they certainly have the people who can get it done, and get it done in the right way.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Weiss, you brought back memories because December, next month, I guess, well, 6 weeks, will be 33 years since my back injury in a car accident from which I was paralyzed for about a month until the first surgery was able to clear that up. Pain, plenty of it afterwards, but I was walking. And then another surgery a year later to take out the steel rods that they had put in my back so that I could remain upright. Pain, plenty of that. Pain subsided, but I had to have a lot of narcotics eventually. I quit those. But 10 years ago, I had to go back on narcotics because of the arthritis, the lingering effects of a spinal injury. But, you know, those injury effects are more than just pain. They involve, anytime the spine's been insulted like that, it involves the brain, and the brain reacts badly to this sort of thing. And sufficient to say that things have been different from my life. One thing I want to do is get off the hydrocodone. I want to get off all those drugs. And that's why I will be applying for a medical marijuana card when this is all over. And I'll probably come and visit you, as I will other places, and just check and see just what you have. And will you treat me right? Because I don't need to get high. What I need to do is be pain-free. So for that reason, and the fact is, yes, it is true, there is another one we've just approved on Western. It's a perfect area for this kind of thing. So I am going to move for approval of item 14.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item number 14. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 15. Item number 15, please.
I'll move for approval. Oh, I did.
Item number 15. Need to make a
I move
motion.
for approval.
Motion to approve item number 15. Please vote.
That's part of the back injury problem.
Councilman Ross.
And maybe the hydrocodone.
And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item
withdrawal
number
coming.
16 and 17, I have a
Withdrawal.
letter here from Mr. Brown about a withdrawal, so why don't you go ahead and,
Mayor Pro Tem, if you could
Yes,
read
sir.
those into the record first.
What's that?
Read those into the record first.
oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Okay, item number 16 is an SUP 55207, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,268 square foot medical marijuana dispensary in commercial. Item number 17, DIR 56241, compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Desert Air of Las Vegas. The applicant is Desert Air Wellness, and the owner is Cecile Properties at 420 East Sahara. Staff recommends approval, and the Planning Commission recommends denial on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin. Mr.
Good
Brown.
morning, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street. Representing the applicant on both those items, per my letter to the city, we'd ask that we be able to withdraw those items without prejudice.
Okay. Beverly, do you have a copy of this? You do? Okay. Any questions or comments from the council? Councilman Coffin?
Move to withdraw items 16 and 17. No, I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yes, 16 and 17.
Yep. Okay, we have a motion to withdraw without prejudice on items number 16 and 17. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, items number 18 and 19, SUP 55218, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,272 square foot medical marijuana dispensary in general commercial C2, and item number 19, DIR 56424, compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Boulevard Medical. The applicant is Boulevard Medical, and the owner is Herd Properties, LLC, South Las Vegas Boulevard, Series at 1600 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite 150. Staff and Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coughlin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. In regards to SUP 55218, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the licensing compliance permit, this application shows minimum compliance to city code. Based on the information presented, reviewers noted the following deficiencies. Proposed products and advertising appear to directly resemble candy items found in a grocery store and are not presented as distinct medical marijuana products. Under Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.150, a review of the plan submitted did not provide adequate detail to address specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 120, and 160.
Thank you. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to do your presentation, and make sure you state your name when you are speaking.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Lucy Stewart, 2500 West Sahara, representing Boulevard Medical LLC, the applicant for the dispensary. And with me is Mr. Neil Tomlinson, who is one of the principals, and our Craig O'Loughlin, our expert from Arizona. Our suite is 3272 square feet. It's located at the north end of the shopping center. There's a bus stop within a block to the south of the site, and also to the west of us on Main Street. Our location is about a half a mile from the Walgreens pharmacy on Las Vegas Boulevard, and we're located between UMC and Sunrise Hospitals, making us convenient for patients on their way to their doctors or to facilities to stop by and pick up their medicine. And Las Vegas Boulevard has an average of 28,000 vehicle trips per day at this location, and Wyoming has 12,500. And we anticipate generating only about 140 trips from our site, and that equates to about 4 in the morning and 13 in the evening, with the remaining 123 spread out throughout the day, which makes it an average about 8 per hour. So we don't anticipate there being any kind of impact on the parking or traffic in the area. The patient will enter on a secure entrance, and once they're authorized to enter the facility, they're actually then authorized to go into the facility and purchase their medicine. And of course, once they've visited our facility and we have all their information, we will be able to, in the future, have their medicine delivered. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Tomlinson for his comments.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Neil Tomlinson, 3883 Howard Hughes Parkway, Suite 1100, Las Vegas, Nevada. I am the CEO of Boulevard Medical. I'm a 17-year attorney and also a U.S. Army veteran. My law practice is focused on regulatory compliance. For the past decade, I've represented Nevada's largest taxi and limousine operator, so I understand regulatory compliance, and I understand how to comply with detailed laws like we have in this industry. Our group is 90% locally owned. My partners are Mr. Mark James, myself, Doug Cooperman, who's a local businessman for many years here, Mr. Craig O'Loughlin, and also Darcy Buswell, who are both licensed owners and operators in the state of Arizona. We believe that we have a very strong team, and we offer the highest level of professional and financial accountability. Our proposal is that we are going to be focused on military veterans, and we're going to have military veteran leadership. We're working with the National Veterans Organization to hire veterans for our establishment. We also have already formed and funded a nonprofit charitable foundation that's going to help get reduced and no-cost medicine to military veterans. So we're very proud of that. That's called the Walter Project. Our organization is also going to focus research on veteran-related causes, and like I said, we're low and no-cost medicine to them. I understand that staff is in support of our application, and we have fully addressed all of the comments from staff to make our plans even stronger. We have a more comprehensive security plan that we believe is second to none. We have added interior signages. We have also revised our advertising and products list and packaging to make sure that we are fully compliant. So we are a very strong group. We ask for your approval. We also have an advisory board, a 5-member advisory board that includes Dr. Michael Levy, a longtime well-known local physician here. He is double board certified, and he is an expert in addiction medicine. So we're very happy to have him as part of our team as well. And we thank you for your time and ask for your support.
Okay, very good, thank you. This is a special use permit, so I will open the public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, any questions or comments from the City Council? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The concerns by the staff are my concerns as well, particularly the depiction of products showing what are called pixie sticks. I know what gummy bears are, but I don't know about the former. We definitely are opposed to things that would be attractive to children, and it's not because children are going to walk in the store and buy these things, no, but because they might go home and then be picked up by accident by a child. So, I mean, a child wants one. So, you know, I don't care if you shape them like golf balls, but I don't think gummy bears would be a good idea or anything remotely attractive to children. And that sort of applies for everybody. That's why our staff noted to you. What do you have to say on that, Neil?
Councilman Coffin, we have eliminated those products. Those products, they were contained within our presentation materials because those are products that had been approved in Arizona, but we have eliminated those from our product list, and we will not have those.
Thank you. This is a good location, Mayor. I'm going to move for approval of the special use permit.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item number 18. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 19, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, I move for approval of item 19.
Thank you. And vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, items number 20 and 21. 20, SUP 55233, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,542 square foot medical marijuana dispensary in C2 zoning. Item number 21, DIR 56416, a compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Great Basin Care. The applicant is Integral Associates LLC, and the owner is Cheetac Development LLC at 2307 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Staff and Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coughlin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55233, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the compliance permit, this application is in order for approval.
Thank you. Okay, you have 5 minutes. You know the drill, so we'll go right ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Lucy Stewart, 2500 West Sahara, representing Integral Associates LLC, who is the applicant for the dispensary. And with me today are all members of the LLC, Mrs. Camille Ruvo, Armin Yemenyadjin, and Michael Abbott. And over 80% of our membership is owned by Southern Nevadans. The property is located at 2300 2307 Las Vegas Boulevard South, and we're right next door to the new Walgreens on Las Vegas Boulevard, which we think that's some great synergy, so patients who need to go to Walgreens and get their medicine can come next door and get their medicine from us. There's a bus stop that's approximately 200 feet to the south of this site, and of course, that's the Deuce, which is our most heavily traveled bus system in the valley. And then we have the east-west bus system on Sahara, which is just 500 feet to the south of this location. So we think we have great mass transit for this location. It is our intent to minimize our carbon footprint of our tenant improvement through various construction techniques. We will be replacing the HVA system with a high-efficiency system. We will only use LED lighting, no fluorescent lights or standard light bulbs, and in the restrooms we'll be using dual flush toilets and automatic faucets. Our hours of operation are from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., but we may adjust those if our patients needs, we find our patients don't need those many hours. We are strategically located between UMC and Sunrise Hospital, when we think this again makes it very convenient for our patients. We believe our access to the bus lines, proximity to hospitals and shopping, and of course the pharmacy make this ideal. Also, after the Planning Commission, we did go out into the neighborhood to the east and collected signatures in favor of this request. So I'm submitting a petition with 181 signatures in favor of this application. So we appreciate staff's recommendation for approval and the Planning Commission for the SUP, and we appreciate Business Licenses recommendation for approval, and we respectfully ask for your approval.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing for the special use permit. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Seeing no public comment, I'll close the public hearing. Council, any questions from the council? Okay, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you. Lucy, I wish you'd have brought those names forward to me before the meeting so I could have brought them in balance with the opposition. But are they all in that neighborhood close by?
I looked at them, and it looks like they're like 6th Street, Beverly. I mean, it's the streets that are immediately to the east, east of Paradise.
Okay. Well, you have the Allure Tower across the boulevard from there, too.
Right, I don't have any
So
from
there's
there.
residential there. Well, I have 44 objections and some in support, but generally, a lot of them are not neighbors. This is an area where you're getting really close to the neighborhoods, even though it's right on the Strip and Sahara. So I don't have any objection to this. I think it can work, but I think there's an admonition to another applicant right around the corner on this one. The marketing, how this is advertised, is of great concern. I know you've picked this location, Camille, you have, because it is a tourist-oriented location, and the law permits the sale to out-of-town people, so there will be a lot of people coming in, and you won't need to advertise to local people. I think it's important to try to keep, you mentioned your carbon footprint. I hope the advertising footprint tends, I can't tell you exactly how to advertise, you understand, but I hope it caters to the visitors, because that's primarily what you're seeking, but I want to make sure we don't have a lot of traffic coming in there. You know, I don't know how many will show up at any one time, probably not that many, but they're going to be walking there. So I think if with that admonition, I'm in favor, and I think you probably have the best location of all for tourist exposure, and you'll make the most of that, I'm quite sure. And so therefore, I don't have any other concerns. Does anybody have any concerns on the council? Then, hearing none, then I'm going to move for approval of item 20.
Okay, we have a motion on item 20. Please vote. Motion carries. Item number 21.
I move for approval of item 21.
Okay, we have a motion to approve 21. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay, items number 22 and 23, SUP 55232, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 962-square-foot medical marijuana dispensary in C2. And item number 23, DIR 56420, a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Blossom Group LLC. The applicant is Blossom Group LLC, and the owner is Leah Lynn and James LLC at 810 South 4th Street. Staff recommends approval, and the Planning Commission recommends denial on the land use. These are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Did you say that Planning Commission recommended denial?
According to this, staff recommends approval, and the Planning Commission recommends denial. That's what it says in my notes.
That's not what I have in my notes. Okay. As regards SUP 55234, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions.
Yeah, according to this, the Planning Commission according to the agenda, item 22, the Planning Commission voted 4-3 for approval. That's the agenda. What's that?
The information on the agenda summary page reflects denial by the Planning Commission. So there's, I don't know which
Okay,
one's
we need to...
correct.
We'll get clarification, Mayor Pro Tem, as we're doing our presentations.
Sorry?
We will get clarification to make sure we've got that right.
Okay.
I watched the hearing, Mayor Pro Tem. A member of the Planning Commission moved to deny because they had 960 square feet. There is no requirement in the statute or our ordinances that you either have a minimum or a maximum number of square feet. So I think that their reason was not relevant.
So did the Planning Commission approve or deny it? Do you remember?
They denied 4-3, but it doesn't matter.
Denied it 4. It says, okay. All right, if you could just confirm all that, Tom, while we're doing the presentation, and maybe, so Karen, go ahead.
Concerning the licensing compliance permit, a review of the application showed minimum compliance to city code. Based on the information presented, reviewers noted the following deficiencies: knowledge in the compassionate use of marijuana to treat medical conditions and the needed education to manage such a facility was not demonstrated per Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.070. Plan submitted did not provide adequate details or address specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 110, 120, 160, and 190. Detailed plans to verify medical marijuana cards was not submitted for review per Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.59.030, 070, and 110.
Thank you. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to do your presentation, and if you are speaking, please make sure you state your name. So
Thank you. I'm Brian Gonzalez, distinguished councilman, mayor pro tem, and councilwomen. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you. I'm an attorney for and a member of the applicant, Blossom Group LLC. The Blossom Group is a group of entrepreneurs from the medical, pharmaceutical, medical marijuana, and retail industries. This means 2 things. 1, we have direct experience in creating, licensing, constructing, and operating pharmacies and medical marijuana establishments. 2, we have direct experience with the DEA and the DOJ in connection with the handling, sale, and compliance of scheduled drugs. The Blossom Group set out on this journey to create a dispensary, not a Las Vegas attraction, but rather a medical-based dispensary. We like to call it a pharmacy. Our decisions for location, size, and operations were based upon those considerations, again, to create and operate a pharmacy. Myself, another member, Andrew Hagopian, and our landlord met with many of you over the last couple of weeks. Thank you for your time. During our meetings, we addressed a few points highlighted in our compliance summary. I'd like to briefly address them here as a reminder that the Blossom Group is a qualified group with a qualified location. The first item was proof that one of our members owned part of Bloom. Bloom is one of the biggest state-regulated and licensed medical marijuana companies with several dispensaries in the state of Arizona. We provided this proof in the last couple of weeks under your direction, and I have a copy of it with me here. The second item was the DDRC denial. The DDRC expressed concerns with our design. However, days after, we submitted a redesign that was loved by the commissioner in our ward. The third item was a special use permit denial. We were approved by the staff, yet concerns about the size of our location were introduced after our time to speak. Even though we were told this is a non-issue to address the concerns of the planning commissioners, I'd like to point out that we have an extensive plan in place to ensure there'll be nobody waiting outside or loitering or any overcrowding. With those points of compliance summary addressed, I'd like to move on to the neighbors. We have read the opposition cards, and we listened to them during the special use permit meeting. The Planning Commission addressed those concerns and stated our location was proper, but notwithstanding, we went door to door and invited our neighbors to an information meeting 2 Mondays ago. At this meeting, we learned the primary concern was security. To address that concern, we pointed out 2 things. First, studies show that communities become safer when dispensaries are opened within them. And second, our property is set back quite a bit from the street. It's very well secured, and it frankly looks like a pharmacy. We believe we gained their support. With me today, I have a signed petition to this effect. There are 51 signatures, approximately 45 of which live within 4 blocks of our proposed location. I'd like to discuss the patient experience. It's going to be quick and easy. It's delivery, there's appointments, there's on-site and online menu, it's a controlled flow, security guard, security greeter. There's education, there's on-site literature and live consultations. There's online literature and references. Finally, there's variety. There's tested flowers, edibles, tinctures, devices, including those with a CBD blend for those types of afflictions where that would help. At this point, I'd like to introduce Mr. Andrew Hagopian. He's another member of the Blossom Group.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Hagopian, and I reside at 19 Contra Costa Place in Henderson. I've been a resident of Nevada for 25 years, and during that time, I've been very involved in giving back to the community, vis-a-vis donating to charities, and I was also on the Political Action Committee while serving as the Executive Vice President for MGM Resorts, a position that I held until November last year when I started my own consulting firm. I think it's important when we talk about these businesses, in addition to the obviously business aspect of it, is that these businesses have to give back to the community. And to that point, I also serve on the advisory board of the Veterans Village, located right here in the city of Las Vegas. For those of you who are not aware, the Veterans Village is a nonprofit organization that is dedicated to providing veterans with low-cost housing, assistance in securing employment, and also medical attention if necessary. It was founded about 3 years ago by Dr. Arnold Stark. I've been a member since inception, and I'm proud to say I'm a veteran as well. I'd like to say that if we're fortunate enough to receive the dispensary license, that it would be our honor and pleasure to donate our proceeds, a portion of our proceeds, to the Veterans Village. We also will offer a 10% discount to all veterans. And thirdly, we will assist the Veterans Village in their future fundraising events. Once again, thank you, and this concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. This is a public hearing on a special use permit. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name. You have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Vicki Higgins. The Blossom Group has shown great concern for their neighborhood. I assisted them. We walked the neighborhood. We talked to many, many, many of their neighbors. The Soho apartments, we may have objections from the owner of the apartment, but I've talked to many of the residents, and they fully support this team. I've done my research. They've got background in doctor pharmacy. They're going to run it as a medical facility. We're not going to have people waiting out in the parking lot. They're not going to be traffic backing up. I would say that this team took the time to talk with the people in the neighborhood, and the neighborhood that they are primarily going to serve is many, many veterans who are disabled, and the delivery services will be very beneficial for that. This team has gone has gone all the way to make sure that the concerns of the neighborhood, i.e. traffic or people backing up or people hanging around, are going to be addressed. They will be securing the neighborhood, picking up trash, being part of the Veterans Village. The veterans I talk to in the neighborhood are ecstatic. So I would love to support this team, and I hope you will as well.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please step forward. State your name. You have 1 minute.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Zach Takis, 3030 South Jones Boulevard, Green and Fuso LLP. I represent, again, Las Vegas Boulevard Development LLC, which again, as I have stated previously, is owned by Jonathan Schwartz and members of the Milton Schwartz family. Previously, I expressed the same concerns that I express now. This dispensary is proposed to be in the same location approximately as the other that I spoke about. The same issues with parking also apply here. Councilman Coffin, I believe that you raised a very good issue before. This is simply an objection to the location of the dispensary. I want to make that very clear, and I think Councilman Coffin made that clear as well. Also, Councilman Coffin, I did verify with my client. He does own the large parking lot to the west, as well as the parking lot, 2/3 of the parking lot to the north. So the parking situation is very concerning to my client, as well as I've said before, the driving a certain business from the area. As I said, that we're in negotiations for some leases.
Thank you.
So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I am a medical marijuana patient here in Las Vegas, and I am a non-paid advocate. I do not assist with anything. I do not get paid for my opinion or my integrity. So I'm here to tell you, not that you are, Vicki, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that to sound like that. What I meant to tell you was that I actually went out. This was a group that did have government, some kind of meetings with compliance. They had to have the neighborhoods out. And they did. They went door to door, and I'm here to tell you, a lot of people were upset at it at first, at having the idea, because they thought this wasn't the neighborhood for it. But once they realized that in the regulations there was a security system set up, that was all put to the side. And then we found out that this is one of those odd places that not only do you have a good team, but what you think you have a bad area is the perfect area. Because I have been helping people there to understand that they need medical marijuana. You have people down there, you talk about businesses around there. There's not any business around there compared to the people who need this service. So please keep that in mind. This is the perfect location and a great group. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please step forward and state your name.
Hi, my name is Shay Veazey. I'm here again to speak. In regards to the square footage, though, I don't know if many of the council members have had an opportunity to visit the interior works of an actual pharmacy, but some of them aren't very big, and it's actually advantageous based off of security because the parameters can be closely monitored, and it actually provides a lot more security that people cannot loiter versus being able to just go in and get their stuff and come out. I want everyone to think about the last time they went into a pharmacy and to see that the square footage should never be an issue. In fact, probably the smaller it is, the easier it is to maintain the facility. So thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please step forward, state your name.
My name is Richard Poole, resident of Henderson. I've lived in this valley since 1964. Been pretty heavily involved in our community with youth. Being past president of the Motorcycle Club, the Teamsters. We supported Child Haven. I was youth advisor for the Masons for a few years. Right now I'm retired and not active in anything. I will again, but we'll take a rest. I see a significant good attitude with these people because I would rather see it kept more incognito. I myself kind of violate that. I smoke outside because my wife is chemically sensitive. But I encourage all the low key that we can put on this, and their attitude is quite significant when you look at the value of it's not something that we want to encourage on a high profile. It's something we'd rather keep much more calm. And just everything about their attitude, the way they've approached it, I familiarized myself with. I highly encourage this council to be supportive of these people.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Couldn't beat their attitude.
Thanks. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
I'm Vicki Higgins. Bear with me. failed to mention that I had some other advocates ask me to speak for them today. Cindy Brown was here yesterday. She is not feeling well. She would like to support this team. Dave McDonough is unwell as well. I think you're familiar with Dr. Udy. He's part of the Veterans Program. He finds this team quite impressive. My husband, Mike Higgins, just had surgery, so he's home recovering. He would also like to support this team as well as my family. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on the SUP? State your name. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, City Council. My name is Timothy Eliotto, 4650 West Charleston, apartment number 2191. Just wanted to make just a quick remark, and as far as acknowledgement as well, and in support of this application. As far as with any support with the veterans, and I heard with the group in which they support, build homes. I do work with Dr. Uday on a personal level, and I know a lot of veterans that really do need, the medical cannabis. And basically we would be happy to basically work with you guys in the future, because they come home and they're very scared. I mean, PTSD could sound very good on paper, but it's not very nice in reality. So
Okay,
I'll just
thank
like
you.
to say thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to be heard? No, you already spoke. Sorry. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. You have another minute if you want to add anything.
I do. Thank you so much for the good words. I think I'd like to address some of the other ones. This kind of relates to parking in size. There's at least 16 spaces in the front. We have a significant setback from the street to the building. And secondly, we do offer appointments, delivery, and there'll be a security guard / greeter there as well. So anything related to parking or flow basically is a non-issue, because these types of controls prevent those things.
Okay. Any clarification on the Planning Commission vote?
Yes, sir, Mayor Pro Tem. We have confirmed that the printed agenda is in error. All other supporting documentation and backup information does accurately reflect the Planning Commission recommendation was for denial 4-3.
Okay, so staff recommends approval, and Planning Commission voted 4-3 for denial, and it sounds like it was based on the size of the building, or that was one of the issues. Okay.
That's correct.
All right, which is not part of the requirement on any size of the building. Okay, very good. Any questions or comments from the City Council?
Do you
Council,
have
yes.
a plan of how you're going to use that 960 feet, so we might be able to see how you're going to lay? A site plan, a site plan.
Like a floor plan?
Yes.
Yeah. Landscapes, if I put it like that, will come up properly. Does that work?
Yes, and could you describe?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I see, that's on my screen too, I didn't
There we
realize
go.
that. Apologize.
Walk us through this.
Can you walk us through it, please?
Yes, I would like to bring up our consultant, if that's okay. Would you mind?
Just speak in the middle microphone.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. Corinne Cute, 615 East Weber Drive. Let's see here. So our patient...
Your head is right over the map.
Sorry about
We
that.
can't see it.
Leave the map there, just move the microphone over a little bit. There you go.
How about go like that?
Or you can,
How's this?
as long as you can see the map and walk us through.
Alrighty. I know it by heart. So our patient flow was designed specifically for this building because of how small it is. Our experience in other dispensaries has shown us that we really don't need more than 1,000 feet to conduct thousands and thousands of patients to go through this place every month. So our traffic flow here and patient flow is pretty self-explanatory. We have an entrance door and a separate exit door. Our entrance door, when you come in, you're first greeted by a security guard greeter who will open the door for you. You are then in the, let's go ahead and leave the airport.
Put that back.
See it. You're in the waiting room then, and you are immediately, you are immediately greeted by our receptionist, who therefore you offer your state government certified photo identification and your medical marijuana card, which is then verified there. Once everything is passed through, that's about a 2 to 3 minute process. Then you are buzzed in through to our either bud tending room, our patient consultant room, or our one-on-one individual room. And this is for appointments with first-time patients, patients who have special needs, or they're not sure what which type of cannabis to use for which ailments. This is where they can have a one-on-one consultation with our patient consultants. They're certified. Next, they're actually in the bud tending room. This transaction, this process in the center there where you see is where we have our MedBox machine, and this is our 7,000-pound dispensing machine, which is extremely accurate and follows all state-requested verifications. This is, again, where they're biometrically linked and verified a second time in our dispensary, which takes, again, 60 to 90 seconds through that machine. Once they have received their medication, they exit out the middle hallway, as you can see here, a separate exit door. So you don't have patients running into each other. We keep this patient flow and traffic very simple in a circular type motion to keep it more of a conveyor style.
Any other questions?
No, I'm trying to look at all these arrows.
Okay. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, thank you. If you don't mind, I don't mean to bounce you around like a ping pong, but just come to the middle microphone. I want you to point something out to me. The gentleman, I'm sorry, your name?
Yes, sir. Krinkate.
Okay, just pull the microphone in front of you. It'll pick up your voice. There you go.
All right.
And just point from 1, 2, 3, 4. The question that I have in relation to, because I too understand that there's no requirement as it relates to the square footage of your building.
Yes, sir.
However, from the standpoint of occupants coming on a daily basis, I'm trying to figure out how much space you have to actually queue the number of patients that will be coming through your door, right? You said you're looking at approximately 1,000 people a month. That's 33 people a day. So I'm trying to figure out how you anticipate queuing them, specifically when in fact the front entrance, or the lobby, I would call it, at phase 1, stage 1. Then you move over to a smaller room, which is the bud tending room, which is smaller than the, correct, which is smaller than the entrance, the lobby. And I guess the number 3 is where the transaction is finally commenced. And then
That's where the medicine is dispensed.
I'm sorry?
That's where the medicine is dispensed in the
Right.
dispensary room.
Right, so it's dispensed at that point, and then they're back out the front door again, if you will, at number 4. So just walk me through that, because the space just seems so tight. And from a security standpoint, that raises a major issue for me, because with the spaces being so tight, I'm trying to figure out where this security, how will security have enough room to make any adjustments if necessary inside of such a small space?
Yes, sir. One thing I would like to point out here is that their exit door is separate from the entrance door. So
You can just point as you go, please.
Yes, sir. From a security standpoint, our entrance, you see, is on this side. Here's our entrance door. When a patient comes in, they check in. Their entire wait time, we can hold about 6, 7 people in our queue here.
Okay.
Our entire wait time is about 3, 4 minutes per patient here.
Okay.
Now, they will then be buzzed in. This is a secure door. They're buzzed in to this dispensing room, okay? So the dispensing room is where the actual transaction happens. So logging into the MedBox machine, that transaction, like I said, takes about 60 to 90 seconds. If the patient already knows which medicine they want, which there's full menu in our patient greeting room, and also online menus, and everything about this is designed to have people ready and patients' knowledge when they're there. After it's dispensed, they go through a separate exit here and go out this way. So this design was designed like this specifically to make sure there was no crossover and patients leaving through the front door, which is how it is designed at a lot of dispensaries. And this comes from experience.
Okay.
Absolutely. The consultation rooms are really important to us. This is where, like I said before, we have one-on-one patient consultation. Now, it doesn't happen for every patient. This is for patients that walk in as their first time in the dispensary. Guess what? In Nevada, this is going to be a lot of patients' first times, and a lot of them are going to want to have questions and one-on-one consultations with a patient consultant as someone who's very educated in this industry and want to know which medicine helps them for which ailments they have. That's where they'll have an opportunity to do this. We didn't have to add these extra rooms. We could have made a bud tending room huge, but it's really about the patients. And since our group's experience is running pharmacies, the dispensary we've set up and run in Arizona we use about 1,300 square feet, and we sometimes have several hundred patients a day with no problem. So I understand that the size up front, how it can look, but we did this on purpose, starting small. If we do end up outgrowing this space, we will expand. We will expand.
Councilman Barlow, I'd like to add that we have another drawing too here of a returning patient without a consultation. That looks to be a little bit more clear on point with your question.
Yes. Okay. Now, where's so the product is in room number 2?
2 places. So first, we have the MedBox equipment machine. This is a 7,000-pound machine that acts as a safe. Medicine will be stored and already weighed out and separated into doses in this machine. All of it's stored in there. Our medicine that we have to package is actually stored in our safe packaging room, which is another requirement by the state of Nevada. This is our safe packaging room. This room is only accessible by our high-end staff there, who are management staff who have security badges. You're buzzed in. There's a double-checking verified system to get in there, and that really only happens after business hours.
That's a good segue.
No windows.
Why-
No windows on that room.
Say what?
There's no windows on that room as well.
Are there any windows on any of these rooms?
Just in the front.
In the patient consultant room, there is a couple windows.
I'm saying the patient consultant rooms, yes.
There's a couple windows in the patient consultant room.
Yeah, we have a front elevation if you'd like to see that.
Yes.
Well, before you move that, let's just stick to this one point and then we'll go to the windows. Why would you have the secure room up front near the exit versus the room in the back near the emergency?
Yeah, our secure room is...
Let me explain to you why I'm suggesting that from a security standpoint. Because when a patient comes from point 2, they're moving out to point 3 right in front of this safe room, versus if it were tucked away in the back, they will never confront that safety room. So I'm just understanding why, from a security standpoint, would you have this up front and in the front of the building where someone can run a vehicle through the front wall of this very small facility versus the protection in the back?
Well, there's 2 things. One is that back room is right on the alleyway. The alleyway at the back of the building, there's the alley right there. So we wanted to keep most of that protected and up towards the front of the building. Secondly, the MedBox equipment machine acts as a safe as well. So all the medicine in the packaging and safe room, that door isn't opened during business hours. 1,000 people could walk by there and bang on that door and try to open it all day. They're not going to get in there until after business hours are done. That's when our weighing and accounting and everything is done in that package room. So to us, it wasn't...
In the back room of number 2 or the back room?
In the safe packaging room, after business hours, that's when that door is able to open, because our MedBox equipment machine acts as our safe and storage room for all the medicine as well.
Okay.
So this door is not actually going to be open during business hours. It has no need to be. Our safe is full already of medicine, enough to dispense for the entire day. Honestly, and this room can be moved if we had to, if it made more sense. But to us, the door is locked and safe at all times.
You're the professional, but I'm just, from my common sense, I would think that it should be further away from the front of the building versus having it where it's positioned now. But
yes, sir. Well, we would gladly move it if that was,
No. I'm just sharing my thoughts with you in regards to your security plan, because I want to be supportive. And that's why I'm asking the questions in relation to your footprint, being that it is fairly small. It's the smallest that I've seen thus far between yesterday and today. I know that it is not a requirement in relation to the square footage, but we do have to use a common sense approach as to how, in fact, we subjectively view this new market that is upon us. And so I want to make sure that from a security standpoint, that it makes sense for everyone. And so...
Councilman Barlow, I think it's an outstanding suggestion. I think we would use that to go and get another opinion. and maybe that kind of redesign is in order.
No, you guys are the professionals, so if you say that you're okay with it, then so be it. You were going to, although I do really appreciate your comment, what were you all going to say in regards to the windows as it relates to the rooms?
The windows are only in 2 areas in this building. One will be in the waiting room up front with the patients to see more of a clinical style, and one is also in the patient consultant room. None of the rooms that actually have medicine in it have any windows.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Tarkanian?
So basically, what you're showing is that your med box, the way it's designed and the safety involved in it, helps you save a lot of room.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why you're figuring you can do it in this.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Well, Councilwoman, I apologize. I would also point out that it's part of a double verification system. The patient is vetted at the front by the receptionist and again vetted a second time by MedBox itself. It's one of the amazing traits of that machine.
Thank
One final thought. In the backup here, you have, I'm assuming, a rendering of the final look of the building. What is this?
Yes, sir, you're looking at the front.
So this is the front?
Yes, sir.
That's a side view. I can't really see it from here,
And this is the back view right here that we have. This is the back view.
Okay, so what is this, the front or the back?
but so that's the front.
The one that you have right there is the front.
Foliage, yeah.
And how many doors are on the
On
front?
that rendering, our redesign, I believe it's 1. We have an exit door that comes out of the hallway right next to the entrance door. I don't think it's on that rendering.
Okay, because I was just going to ask, because I only see one door
Right,
here.
yes, sir,
However,
yeah.
in your plan, you have 2 doors.
Yes, we do have an
So-
exit door. It's separate from the entrance, and the main reason is because of the patient flow.
Right, so this is not accurate.
Correct. There should be an exit door right to the left where those windows are. So it has been added. You guys
No,
must not
this
have
is,
the updated
it only
version.
shows 1 door.
Yeah, we have a separate one.
Okay, I appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the city council? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Well, as I indicated earlier, I was disappointed in the Planning Commission's decision to go into areas where they didn't have any jurisdiction. But I'm wondering if there are any other concerns that Planning Commission had, or did they just focus on the size of the building?
Councilman?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, through you, Councilman, there was some discussion about the patients having to wait outside because they felt the building might be too small. So that was all part of the size of the building. But they did have some concern about circulation for handicap, and I don't know that staff has looked at that and has an opinion on that. But that's really all that I have in my notes in terms of the Planning Commission's conversation. But staff's review of the plan is that is adequate, so.
Okay, I'm disappointed in the Planning Commission for this. I think the idea is they should have done their job better on that. I don't understand why they focused on something they didn't have any jurisdiction on and don't give us any guidance about the other stuff, which they have jurisdiction over. There are concerns, naturally. There's some things to note. Applicants Danesh and Kermani on the application listed the address as 2000 North Fashion Show Drive, but our research shows that they live in California. Did you look into that, or did Business License look into that?
I'm sorry, I believe that was a business license question.
Can you explain, let me ask the
May I?
applicants while you're looking.
May I?
Yes, Brian, would you please address that?
Thank you, Council.
Make sure you state your name for the record when you're speaking.
Brian Gonzalez, 3300 Pollux Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. We have one permanent resident, Mr. Hagopian, Mr. Dinesh, and Mr. Kermani had established a lease at that address because we have 3 existing applications in, one we're speaking of today. They will, it facilitates us dealing with those applications during this application process. So I would call it a dual residence. If we're licensed, it will become a permanent residence, and I will come along with it, along with my wife and 3 children.
You heard some concern about access, maybe illegal access to the premises. If you are approved, I think it would be a requirement of you, not only you, but others, that glass in that area, which is frequented by vagrants, be unbreakable, or at least Lexan resistant, some sort of a, because I understand the need to have light in there. I mean, I think natural light's important. We don't want it to look like a box with no windows, because that would not be harmonious with the neighborhood either. I have 4 or 5 oppositions from 200 Hoover. Is that the high-rise that is close by? Can somebody help me? Is that loft, or is it, which one is the closest high-rise? 200 Hoover. Well, I'm not getting an answer.
Through you, Mayor Pro Tem, that would be the Soho is closest.
All right. And, well, I'm only going to move for approval on this for this reason. You pay attention to this, applicants. I needed to have the state report. I really wanted to see what they had to say about you and several others that were in that area. Because while we have a lot of applicants, only a few can survive. And there's been a lot of neighborhood concern about too many applicants. They don't realize that these are going to be culled down pretty seriously. And so I've made that statement before. I don't know how the council will feel, but I feel like you're worth taking an additional look at in comparison to the others too. And for that reason, I'll move you forward one step. It's probably not the final step for you all, because you're going to have to stand competition against the others when we get to 20 or 25 and we only have 12 to give out. And I want to see the state report on you. So therefore, I will move for approval at this point.
All right, we have a motion to approve item 22. Please vote.
Mayor Pro Tem, could I just ask Mr. Coffin, have you, did you visit the area, the building? Do you feel?
Yes.
You did? And
Yes.
you felt it would be sufficient?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and post. Motion carries unanimously. Item 23.
Move for approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve 23. Please vote. Councilwoman? Oh, you did, I'm sorry, thank you. Motion carries unanimously, thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your day.
Okay, item number 24, SUP 55248, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,760 square foot medical marijuana dispensary in C1 Limited Commercial. Item number 25, DIR 56423, compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Qualcanna Las Vegas. The applicant is Qualcanna Las Vegas, and the owner is Plaza Las Americas Holding at 546 Northeastern, Suite 155 and 160. Staff and Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55248, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission did vote 6-1 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the licensing compliance permit, the application for a medical marijuana facility as presented shows minimum compliance to city codes. Based on the information presented, reviewers noted the following deficiencies: knowledge in the dispensing of medical marijuana and the needed education to manage such a facility was not demonstrated per Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.070. Plans do not provide adequate detail or address specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 110, 120, 160, and 190.
All right, thank you. Thank you for coming down. You have 5 minutes to do your presentation, and please state your name if you are a speaker.
Okay, I am the speaker. Mayor Pro Tem and council members, my name is Dominic Gentile, and along with my partner, Sean Higgins, we represent the applicant, Qualcan, and we are partners in the law firm of Gordon Silver. given the recommendations of the staff and the Planning Commission, I would like to address one aspect of why I think Qualcan is uniquely situated and should be given consideration and approval. When I've been here watching it on TV yesterday and here personally today, it is pretty clear that this location, which is on Eastern and Bonanza, is not going to be dependent upon tourism, is not going to be dependent upon out-of-state business, and is going to be serving an otherwise medically and economically underserved part of the city of Las Vegas. Somebody has to do that. This is the furthest east, and it is a long way from any other applicant. This community, and we have submitted to Councilman Coffin, I believe, 135 signatures from basically everybody that lives contiguous to the location that this applicant is seeking, and they are all in support of it. I recognize that there was an area of concern with respect to Roush International, and I would like to address that on this application as well as on the state cultivation and dispensary application. We have disclosed Roush International, and I have here, and I should introduce to you, by the way, excuse me, Mr. Michael Dreyer, who for the last 7 years has been with Roush International, working in the state of California with at least 2 already granted licensees for dispensaries, and there are 3 more applications pending. He has 7 years' experience in compassionate medical marijuana. And to the extent that you have any specific questions, he will be prepared to respond to them if necessary. This man right here is Lorenzo Baracco, and I say that probably differently than any of you would. Mr. Baracco is the proprietor of the Del Toro Ristorante, which is the largest, I believe it's the 3rd largest unit at the Palazzo, and he has been operating that for the last 7 years. He operates restaurants and real estate investment companies and construction companies throughout the United States and even in Aruba and Curacao. He has an MBA and a JD from Northwestern University, so he clearly has the kind of training and background, both in terms of his formal education and in his on-the-job training, if you want to call it that, by being an operator, to be sensitive to the kinds of problems that one can anticipate if one is granted a privileged license, and clearly that is what we are here dealing with. A person does not, along with his partners, Mr. DiCarlo, who is in China today, so he can't be here, and Mr. Perla, who is an investment banker from New York. They are sophisticated business people who can be trusted to be concerned not just about operating this dispensary properly, but about the impact that operating it improperly would have on the rest of their holdings, which is the reason that they went to Roush International. Roush International has a background basically growing out of military intelligence. And Roush International is going to be a watchdog watching for them in a far more sophisticated way than they could do themselves. So to the extent that that was an area of concern, I believe that it has been addressed. And we would await any kind of questioning.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a special use permit, so I'll open the public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. You want another minute to speak, or?
I don't get paid by the word. I'm okay.
All right. Any comments from the city council? Councilman Coffin?
Just have a question. Dominic, I brought this up with you in a meeting last week, I think, and there was one question, an issue of concern from the staff. I think it has to do with New York State, probably state income of some kind, or property tax liens on Lorenzo, going back to 2008 and 2009. Can you illuminate on that?
Yes, as of the 27th of October of this year, and I am holding the receipt, albeit having been paid under protest, that lien has been paid. It grew out of, by the way, you'll notice that in the report there was also reference to a federal tax lien that was satisfied the day after, and they both grew out of the exact same transaction. It was a situation where an accountant expensed out something that should have been capitalized and depreciated. And so Mr. Baracco wound up with a dispute with the taxing authorities. Paid the federal immediately, has still got the dispute with New York, but at this point in time, Councilman, it has been paid off. And if you want to see the receipt, I have it right here.
Well, you could leave it with the clerk, Dominic. Okay, that's a good thing. I'm sorry you paid it if you had, in fact, seriously considered continuing to fight it. This is the federal portion of this lien, right? So, well, that wasn't a condition of approval, but as long as you've expensed it.
It was a state lien. It wasn't a federal lien.
Okay.
The federal was paid the day after it was filed in 2009.
Okay. All right. Well, your counsel, Lorenzo, has told you to expense this one instead of capitalizing it. So there you are. Take it out on him. It was a good idea, though. You do meet the minimum requirements, which is not to say that you're minimally qualified. You are. We appreciate the fact that you're an investor here in Las Vegas and that you live here. I really appreciate the fact, this is the intangible portion, that you're on the east side of town. You're the only group that is not after the tourist dollar. You are in there, you know you're not going to get it because you're miles away from the Strip. You are at Eastern, and so we know that you'll be there to satisfy the needs of the medically underserved. And I realize that some people don't understand that pain does exist on the east side, just as it extends on the west side, the wealthy west side, which is treated with hydrocodone and other expensive drugs. There are people on the east side of town who do need and hopefully can get some relief from things that are different. And that's a big deal. I myself drove through these neighborhoods 2 times, both up from Washington down to Stewart, looked at it, and I thought, when I don't see any objections come in, I'm impressed. I mean, really, I think we had a couple, but you worked the neighborhood. And so I don't want to delay this any further because I know Callister has back pains, and he's standing there grimacing. So I will now move for approval of this application.
Okay, we have a motion to approve 24. Please vote. Councilman Beers?
Yeah, I was pretty set to vote in favor of the councilman's motion until these guys threw the accountant under the bus.
All right, go ahead and post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 25.
I move for approval.
Motion to approve item 25. Please vote. Councilman Coffin? Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item 26 and 27, SUP 55253, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,280 square foot medical marijuana dispensary, general commercial. Item number 27, DIR 56426, a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary, Green Mart of Nevada LLC. The applicant is Green Mart of Nevada LLC, and the owner is 1510 Company at 1512 South Main Street. Staff and the Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Regarding SUP 55253, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the licensing compliance permit, the application showed minimum compliance to city code. Based on the information presented, reviewers noted the following deficiencies. Plans did not provide adequate detail or address specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 110, 120, 160, and 190. Building documentation was inadequate to determine the adequacy of the proposed building by the city building official as required by Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.060.
Okay, thank you. You have 5 minutes. Do your presentation, and if you are speaking, state your name and eventually introduce everybody else. So.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, for the record, Sean Fellows with the Rogich Communications Group, 11920 Southern Highlands Parkway in Las Vegas, representing the applicant Greenmart of Nevada. Behind me are owner-operators Beth Stavola, Joe Lobb, and Christine Flores. Greenmart of Nevada is a majority Nevada-owned and female-owned business with a distinguished track record of community and charitable involvement by all owners in all jurisdictions that they operate. Unable to be here today, but some of their board of directors that I need to address is the Honorable Mel McDonald, former U.S. Attorney for Arizona, former federal judge, and wrote the Reagan drug control policy in the Reagan administration. Don Tucker, a U.S. Marshal and U.S. Secret Service agent, retired, and Steve Rice, a noted local attorney and philanthropist here in Las Vegas. Speaking to Greenmart's experience, they have a proven track record of success by operating 2 award-winning facilities, one a dispensary, the other a vertically integrated facility, both in Mesa, Arizona. They have global ownership and partnerships from Canada to Germany in industrial hemp and THC products, CBD drops and creams, which are currently helping patients worldwide. They own patented lighting and hydroponic technologies, also helping to reduce power and water consumption. They have ongoing partnerships with leading researchers in the field of medical marijuana, and more specifically, medical marijuana and its effects on post-traumatic stress disorder faced by veterans. They are currently working to bring that federally funded study here to Southern Nevada. They are committed to meeting and exceeding all local and state standards and specifications. Speaking to the site specifically, the security plan and director's report discrepancies. Paul Masto is currently serving as our security consultant. Paul is the former special agent in charge of the Las Vegas office of the U.S. Secret Service. He has looked over the existing protocols and procedures and has found them to be, quote, the best he has seen. We have met multiple times with Metro, spoken with the undersheriffs, and discussed the 24-hour surveillance feed, but moreover, we've discussed ways that we will partner with Metro on educational and outreach opportunities to help the command in understanding the effect of medical marijuana here in Southern Nevada. Talking about economic impacts, Greenmart of Nevada will employ over 20 employees at this site with good-paying jobs, over at least $15 per hour, with full medical and dental benefits. They have a 25% hiring quota to veterans and former law enforcement personnel. Speaking as a veteran myself, I can tell you that I admire these because these are not just mere goals. These are existing standards that they currently set forth in their other facilities. The location itself is a nearly 1,300 square foot dispensary at Maine and Wyoming with patient access via major thoroughfares and multiple bus routes. All adjacent and surrounding land use is commercial. The location meets all separation standards set forth by the city, as well as recommendations by the state of Nevada. We support staff's recommendation for approval and made modifications based on the staff report to modify any discrepancies that were existing. And instead of just artistic renderings about what the site could look like, I want to turn your attention to the visualizer to my right. This shows you just precisely the type of facility that they are operating. I know one member of this council has visited. I know members of the Nevada congressional delegation have visited this site to see the award-winning patient facilities that they operate. What you see here is the front door, a ballistic glass providing security to both patients and employees with a waiting room. Patients are brought back from this waiting room at a 1-to-1 patient-to-technician ratio into the room that you see here, where they have consultation desks, as well as product, and finally, the point of sale, also behind ballistic glass and a ballistic wall. At this point, I'll yield the rest of our time and open up public comment.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing on a special use permit. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Seeing none, I will, okay, I do see one.
Okay. For the record, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I'm a medical marijuana patient here in Las Vegas, and these guys have actually talked to the community a little bit, and I do throw my support behind them. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. For the record, name is Timothy Eliado, 4650 West Charleston, apartment number 2191. Just basically wanted to acknowledge there are some few things that I heard that I will like to welcome this establishment into basically our city. As anyone who's really concerned and cares about for the veterans and also employing them, it should always be considered, and I would like to basically recommend and acknowledge them for basically doing that. So I hope they move on and get approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Hi, Vicki Higgins. With the past history of this team and their experience and the look of their dispensary, I think they're a good choice. I would like to support them. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I close the public hearing. Anything else you want to add?
Out of respect for your time, we'll yield the remainder of our time.
As you mentioned, Sean, I was the one that went down and actually saw the facility. I'd never seen a medical dispensary before, so I was invited to go down and see yours, and I was pleasantly surprised. It didn't really look like a medical dispensary. There was nothing on the outside. It just looked like an office complex, and the inside was laid out very professionally, so it was nice to kind of see what these things look like.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, any questions or comments from the City Council? Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate that. Mr. Fellows, great job on your presentation. I've spoken of other applicants about being the best of the best, and, you know, this is the best of the best, honestly. As we dole out these privileged licenses for these historic new businesses that we haven't had ever in the state of Nevada, you guys are at the top of the list there for being professional. Having run operations in Arizona, fabulous. And so I think you guys are just incredible, and looking forward to seeing what you do here in Southern Nevada. So I'm in full support of your applications.
Thank you, Councilman.
Any other questions or comments from the City Council? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I agree. I think the presentation is good. The location is good. And here's where we get into conflict. So there are at least 2 or 3 other good applications in that area, very close, stone's throw almost. So it's approaching a cluster depending on what is approved. And again, we have this situation. We don't know who's going to make the final cut. We're at 4 to 1, basically 4 applicants for every spot that can be awarded. We'll probably be at 2 to 1, 2.5 to 1 when we're done with today. So the addition of the state report will really help us make a final determination. There are applications near Oakey and Western on the boulevard, and you know, very close, and Main Street too, I think. The point is that it's becoming a cluster. Now, that word has been a bad word with some people, but I want to say that I felt that as I watched the testimony in Carson City, the reason why cluster doesn't bother law enforcement, in fact, they encourage it, is because the metro detail that is created to observe and watch these premises will find it a lot easier to police the area, because 1 or 2 cars can do this job so much easier than if they had to race all over the valley periodically to respond. They will be able to be right in close and see who's coming in, who's coming out, make sure product isn't moving in or moving out improperly out the back door. So there's a lot of reasons why I bring this up, because I'm trying to address in advance problems that are perceived by residents and could become real without proper enforcement. So what we do is we can permit, but since this is a special use permit, it's also a good idea to remind everybody that can be taken away. That can be taken away. It is not your birthright to have a special use permit. So I think with that in mind, I will now, Mayor Pro Tem, I will move for approval of this.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item number 26. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 27.
I move for approval.
Okay, please vote. And Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, item number 28 and 29. Item number 28, SUP 55254, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,240 square foot medical marijuana dispensary in industrial zoning. Item number 29 is a DIR 56429 compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Well Leaf. The applicant is THC Nevada LLC, and the owner is TNT Family Trust at 1800 Western Avenue. Staff and Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55254, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. The Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the licensing compliance permit, this application showed minimum compliance to city code. Based on the information presented, reviewers noted the following deficiencies: knowledge in dispensing medical marijuana and the needed education to manage such a facility was not demonstrated under Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.070. Plan submitted did not provide adequate detail or address specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.110, 120, 160, and 190. No interior sign plan was provided per Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.060 and 160.
Okay, you have 5 minutes. It's all yours. And
Thank
make
you,
sure
Mr.
state your
Mayor Pro
name.
Tem and council members. Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street. Especially proud to be here representing an applicant which is comprised of 100% local ownership and local long-term ownership. As listed in your agenda, the principals here are Mr. Alan Pulis, Danny Thomas, Steve Rosen, David Thomas, and Amy Sugden. And all local, all longtime people you probably know, and we know that you've been favorably impressed when that's the case, so we wanted to put that out there. They will not be speaking as owners unless you have questions for their consideration. 2 people will be speaking, Marissa Yannick and Mike Abrams. Very briefly, before they speak, if I can say, the design here was completely endorsed by the design committee. It has the advantage of what's called a sally port, meaning a secure area to receive and depart with vehicles where the door can be closed and locked, as opposed to a delivery to just a building. It's a modern building, modern parking in adequate numbers. It was fully supported by that level. Planning Commission, similarly, as you heard, approved the matter unanimously. The report from the business licensing side, apparently through our error, there was a comment in here that there was no information on our experts on the marijuana issue itself. Our experts are Marissa and Mike. A resume was prepared. We thought it was submitted. Apparently it went only to the state. We're confident that had that resume been in there, that we would have had an unqualified, total favorable recommendation at this location, which has locationally previously been approved there on Western Avenue for others. We would have had, we're confident, a more thorough, favorable representation. But in lieu of that, we have the people here instead of their resume, and we'll let them tell you that story now. So, Marissa.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marissa Yannick, and I'm from Boulder, Colorado. I have 5 years' experience in the medical marijuana industry. I've owned and operated 2 businesses, both cultivation and dispensary businesses. And although I have knowledge of the entire aspects of all the business, most of my expertise does lie in the dispensary portion of the business. I manage all of the administrative as well as the compliance issues. I deal directly with the doctors who are prescribing the medicine, and most importantly, I deal with the patients directly. It's my responsibility to make sure that the patients have the medicine that they need, that the doctors are prescribing, and I have to source this medicine, if not from our own cultivation site, from other licensed vendors in the state. With that, we do provide a lot of patient education on the correct dosage of the medication as well, and make sure that the patients know exactly what the doctors are prescribing and how to medicate themselves. I've helped thousands of patients over the last 5 years, and one example I'd like to share with you, a very recent example, a 17-year-old boy, his name is Patrick, suffering from grand mal seizures on a daily basis for many years. And the seizures were so frequent that he had to be taken out of public school. I've worked closely with his mother and with a doctor who began prescribing medical marijuana for him. And over the last couple months, we've been able to get him on a very specific tincture that has allowed him to go back into the public school system. And this is just one example of the thousands of patients that I've helped over the past 5 years, and this is the expertise that I bring to this team. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Mike Abrams, members of the council. I'm honored to be here. Marissa is someone that I work with closely. We've started and developed this store together. I've also been an integral part of developing 3 other stores that are currently operating, licensed, and in good standing in Colorado. I got contracted to consult with these fine gentlemen and help them develop their business, to educate the staff, to have someone on like Marissa that's trained to educate the patients about what their needs are, and in order to provide the proper medication for them, medical marijuana-wise, so they can basically deviate from some of the difficulties they have with other prescription drugs like Patrick did. My goal is to help provide them with everything that they need from inception of the business until throughout the life of their business. I have been doing this in California, in Colorado, and in Washington. Also have people that I'm working with legislative-wise in Ohio and Florida at this time, and I feel like I'm fully competent and able to help them to comply with the laws and
Okay,
whatnot.
thank you very much. Okay, this is a public hearing on the special use permit. I'll open a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. State your name. You have 1 minute.
Hello, Vicki Higgins. This team has a history with education that is highly desirable in this community, in a dispensary and in cultivation, that assists their knowledge about the medicines, will assist also in many different areas. I think their compassionate history speaks for itself, and I would like to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? All right, I'll close the public hearing. You have 1 additional minute if you'd like to take it.
Just to reiterate, we're confident that the resume that somehow didn't reach you all was in the state package, and for that reason, we're reasonably confident we're going to be favorably received at the state, and we hope that you will send it forward, as it were, with your favorable comment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the City Council? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Well, I think we'll be seeing Monday, how the state treats you with the fact that you did submit the documents to the state, which would be important to see. And at the same time, I don't doubt that they will be. I think this is a good location. We've had very few objections. It again is in what you would call an industrial area, and for that reason, I suppose, with a couple of objections that come in from some neighborhoods, and not just generally 2 or 3 from the neighborhoods on Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, but they are on the other side of the freeway, so there is quite a bit of shielding between there and the freeway, and so therefore, and the neighborhood. So therefore, I will move for approval of this one.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item 28. Please vote. Councilman Ross is coming down. Okay, motion carries. Item number 29. Is there a motion on item 29, please?
I'm waiting for Councilman Ross to express his First Amendment rights to vote for.
I'm good.
Do you have a motion on 29?
We had a motion on 29. Did Councilman Ross get on the record on 28? Okay, that is 6-0, okay. Motion made now for approval on this site development plan review.
Okay, there's a motion to approve 29. Please vote.
Sorry, Council.
For
Any
clarity,
Motion carries unanimously.
for clarity, the comment was site development review. That was the compliance certificate.
Yeah, both agenda items have been, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks.
Did I say SDR? I meant compliance, excuse me, for the record.
Okay, let's see then. We did that one already, so we're going to go to 33 and 34. All right. We're on items number 33 and 34, special use permit 55272, request for a special use permit for a proposed 9,750 square foot medical marijuana dispensary in industrial zoning. Item number 34, DIR 56431, a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Commerce Park Medical. The applicant is Commerce Park Medical, and the owner is MW LLC at 1112 South Commerce Street. Staff and the Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55272, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations, subject to all conditions.
Concerning the compliance permit for business licensing, this application showed minimum compliance to city codes. Based on the information presented, reviewers noted the following deficiencies. Building documentation was inadequate to determine the adequacy of the proposed building by the building official, Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.060, and the plan submitted did not provide adequate detail or address some specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 110, 120, and 160.
Thank you. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to do your presentation, and if you do speak into the mic, please make sure you state your name.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is, excuse me, my name is Matt Griffin. I'm a lawyer here today on behalf of Commerce Park Medical, who has an application before this body at 1112 South Commerce Street. The owners of Commerce Park Medical are Julie Murray, Ed Finley, and Phil Peckman. And Phil Peckman is the general managing partner for Commerce Park Medical. Throughout this process, we've been in contact with staff. We've met with staff, in fact, 3 times to clarify our application and clear up any ambiguities that might exist therein. The location of this is rather unique, I think, when you look at where this piece of property is situated. It's about halfway between the Arts District and halfway to the other end to the Medical District. It's also very conveniently located within a half a mile from an on-ramp and an off-ramp from 215. It's a large location. It's approximately 20% larger than any of the other applicants that you've seen today. And if you'll notice from the floor plan, that space is used for added security. We've hired a 22-year veteran of Metro Police Department to advise us on the security of this location. And there's also internal and external cameras that have been equipped at the location. And lastly, I would note that the parking in this location is about 58 spaces more than what is required by code, and will have approximately 110 parking spaces. With that, I know a lot of the interest before the council today is who is actually going to be running these facilities and what is their experience. The operator of this, Mr. Mitch Britton, who's standing to my right, is an operator in Colorado currently. He's currently a manager of the largest cultivation facility, indoor cultivation facility in the state of Colorado, well, actually in the United States for that matter. And then he's also the manager of 13 dispensaries in the state of Colorado as well. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mitch Britton to the body.
Thank you. Again, my name is Mitch Britton. I've recently operated and managed 13 dispensaries in the state of Colorado and will be responsible as the day-to-day operations director of Commerce Park Medical. My wife and I have recently located a home in the city of Las Vegas, and I will personally be here to ensure this operation's success. During the past 5 years, I've served as the operations director for the industry's largest vertically integrated retailer, cultivator, and producer of medical cannabis, representing over 12% of the state's market share. I intend to bring my experience to Nevada and position Commerce Park Medical as the state's safest, most secure, and affordable medical marijuana establishment. In the past 24 months, the dispensaries that I'm responsible for have seen nearly 48,000 of the 112,000 eligible patients in Colorado. Incredibly familiar with inventory tracking systems that are required by our respective state, and can ensure that the inventory tracking system we use here will comply with all of your regulations. We've also allocated over $70,000 to train all of the key personnel, and we'll be taking them to an operating dispensary to do that training. We expect to hire at minimum 25 to 30 full-time employees that will be Nevadans. Thank you.
With that, Mayor Pro Tem, we turn our remaining time over to the council and for public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is a special use permit public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. State your name, and you have 1 minute, please.
Hi, Vicki Higgins. With their dispensary past and history, I say they're a good fit. Let's try it. My support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Veronica Litvak, 1306 South 3rd Street in the Arts District. First of all, there's enough sugar coating to go on in this room that a diabetic would go into a coma. I've had an antique business there for 14 years and have been struggling since day one in the Arts District. Basically, Cindy Funkhauser and I started this area. My mailbox was flooded last week with 9 cards, all of them in the area there. At least they were honest enough to mention that they're between the Arts District and the Medical District. A few years ago, I came here in opposition to a methadone clinic being put right in my backyard. It literally abuts the back of my business. Well, that passed, and I got to thinking, well, maybe it's a good thing. It's trying to get people off of drugs. Now, here we are putting 7 to 9 places there to get people on drugs. So I'm a little confused. What's going on in the Arts District? Are we going to rename it the Medical Marijuana District? Or, I mean, what's going to happen to all the small businesses who have been struggling down there? I'm not opposed to this particular one. I'm opposed to having so many of them there. I don't know if medical marijuana works. I know you have issues. I have the same issues you do. I won't be trying it, but that's your prerogative. I will be questioning, though, the council people who I vote for, if they're competent enough when they're on marijuana to do their job. That will be a concern.
Thank you. Thanks. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please step forward.
Shay Veazey. I guess I'm just young enough and stupid enough to actually come up here and rebut that. We're patients. We're not drug addicts, and then we actually will detest the notion that we're trying to put people back on drugs. Now, I have a heavy pharmacy background. I was a pharmacy technician for 10 years, and I worked for both Walgreens and CVS. And in my personal experience, I've seen more damage done with prescription medications than I've ever seen with medicinal marijuana. So if that's the stigma in the Arts District, I would like to see the closed-mindedness in the same kind of concept when they're actually interpreting art, and that would be detrimental to the art movement. So the fact that that's coming out of the Arts District is kind of disappointing, and we're patients. We're not criminals and we're not drug addicts, and methadone clinic and a medical dispensary are two entirely different animals.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Close the public hearing. Anything else?
Nothing further, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Any comments from the City Council? Councilman Ross?
Thank you. Again, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, and for the public's benefit, having visited with this applicant, just a top-notch program, top-notch operators, looking forward to seeing what you guys do actually with that corner. I hate to see Rick and Kelly go away in that location, American Restoration, because I know they've done a great job over there and been very prosperous. In full disclosure, I will disclose to the city attorney's office that Matt has been my attorney in the past, and hopefully he won't ever be again. So this will not impair my ability to vote for or against this item. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay. Any other comments by the City Council? Councilman Barlow.
Yes, thank you. This question is for business licensing. In the backup, you had questions in regards to not necessarily suitability, but areas of concern. Have they been addressed, Karen?
Which concern are you, can you give me a section?
Yes. Under the summary, your summary report.
The final summary, before licensing, we would require updated advertising, educational, security, and signage plans to conform to code. But no, we evaluated the applications as we received them.
Mm-hmm.
We did not ask applicants to make changes in their plans and those sorts of things.
Okay.
We just evaluated the compliance of the plans we received.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other comments from the City Council? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The location is good, notwithstanding some testimony against that. The Arts District Board of Directors has voted to approve a text amendment to allow medical marijuana inside the Arts District. So, it isn't unanimous over there about how people feel. I visited the area, and I visited it more than once because, like Councilman Ross, I'm a friend of the folks that run, restoration. And it's a shame they'll be moving, but that's been their plan. I think maybe the real estate's just too big. And so it's a good spot. I think I understand your plans to be a spa or at least something much more than just a retail place. It's a good location. It's right next to the railroad tracks. So that'll make some people happy. I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item 33. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item 34.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve item 34. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, items 35 and 36, a special use permit 55275, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,680 square foot medical marijuana dispensary and general commercial. Item number 36, a DIR 56427, a compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Las Vegas Relief. The applicant is Paradise Wellness Center, and the owner is SheTac Development Corporation at 2242, 2244, and 2246 Paradise Road. Staff and the Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55275, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the licensing compliance permit, it is in order for approval.
Okay, Governor List, welcome.
Thank you.
Again, you have 5 minutes. Make sure everyone identifies himself that is speaking, and eventually identify that army of people you have behind you. So,
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, my friend.
Stavros is
Mayor Pro Tem is what I'm trying to say. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, we're very, very pleased to be here today. I'm Robert List. My address is 400 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite 400 in Las Vegas. And appearing with me from my law firm is Mr. Corey Walkenbush, same address. I'll introduce the others here in just a moment. I first would like to touch on our location. We're on the corner of Paradise and Sahara. If you're familiar with where the McDonald's is, we're right next to that in what is now a Subway shop. And it's a very, we think, a very important location. It's a real transportation hub. Heavy traffic on both Paradise and on Sahara. Specifically, 75,000 cars a day go past there. And of course, those are primarily local citizens and residents. There are also 55,000 bus riders go by, and there's also a station for the monorail right catty-cornered across the street. So we think it's an excellent location. We're very pleased to be there. From the standpoint of the applicants, and this we're particularly proud of, I'm going to describe each of them briefly as I introduce them. First, Ed Bernstein. Ed, you're probably familiar, is of course a prominent local attorney. Ed will be the CEO of the group, and I want to tell you how it is that Ed is involved in this matter. He has a daughter who's 25 years old. Her name is Dana. She contracted Crohn's disease when she was 4 years old, and since that time she's had innumerable operations, each of which removed a section of her intestines. She's reached the point where all of her intestines have been removed entirely. All of her nutrition comes from an IV that she puts in 15 hours a day. And for many years, she did not have access to medical marijuana and relied on opiates. She now is personally today in Cleveland awaiting an opportunity at the Cleveland Clinic to have a bowel transplant, a very rare process, which will hopefully change her life. In the meantime, the thing that's kept her alive and free from pain is the use of medical marijuana. I need to say no more as to Ed's motivation for being involved. Dr. Florence Jameson, and I'll refer also to her husband, Gard, back here. Dr. Jameson is a medical doctor. She's practiced in Las Vegas for 29 years. She and Gard have a daughter who also has an internal problem with pancreatitis and has severe abdominal pain, and for many years she was on the use of opiates. She was able to wean off of those, go on to medical marijuana for the relief of her pain, and it's been a terrific outcome. Florence and Gard have also been the founders of Volunteers in Medicine, which operates a free clinic providing both medical care and pharmacies. They operate a pharmacy where they provide free prescriptions. And last year, they through that clinic, gave out some $6 million worth of medical care and free drugs, and they're starting a second clinic very shortly. They have committed also they have actually 18,000 free prescriptions last year through their clinic, so they know how to operate a dispensary. Ross Goodman, back here. Ross is, of course, a prominent local lawyer. He's also served as a military officer, and his role in this will be to ensure proper compliance with the requirements. I'd also like to introduce Phil and Thomas Bokel. Back here, in the back. Don't ask me to tell which is which. Phil and Tom founded the chain known as PT's Pubs many years ago. They've held privileged licenses in both gaming and liquor, and they bring a lot of retail experience and business acumen to the table. Dr. Dipti Shah, back here, is also a medical doctor. She runs an urgent care facility that also has a pharmacy that dispenses controlled substances. So we have two doctors who have been involved in the dispensing of controlled substances. Al Fasano, where's Al? Back in the corner. Al has extensive business experience and will be involved in assisting in the operations. We also have Kayvon Collettberry, who is not an owner, but he owns Denver Relief and is a consultant and will be assisting the group in operations. 10% of the profits of this organization will go to charity, which is pretty symptomatic of how they've all run their lives. They're very community-oriented.
Okay, Governor, you'll have another minute after the special use permit, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing for the special use permit. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. And Governor, if you could turn over the microphone. There you go. Thank you. All right, state your name. You have 1 minute.
Hi, Vicki Higgins. This team makes me smile. What a powerhouse team with experience, with commitment, with family. family concerns. I say, you couldn't find a better team. I take that back. We've got a lot of really great teams. This team is a powerhouse. I'm very impressed, and I would love to support them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I am a longtime resident here in Nevada, and I am a medical marijuana patient. And I am very excited to see Dr. Jameson come on board to be with medical marijuana, because she has already proven to be something so incredible to our community. So please keep that in mind. We throw our support fully behind Dr. Jameson in any endeavor that she takes with our community. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Name Timothy Eliado, 4650 West Charleston. Just basically wanted to pledge my support behind this establishment. I am, as the council know, I do have an invincible illness, born with a rare genetic disease, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I do work also with the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation department, where I do volunteer sometime whenever I do get a chance. And I would like to acknowledge Ms. Deb Watson for doing an extremely extraordinary job, basically with the community. And I would like to also express that I deal with lots of Crohn's and colitis, because within my condition as well, we almost have the same kind of mutation. So I do. We support each other, and I would like to see basically this establishment basically move on in our community, because it looks like they bring in a lot of experience. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any other comments from the public? Please step forward.
My name is Richard Poole, resident of Henderson, 3143 Highview Drive. I celebrate the fact that we see more responsible members of the community. I being a retired test site worker and seeing more people with suits and ties, that the council can see that there are responsible people that have deep concerns, and I want to celebrate this group and wholeheartedly support them.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, close the public hearing. Governor, another minute if you have any other remarks.
Just a couple of quick remarks. I should have also mentioned that Dr. Jameson is a former president of the Clark County Medical Society and a former president of the Nevada State Medical Association. Finally, I know there have been 44 cards filed against us, but I would like to submit a petition that has 175 signatures in support, roughly 4 times the number of opponents from those in that neighborhood. To me, this group represents the epitome of professionalism and of integrity and of proper motivation, and we sincerely urge your full support for them.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the City Council? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Would everybody but Bernstein and Dr. Jameson please step back from the podium, get away? Please give some air. You too, Ross. I want everybody to move away, because I only want to talk to these 2 people. Please, Phil and Tom, back slightly away. There, now I can see my friends. All right. There are 2 reasons I will move for approval on this, and it is the 2 people standing in front. Ed, you've had a daughter with a terrible problem. You and I have talked about this for over a year. So we've had so many conversations. I know your family history by heart. And I do know that medical marijuana helps your daughter with her Crohn's disease. Dr. Jameson, you are the lady who delivered to 2 proud parents, Mary and I, our 2 children. And my wife obviously was your client for many, many, many years before this happened. And I think, I have a lot of trust in you. And because this is based on trust. The fact that there are some opposition petitions and some for, I try to put that out of my mind when I look at the quality of the people. Granted, there are people who are in opposition who don't live far away, but they understand, I think, that this is a medical necessity. And particularly in your case, you come from the heart. Florence, you've worked for the poor and for medically underserved people for many years, and we just, I think 2 weeks ago, attended a groundbreaking in Councilman Barlow's ward for your latest venture for the the Volunteers in Medicine group. So I think that people should see that there is life behind this application, not just names, not just suits, not just good friends, who are, many of these people are my good friends. But you two mean something special, and I know that you will be the public figures of this organization. That means I hope that you're marketing to tourists, that the naturally local people will come, but I hope that your advertising, your marketing, the way you portray the storefront, all of that will appeal and not be intrusive on the neighborhoods, that this will be your pledge in front of this council. And do I have that pledge?
You have that pledge from me, Bob.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ed. I now move for approval of this permit.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item number 35. Please vote and post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 36. Is there a motion?
I move for approval.
Move for approval. Please vote. Councilman Ross. Motion carries. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I might also I want to compliment your staff for the fine work that's been done on this, both at the Planning Commission level and at the business licensing level. It's been very professional, very thorough, and the manner in which this council has handled all these applications is most impressive. It's a credit to our state.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Governor. All right, so we did 37 and 38. All right, 39 and 40. Item number 39, SUP 55278, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,414 square foot medical marijuana dispensary and industrial zoning. Item number 40, DIR 56433, compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Natural Medicine. The applicant is Natural Medicine LLC, and the owner is the Jewelers Inc. 401k profit sharing plan and trust at 2411 Western Avenue Suites A, B, and C. Staff and the Planning Commission both recommend approval on the land use. This is in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Concerning SUP 55278, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the compliance permit from business licensing, the recommendation is for denial as the application does not conform to city codes due to the following. The full ownership structures of other entities involved in the businesses are not disclosed as required by Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 020, 030, and 070. Detailed information on the consultants to determine expertise and beneficial ownership was not provided. Plans do not conform to the requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 110, 160, and 190, and building documentation was inadequate to determine the adequacy of the proposed building by the building officials required by Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 060.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem,
you know what you're
members, Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here on the application. Happy to report that this is another applicant which is 100% local ownership, as listed in your agenda item. Notably, the Yerushalmi family, Elad Yerushalmi, will be speaking on the matter. Mordecai Yerushalmi is a principal involved in the project. We will introduce other participants momentarily. We do want to report that this, like other matters that you've heard in the area, is on Western Avenue, clearly has been determined to be an appropriate site through the use permit process, was reviewed by the design people who determined that it was designed appropriately inside and out and with its parking. So we reached this point favorably reported. Obviously, we're not as pleased that we did not achieve a favorable recommendation through business license, but if I can characterize, I think fairly, the nature of the objections raised on the business license side, one set is procedural, having to do with accounting, security and signage, et cetera. The other is substantive about medical marijuana expertise. Elad will address both of those, but if I can say as a summary point, on the procedural things about advertising, accounting, security, if there is any family in town that you must know in your hearts fully manages right now today and has for almost 40 years in this town programs in privileged license areas as the jewelers that deal with all of these things effectively, honestly, and successfully, it is Mordecai's family, and they will remain as principals in the operation. So those questions, we understand, did not satisfy the business license people, although we submitted documents that we felt did satisfy them. Elad will address that further, and we've provided you with copies of that. The point here is, if there's any family in town that can deal with those procedural questions, it's them, and you know it, and I don't need to belabor it. Elad will tell you more. On the expertise on the marijuana side, Elad has a presentation, and I will yield to him.
Are we able to just put the 1-minute response added onto here?
What's that?
Are we able to take the 1-minute response and add it onto this
You
portion?
have 5 minutes here, and then you'll have another minute after.
As Mr. Borgel stated, Western
state your
Avenue, Elad Yerushalmi. As Mr. Borgel stated, Western Avenue is an ideal location for this use. What distinguishes us from many of the other applicants is the fact that we have called Western Avenue home for almost 40 years. My father, Mordecai, started the jewelers on Western Avenue in 1976, and while many businesses in the area have come and gone, we continue to invest in the neighborhood by expanding and improving our location. For the last 11 years, I have served as the Director of Operations and Inventory Control for our company, which has millions of dollars in inventory. The diamond and jewelry business faces many of the same security concerns as medical marijuana. Today in our business, we have full surveillance coverage of both the interior and exterior of the building, strict procedures because we handle large amounts of cash, security personnel manning the entrance and screening potential visitors, restricted areas throughout our facility that are only accessible to proper personnel, and a close working relationship with Metro, highly secured vaults, and strict inventory control policies. As you can see, we already have extensive experience with many of the security measures which should be implemented in the medical marijuana industry, and we've been doing them right across the street from this proposed dispensary. To ensure superior operations, every owner completed certification by the Cannabis Training Institute, and we researched leading experts in the industry. We contracted the Von Denk Group as consultants to guide us in running a safe, effective, and compliant operation while meeting patients' needs. They have been involved in the medical marijuana industry in Arizona, Washington, and Colorado for the last 7.5 years and are currently licensed in Nevada. They were involved with the first legal dispensary in Colorado and the first large-scale commercial cultivation facility. They then opened 2 more dispensaries, which they managed for several years, and during their time in Colorado, they consulted on numerous projects, including dispensaries, cultivations, and production kitchens. They designed and opened 2 more dispensaries and built a cultivation facility in Tempe, Arizona for Healing Healthcare 3 and Dixie Elixirs. That state-of-the-art facility has been toured by many Nevada officials and featured on Channel 8 News. They've also worked with Washington State Liquor Control Board to help form the legislation regulating cannabis in that state. Their extensive experience in all facets of the industry makes them leaders in training and developing staff. Our mission is to serve patients in a safe environment while exceeding regulatory standards, and having them as consultants will help us achieve these goals. As a 100% locally owned group, we are committed to giving back to our community. We have donated regularly to multiple local causes, from schools and churches to Metro, the Nevada Cancer Society, and having them as consultants, the Public Education Foundation, and many others. And then I'll finish in the last minute.
Okay, very good. Greg, if you could just introduce the gentleman behind you, the 3 individuals.
Actually, that was Elad's job.
Introduce the owners as well.
Yeah, go ahead. Just let us know their names and who they are.
Okay. Mordecai Yerushalmi, owner of the jewelers, and then our consultants, Ramsey Datis and Kurt Barrick from the Von Denk Group. The other owners of the company are Don Foreman from United Nissan and Zev Yakubovsky from Isaac Building.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is a special use permit public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Grab that center microphone, state your name, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Eric Newson. I'm with Floral 2000 at 2404 Western Avenue. We are in favor of this business. We've been there for the last 20 years, and being next door, we are very confident in the ability of the Yerushalmis and the Foremans and the other proposed business owners. They have, over the years, strived to upgrade the area and bring in business that would better the community. Due to their prior experience in business, they are already very familiar with the types of security and safety measures that would be involved with this type of business: safes, locks, cameras, security personnel, and et cetera. We also feel that it would enhance the security of our own businesses as well as the surrounding businesses by providing additional cameras and additional security officers to the area. And lastly, we feel that the type of business it would bring would undoubtedly bring more foot traffic and provide more business to the surrounding stores.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Your final minute.
My family has seen firsthand the tremendous impact medical marijuana can have for a patient. 10 years ago, my aunt in Israel was diagnosed with leukemia at the young age of 40. She fought through multiple bone marrow transplants, chemotherapy, and radiation, determined to make it to her daughter's wedding. The only thing that enabled her to fight through those last few years of excruciating pain was medical marijuana, and we saw how important it was to her battle. Everything about this is personal to us: the industry, the location, and the community. We will focus on the needs of the patients and the safety of the community. We have a group of respected local businessmen, years of experience in security-intensive industries, the guidance of top industry consultants, and nearly 40 years of history on Western Avenue. With this new industry in Nevada, you can trust that we will ensure our facility will operate in a safe and responsible way to make our community proud.
If I can use the last 10 seconds.
Sure.
We think the record made here today should be sufficient to at least send this matter forward for the state's favorable consideration, even if the written record was not what the staff sought.
All right, very good, thank you. Any questions from the council?
Yes.
Councilman Barlow?
Thank you. This is more so for the attorney. Mr. Scott, I've spent, my family and I, so much money at Mordecai's over the years. And I'm wondering if we would be conflicted, if I would be conflicted to vote because half of our mortgage payments and car payments and food for our kids went to purchase jewelry and diamonds.
No, Councilman. As long as you don't have any outstanding bills at the jewelers, I think you'll be fine.
No, I have outstanding bills from paying for the jewelry.
No, as long as you don't have any outstanding bills
he
to
owes
him.
me nothing. I feel,
Okay.
I feel like he should owe me something.
You're
but
fine, Councilman.
Good grief. My dad started purchasing jewelry from Mordecai in 1975, 76. And he still has that jewelry to this day. Thank you, man. Good to see you. And I am in support of this item, not because he's holding on to a lot of money, but because he's a great businessman in this community. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, President Pro Tem. There is no question that they are qualified. However, there are some concerns issued by staff. Maybe staff mentioned these in the opening comments, but let me just restate for your benefit here. There was a concern that the consultant firm, the Von Denk Group, represents beneficial ownership, which may require the owners of this firm to come forward for suitability. It's too early for that, but because that's implied that upon the issuance of the provisional permits and so on from the state, you would then be called forward. However, the contract, it's a substantial contract with the Von Denk Company, so one could say, well, that could be a substantial share of the profits or, in essence, beneficial ownership. So I want to hear something about Von Denk because no details were provided on Von Denk.
Well, I hope in our speech we listed some of their qualifications. I also have some additional material. We didn't provide anything because they were consultants and the application did not request background for consultants, but we do have whatever information you would like to see.
Mr. Borgel, would you answer that question?
Well, I will give you the start of the answer, which is a document was prepared and I believe submitted to your office and the other council offices defining the qualifications of the Von Denk Group. Elad can provide more detail to that, but more importantly, we'll entirely stipulate that if the decision is made later that they need to come forward for suitability as effectively a beneficial owner, they will.
Okay, that's a good answer. I think that my caution, again, as in many others, where there's another location nearby, there are one or two more on Western and some not too far east or west on other streets. So it would appear to be a cluster, or possibly, if all those were approved. But not all of them will be approved, including yours. We do not know. I want to see the results of the state survey, which will be in our hands Monday or Tuesday next week. And I think, generally speaking, though, the answers provided to the concerns of management, of our management essentially, have really helped a lot. So I'm going to move for approval, and we'll wait and see if you make it the final way, because this is the first step. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to approve 39. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item 40.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Please vote. Waiting to vote. Good. And post. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Since you guys are coming down, this is a great time to break for lunch. So we're going to break till 1:30. Thank you.
Poor babies.
Yes. Exact same time as yesterday.
I'll stay. You guys want to start? Get some food from Lola's.
I didn't do that just, Chris, I didn't do that just for you, Bob. It's just, you just happen to be at the lunchtime. 1:30.
Lunch, 30 minutes.
Go on for the rest of the day. I will call items 39 and 40. 39, SUP 55278, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,414 square. Oh, we're on 41, I'm sorry. Yep, you're right. You're right, okay. 41 and 42, thanks, Beverly. 41, SUP 55280, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,868 square foot medical marijuana dispensary. Industrial zoning, item 42, DIR 56434, compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Physis One. The applicant is Physis One LLC, and the owner is LGC 231 LLC at 231 West Charleston, Suites 110 and 120. Staff and the Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. In regards to SUP 55280, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing and surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the licensing compliance permit, the application as presented is in order for approval.
Thank you. Congressman Bilbray, welcome. Good to see you.
I'll start the presentation. Mayor
Okay,
Pro Tem.
You know you have 5 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, my name is Bob Gronauer. I'm with the law firm of Kempfer Kroll. To my left is one of my partners, Mr. Chris Kempfer. He'll take up the last minute on the rebuttal to finalize the discussion. And Mr. Bilbray, the Honorable Mr. Jim Bilbray, is also here to answer any questions. We are here representing Physis One in this matter. This is a medical dispensary which is located at the Wholesome Lofts. One of the most important things that we've realized and heard from you, and which you should take in consideration, is the team that's before you that's proposing to have this medical dispensary. What we believe what we have before you is second to none with respect to the team that we've assembled for Physis One. The reason is number one, they're 100% Nevada-owned. These are all Nevada residents, longtime residents. They're big community contributors. And more importantly, they're very well respected and a responsible, trustworthy group in the state of Nevada, more importantly in southern Nevada. The first individual that I want to mention is, unfortunately, he gives his apologies. He's ill today. His name is Dr. Nagy. Many of you know who Dr. Nagy is. Dr. Nagy is the founder, the president, and director of Nevada Cancer Centers. Mr. Nagy has been very instrumental in contributing to the community and the medical community here in southern Nevada and the state of Nevada. As a matter of fact, he's been practicing medicine for over 40 years. He's an oncologist. He specializes in cancer chemotherapy. He's also been a clinical associate professor with the Nevada School of Medicine. So obviously his background, he knows what he's doing. He wanted to get involved in this business because as a doctor dealing with the compassionate care for patients and pain management, what he's realized in the cancer chemotherapy, that there's a lot of people that are nausea and they lose weight, and one of the fixes that he realized is dealing with medical marijuana, and that's the reason why he's investing into this venture and being a part of this business itself. Behind me, I have a couple of individuals that I do want to mention to you. One of them is Michael Stein. Michael Stein is a longtime Nevada resident. He is an attorney and partner with the law firm of Snell Wilmer. He's been in the community since 1974, and he has given many contributions here in southern Nevada on the nonprofit side. We also have Mr. Stephen Yoakum. He's also a longtime Nevadan. He's a partner, also an attorney with the law firm of Snell Wilmer. He has an education from Harvard University, and his law degree is from Yale Law School. And Mr. Yoakum has been recognized for giving contributions in southern Nevada. I also have Mr. Corey Eschweiler, who's also here. His wife is a part of the group itself. She's not here today because they just had their first baby 2 weeks ago, so she's home taking care of the new baby girl. However, Corey is managing attorney for Glenn Lerner Associates. He currently sits on the executive committee of trustees for the Candlelighters of Southern Nevada for childhood cancer. He was on the executive board for Big Brothers and Big Sisters. His wife has a degree in molecular biology from the Washington University. If you're familiar with with biology, and the university itself, it's one of the top 15 biology schools in the country. I also have Mr. Bob Potter. Bob Potter is a long-time resident here in Nevada and Las Vegas. His education is from the University of Reno. He has a law degree from UNLV, and you may know him as the president of Development for Affordable Concepts. Mr. Potter has been recognized throughout the community for his contributions, and more importantly, he's also been known as, he was named Contractor of the Year in 2002. And finally, we have Omar Nagy, who is the nephew of Dr. Nagy. Omar is a graduate from UNLV. He has a master's degree in financing, and he's currently the senior real estate loan advisor for Bank of Nevada. With respect to, that's the team itself, the second part I want to mention is the hearing process. We meet and exceed all the code requirements. Your staff is recommending approval. We went to the Design Review Committee, unanimous approval. We also went to the Planning Commission, where they recommended unanimous approval. There was an issue that was discussed by Lola's within Wholesome Lofts of a concern about parking. Number one, we meet the parking requirements. Number two that I want to address, we are not adding any new building space that's located in the building itself. The uses that are there are there. There's a couple vacant offices or suites in the area that we will be filling in, so we're not going to add to the impact. But more importantly, if you take a look at the overhead, the landlord has a lease with NDOT for an additional 34 to 36 parking spaces just to the south side of the building itself, as Mr. Kemfer is showing you on the overhead. So we believe, and with the information that the Planning Commission received in addressing those concerns, they still recommended unanimous approval. And then the last thing that I want to point out in conclusion here, your staff has done a tremendous job in vetting out all these applications. I'm proud to tell you that we are one of the very few applicants that are on the good side here with the recommendations of approval. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to the public, and then we'll answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Okay, this is a special use permit public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward and state your name, and you have 1 minute.
Lola Picorni, and I'd love to have equal time of that 5 minutes, because I have about 28 employees that I need to protect to keep their jobs. And I could give you the history of each one of those people.
Okay,
But I can't. I'll have only 1 minute.
1 minute, correct.
So our issue is not, we're not attacking anyone's integrity, professionalism. We are only trying to make Lola's survive. That's all. We do not believe that this is a proper place to put this application. And we would really, really appreciate you re-looking at this, because there's not a medical office I've ever been in that there was not a private bathroom that I could step into. This area does not have a private bathroom. This is a public bathroom that is keyed for tenants only and keeps the vagrants, homeless, and everything else out of it. So I would really, really ask that you please look again at this application and deny it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm Barrett Powley, 241 West Charleston. I'm in the tenant. I own an architectural interior design firm in the space directly next door to this proposed special use. I don't feel it is the right use for next door to professional offices in the Wholesome Lofts. This has been our impression that this place would be a professional space, design, creative spaces, and not for a dispensary of controlled substance. I think that when I have national clients coming to my office and their first view of next to my office is a dispensary, what are their impressions? Are we partaking? They always make jokes, so especially here. So I'm very concerned about the impression that my business will suffer from having this right next door on the outside. The other thing about the bathrooms is that you can't get into Wholesome Lofts unless you have a card key to get to the other bathrooms in the Wholesome Lofts. That's for tenants only, after hours, and their operating times are after business hours. So I don't know how you solve the bathroom unless you give every person that wants to dispense and get something a key to their bathroom.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward, state your name.
Vicki Higgins. I'd like to address the neighbors. We're not criminals. The security is going to be intensely high. We are going to, as a community, be sure that these things are not, no detrimental things are happening in our neighborhoods or around any of these dispensaries. The bathroom issue, I'm not sure what to tell you about that, but patients are coming to shop at the dispensary for their medicine. I don't feel that you, as a neighbor, would have an objection should a dispensary or should a pharmacy move in. And there are many businesses that operate next to pharmacies and alcohol stores that aren't affected by the impression because they have a liquor store next to them does not mean they're alcoholics. So as neighbors, I would like our community to take this into consideration. Their repeated slams to our establishments being bad for their neighborhood, you need to realize we're going to be bringing people in, and those people are going to be shopping at the stores around.
Thanks.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Did you want to make a comment, ma'am, on this one? Not on this item? Okay. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. You have a minute?
Yes, very briefly. There are very few benefits to age, but one is you remember things that others sometimes might forget. Pharmacies as freestanding buildings is a relatively new concept. Pharmacies always used to be in professional office buildings. You went to see your doctor, you went downstairs, there was the pharmacy. Secondly, this is in an area that's zoned industrial. All of it, including where they are, is zoned industrial. As Bob said, we're not adding on, we're taking an existing place and using that. These are either medical facilities or they're not. When you hear comments like that, although I have great respect, the suggestion is the people who come to use medical marijuana, whether it's you, Councilman Coffin, or Ed's daughter, or Charlotte Figge's mother, that these people are, as this lady says, criminals. These are patients. They're not criminals. And you do 30 people a day. You're talking about 2 or 3 an hour. This is not a use that is anything but consistent with a professional office building.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you want to, both of them brought up something about a bathroom there. Did you want to, want to comment on that?
Well, I can comment on this. Access to this is from the parking lot. When you park and you come in, access is there. In order to get inside the building, so we're not even, our people are not even going to access there. I don't know, we do not have, I don't know if there's a bathroom there or not, but the reality is when somebody comes in to get a prescription at Smith's Drugs, that pharmacy itself doesn't have a bathroom inside the pharmacy, for crying out loud. There may be in the, in Smith's Center, but Bob has the plan, so he
To
can
answer, there are bathrooms right here that are for the outside, and there's also bathrooms on the interior that the office has mentioned that the office people use, but there are bathrooms located right here also.
Okay.
Right adjacent to our site here.
There's not a bathroom on our site in answer to that question, but there are bathrooms
Right adjacent, right there.
Very good. Okay, any comments or questions from the city council?
I'd like to have the,
Councilwoman Tarkanian?
if I could ask the lady from Lola's to come up and explain the bathroom problem. I saw you shake your head back and forth.
Councilman Tarkenton, I am Lola.
Yes,
So,
Lola.
yes, my suite is directly next door to the bathrooms that are on the outside that you're speaking of. They are keyed access only because of the vagrants and the homeless that try to get into our building and sleep at night. So these are bathrooms that are used for the tenants under key access only. They're not open for public use.
But they're for the tenants of the, for example, the people who use your restaurant? Can they use
No,
that?
no, no. The people who use my restroom, what you might want to understand is 241 West Charleston and 231 West Charleston are divided buildings by a firewall. 241 is where my restaurant is. 231 is where my storage and office is, which is directly next door to where the proposed dispensary would be. The outside tenants are only able to use on a normal basis the keyed access bathrooms. There is one women's and one men's. There is not a joint bathroom, there is not a family bathroom, and they are only key accessed. What is on the inside of the building is for 241 addresses, and there is a men's restroom, a women's restroom, and a family restroom. But this is also something that you would need to have handicap access to. So we do not feel that a medical office, as this is proposed, they would need to have their own restroom.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a city code for it. The city attorneys are here. Maybe they could bring that up. I'm not sure.
I think Mr. Coffin is going to get into that, so I'll
Okay.
just, he's going.
Any, Councilman Barlow?
I appreciate it, thank you. I too had questions in regards to the bathrooms, but this is more so for Tom and planning. Tom, what are the regulations as it relates to the square footage of this facility and what we have done in the past as it relates to requirements for restrooms?
Mayor Pro Tem, through you, Councilman Barlow, it's a building code issue, but yes, there's a requirement that they have restrooms accessible. In terms of the history of this site, maybe Mr. Rankin might know.
Was that brought up during Planning Commission at all?
I don't recall this being mentioned during Planning Commission.
Okay. And I know that the two of you have come up who are tenants at the facility. Did you all participate in the Planning Commission meeting at all?
Yes, we did.
And did you all mention the restroom?
Well, I
issue?
didn't mention it. I ran out of time. I'm only given 1 minute. I can only think for a few minutes.
Okay. So you said it's a building code issue?
Yeah, the building department requires the restrooms. It's not in Title 19 in terms of dispensary.
So is there someone from building that can answer that question? Because I know that there has to be a standard as it relates to the specific use, the square footage, and the amount of people that come into a medical facility, just as we have parking requirements for the number of patrons as well.
Right. I think Mr. Rankin can maybe shed some light on this, but again, we're not well versed in some of those rules.
Okay.
Yeah, in regards to the unified, the building code, there's a requirement for restaurants to have public restrooms. I don't know about medical facilities. I don't know the building code. We don't enforce that portion of it. So I can't say specifically if they require a public restroom or not under the building code. It depends on the occupancy and the classification of the use. If the building code classifies them as medical use, I think you might be required to have a public restroom, but I can't
Correct.
say for sure.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't have the answer to that.
What I would
Mayor
like
Pro Tem?
hold on one second, Orlando, if you don't mind. What I would like to do is find out, I'm pretty sure we can call over to the building department and find out if in fact there's what our policy is so that we can address this concern.
Councilman Barlow?
Hold on one second, if you don't mind. Okay, so I understand that Karen is searching to find that answer, so, Orlando?
Yeah, why don't we have everybody step off to the side, and we'll kind of hold off on this for a second while we get a decision on the bathroom, and I'll just take the next agenda item.
All right. Mayor
Thank
Pro
you, Member
Tem,
Tim.
so the record's clear. The tenant and its employees have access to the same bathroom that anybody else who would be in that space would have access to. The question is, I guess they're saying, is whether the people who come in to get marijuana want to use the bathroom. Our employees
We're
have
just
the
trying to
same-
find the requirement, whether or not
Yeah.
each suite needs, is
And
required
we're
to have a
fine.
bathroom.
We're
So let us-
comfortable.
yeah.
We already
So
We'll
we'll
get somebody
take
from
our
now and
turn,
go
so
there.
everybody kind of have a seat, and we'll come back to the bathroom issue. Okay, so we're just going to hold off on 41 and 42 for now. Okay, I'm going to open up 43 and 44. We'll do 43 and 44, and then I'll check back with you, Karen, to see if you have anything for us, and I'll open that back up. 43 and 44, SUP 55282, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,960 square foot medical marijuana dispensary, general commercial C2, item number 44, DIR 56435, compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Nevada Wellness Project. The applicant is Nevada Wellness Project, and the owner is Five Guys on Third, LLC at 823 South Third Street. Staff and the Planning Commission, both recommend denial on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55282, staff had the following recommendation at Planning Commission. Staff recommends denial because the floor plan shows 2 points of public entry, which is not allowed by code and is a non-waivable requirement. Applicant submitted a revised plan at Planning Commission showing 1 point of public entry. However, Planning Commission was concerned that the amended floor plan had not been reviewed by staff prior to the Planning Commission meeting and therefore voted 6-1 to recommend denial following staff recommendations. Following the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant submitted a revised site plan and floor plan to staff that clarifies the public entrance is from Las Vegas Boulevard and the other entrance is for staff, which does satisfy Title 19. However, the revised site plan does not provide handicap space, and therefore staff is recommending denial.
Concerning the compliance permit for business licensing, the recommendation is for denial as the application does not conform to city code due to the following: knowledge in dispensing of medical marijuana and the needed education to manage such a facility was not demonstrated, Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95070. Plans do not conform to code requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 110, 120, 160, and 190. Building documentation was inadequate to determine the adequacy of the proposed building by the building official, which is required by Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.060.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to do your presentation, and if you're speaking, make sure you state your name and eventually introduce everyone behind you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Michael Cornthwaite, 520 Fremont Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. As you may already know, I'm not an attorney or a lobbyist. I'm a 19-year resident of Las Vegas and a 12-year business owner in the city. I currently hold 4 privileged licenses and operate several businesses in downtown Las Vegas. I've spent over the last 11 years working to make downtown a better place to live, work, and play, and I truly believe in the idea of Las Vegas as a world-class city. Myself and my wife have leveraged our personal life, financial resources, careers to see the vision through. In local vernacular, we're all in. The economic diversity and sustainability of this city are a major concern to me, as well as the desire to keep Nevada dollars here and in the hands of local residents and businesses so we can continue to reinvest in the betterment of our community. I'm here working with and representing Nevada Wellness Project, which is 87.5% owned by local Las Vegans. I will be involved in management and compliance concerns of this new and unique business, and will be joined by the 4 partners in this project who are standing behind me, 3 of which are longtime Las Vegas residents and professional business people, and the 4th of whom is a part-time resident and our expert in the medical marijuana industry. I'd like to take a moment to introduce them. They are Joey Vanis, First Friday partner, producer, community activist, downtown resident, my partner in Huntridge Revival LLC, and a partner in the recent Life is Beautiful Festival. David Cohen, 25-year resident, UNLV alum, multiple privilege license holder since 1996, and longtime business owner. Ted Lowe is a Las Vegas native, tech entrepreneur who built and operated data centers for Google and Facebook, as well as a business investor. And James Sladek, who's our industry professional. I'd like to allow James an opportunity now to speak on his individual experience and qualifications in the cannabis industry. James.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is James Sladek. I'm the CEO of MedWest Distribution, which operates in Colorado, Washington, California, Arizona, and Michigan. We have over 125 employees and serve over 100,000 patients a month. I'm a national drug policy activist in our movement, a board member of the Nevada Cannabis Industry Association, and a board member of the Marijuana Policy Project, through which I'm the executive in charge of the Coalition to Regulate Cannabis Like Alcohol here in Nevada, which will be on the 2016 presidential ballot to legalize use for 21 and over and to provide tens of millions of dollars in new funding for Nevada schools. Because of our company's size and experience, we have the management team to work in compliance with all state and local regulations and have the relationships to identify industry-leading service providers. Our security is being done by Blue Line Protection Group, which concentrates solely on medical marijuana, operates in Colorado and is now coming here. And we are using MJ Freeway, the leading tracking, operations, and seed-to-sale software for our operations. We also have the exclusive license for the biggest brand in cannabis, the Bang Corporation. They have products that are hemp-derived CBD-based products that are helping patients with diseases and conditions ranging from Parkinson's, epilepsy, to cancer. Our delivery methods include a variety, including sprays, soft gels, gums, sublingual tablets that are developed in our own owned and operated laboratories. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over the last few weeks, we've met with each of you to personally address these concerns that were listed on the staff reports and by the Planning Commission, and have answered your questions in person and in writing. We've held 2 community meetings to address concerns, and we've had only one attendee, Mr. Jim Henry. We polled our neighbors, both residents and workers, and gained over 110 signatures of stakeholders that support our project. We humbly ask that you approve our application in this location and let us proceed as competent professionals, business people, and responsible members of this community. We're happy to answer any questions or concerns that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing for a special use permit. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, come forward and state your name. State your name and you have 1 minute, please.
Veronica Litvak, 1306 South 3rd Street. If anybody deserves to be in the Arts District, it's this group here. At least they have a huge vested interest in it, and they've proven themselves as to their hearts and their souls and their money put into this area. So if you're going to infiltrate the area with a lot of them, at least consider this one at the top of the list. I fully support them.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, my name's Dan Rush. I'm the National Director of the Cannabis and Hemp Division of the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union. I'm here today to speak on behalf of this group. Not only are we in agreement with them, and by the way, I'm the one that decides who has a union agreement and who doesn't. Not only do we have an agreement with this group, we also, Bang Chocolates and the Bang Company is also union wall-to-wall. This company is committed to apprenticeship programs, certification programs, participating in all of our activities that we require of our employers in our collective bargaining agreements. So we would appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on forward, state your name.
Yes, my name's Geraldine Lubitz, and I met these guys here while they were taking a poll in the neighborhood, and I'm supportive of the dispensary down the street. I hold a medical marijuana license, and I think it would be great to have one downtown.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Nicole Ballesteri, 520 Fremont Street. I fully and wholeheartedly support this permit. As a born and raised Las Vegan, I was always weary of downtown. However, I have since worked and moved down there. And this is directly due to the fact that it's become a hub of revitalization. Thanks in part to Michael Cornthwaite, who is a partner in 11 downtown businesses, James Vanis, who is a partner in 4 downtown businesses, and James Sladek, who is a pioneer in the medical marijuana industry. All of these gentlemen have proved what business is all about. They are well organized and thrive under adversity. They are driven in equal measure by both quality and efficiency. I believe this business will bring even more diversity, business, and much needed security to the downtown area. In closing, let me say I have no hesitation in recommending Nevada Wellness Project for this permit.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, Zach Takis, Green and Fuso LLP, 3030 South Jones Boulevard. Again, I represent Las Vegas Boulevard Development LLC, Jonathan Schwartz, and the Milton Schwartz family. I would just like to, I think, echo the concerns that staff has in addition to those that I have already mentioned. I believe it's indicative, the fact that this is my third out of 4 times which I will appear. I think that speaks to the cluster issue that we're having around this block. And so for those reasons, I would suggest that we start whittling down. I believe this is part of the process, is to whittle down these applications. And I think that for, again, those comments that I have already made, in addition to the concerns that staff has, I think it's time to start whittling down some of these to reduce that cluster issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Fallman. I work in the vicinity where the proposed venue is. I am here speaking in support of their candidacy. I think they've put together an exceptional team. I'm privileged to say that I work closely with Michael Cornthwaite and Joey Vanis, and I find them on the Hunt Ridge Theater renovation project and also on First Friday Las Vegas. I know them to be exceptional people, both in terms of competency, integrity, and compassion. And beyond that, I would just say that their commitment to downtown and their record of having contributed to the community has been spoken about here, and I echo that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Michael, you have another minute if you'd like to say anything else.
There's nothing more that I have to say, except we're obviously stakeholders ourselves, residents ourselves, and we believe in doing the right thing and keeping this local and doing a good job at it, thriving. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from the City Council? Councilman Ross?
Thank you very much. The gentleman from the UFCW, I don't know if the rest of you council members have had a chance to, did you guys get a chance to visit with the other council members? I think that's significant, and that relationship you have with them is significant as well, because I didn't think for a minute there was actually apprenticeship programs for this kind of business. And something that we're also overlooking on all, I think some of the applicants are bringing this up, it's about the job creation. And, you know, and I think that's quite significant as well. But you guys, I think, are going to be a great addition to this industry. I think you all have that business acumen necessary to make this happen. And so I'm just excited for that. And I'm excited for that relationship, too, with the UFCW. That's very important to me, and I think you guys recognize that. So I'm looking forward to seeing that happen.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilman Barlow?
Yes. The question that I have is in regards to the background of Mr. Vanis. Mr. Vanis, please speak to the drug charge in 2010.
In 2010, we were on a bus tour going down to South by Southwest Music Festival, in which I had rented the bus and was the producer of the tour. We had a crew of 4 with us. We got pulled over in El Paso, Texas, at a stop, and in one of the crew bags, they found a pipe, marijuana pipe. We got issued a ticket. I was the renter of the vehicle and the producer, and took responsibility, got the $400 ticket, and paid the fine.
Okay. And you do realize that if, in fact, after the Metro investigation, after that comes back, we will have to address anything beyond what shows up as far as what you've shared, right? As it relates to your application?
Correct.
Okay. Secondly, Karen, the question and concern in regards to the applicants who do not have experience in dispersing or dispensing medical marijuana, where are you pulling that from? What was the justification in that as it relates to that?
The personal history questionnaires and the narratives that were included in the application. The applicants list their former jobs. They list any companies that they currently hold, and they were asked in the state application to provide a 500-word narrative on their background and their reason for getting involved in this business. And we read through all of those. Some applicants didn't provide a lot of detail, some did. Some mentioned that they may have been involved in marketing or in the cigarette business or something like that. They did not specifically state that they were involved in the medical marijuana business, which several of them have stated such today. It was not in the documentation we received.
Okay. And would someone like to speak to that in regards to the experience and the back history of being suitable to operate or dispense this specific type of operation?
Sure, Councilman Barlow, the answer is strictly that in the ownership group background, I don't personally run dispensaries, but the CEO of a company that, owns and operates. So we have a management staff and team and people that have run multiple dispensaries. In these applications, my position of CEO of arguably the largest company in the industry, like the CEO of IBM doesn't know how to make chips that go in their computers, but they know how to own and manage and run.
Was that
and run a
spelled out in the
management staff.
application? Did you spell that out in the application?
No, the application was asking for ownership, and the management, each individual person from accounting and legal advisors and so forth, their backgrounds were not asked for. I think Dan Rush was also going to comment on our management team.
Is he a part of your team?
I'm their union.
Hold on one second.
can't-
Is he a
he
part of
can't.
your team? Okay, then.
He is not.
Okay, then I don't want to hear from him. Karen, is there something in the application as it relates to the experience that for them to?
There are two sections of the application. One is the personal history questionnaire that's required of all privilege license applications. They are asked to list all of the jobs that they have had in the past 10 years, any companies that they currently own, and what those companies do. They are also, in the state application, required to give a 500-word narrative on their experience and their knowledge in the medical marijuana and why they are involved in that. We reviewed all of those documents for the information that we received. So if they did not detail their experience in dispensing medical marijuana in one of those two locations, then we would not have known about it.
Okay.
And to respond, Councilman, in our document that we went over with each council person individually, as well as submitted capacity to perform, we listed the individual. They were not in the ownership group, they're in the management group, and our main managers operated 17 dispensaries. So my capacity as a CEO of a large company that operates in multiple states, we are licensed in Colorado and Washington and Michigan, in Arizona and in California. So, the capacity to manage and run, a single dispensary here with our over 125-person management team, maybe it was an error that the detail of each manager, our understanding and our consultants, the way we put the package together, we were detailing the background and the history of the ownership group and not the management team that would supply under it. But our operational experience and size of our company would indicate that we have a deep bench. We're not just putting it together for here. We have extensive operational experience, and that was in the document that was given to each of you when we met individually.
Okay. And in addition to that, Karen, the environmental plan does not conform to code requirements. Speak to that, please.
The environmental plans were reviewed by the Public Works Department. In each one, they were looking for disposal guidelines and what was going into our sewer and septic plans. You'll find that most of the applications have that as one of their notations, in that those plans were not detailed enough to satisfy the review to determine if they indeed complied with city codes or not.
And you haven't received anything as of beyond what you have within the application to?
Correct. We only reviewed the application that was submitted to us prior to the deadlines.
Okay. And you want to mention?
Sure. Well, as we mentioned in our meetings to the council people individually, the waste product from a operating dispensary is extremely minimal. There will be nothing going into the sewers that's related to cannabis. The shelf life for this product is fairly long, probably 6 to 9 months. Disposal at the end of that will likely be what we do in other states, which is we transport back to the grow facility and compost it and use it in the next year's crop.
Thank you.
Okay, Tom, did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I need to put something on the record regarding condition number 4. It currently reads date stamped 8/28/14. I need to revise that so that it reads date stamped 10/7/14, condition number 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ross?
Would you come back to the microphone, please? What's your name again?
James Sladek.
Mr. Slack. You operate these dispensaries in Colorado, is that correct?
That's correct.
Tell me about the traffic. Tell me about the parking. Tell me about the foot traffic. Tell me about now, it's recreational in Colorado, am I correct?
Yes, we hold both medical and recreational
Okay,
licenses.
tell me about your medical location and the foot traffic and the amount of people that are there every day. You can do it through the Mayor Pro Tem, of course.
Well, that, it depends on the facility. We have facilities that do between 100 and 200 people a day in multiple locations. So, one is on what they call the Green Mile. It's on Broadway in downtown Denver. The other is more in an industrial section. So, it just depends. I'd say that it really becomes a very manageable situation. The flow gets normal. Recreational was a brand new thing, but the medical flow of 100 people a day over a 10-hour process, it doesn't really have a big impact. It depends on whether it's street parking or if the lot's next door or so forth. We did a 48-hour time-lapse photography study on our proposed location, and we saw that in the 48 hours, no one parked in front of the building, and we have that available to council. So, we don't see the impact of parking in the Centennial Plan where we're located as being a big issue. The on-site security guard and the management, and the industry is going to get off to a slow start here. It's not going to hit the 1,000 patient a day a milestone that big places in Colorado and California have hit. It's going to be a slow build. It's going to be something that's going to take 9 months to a year to get to stride. I think some people had mentioned 30 patients a day. I would say my experience, 30 to 50 a day is probably going to be a number that people will see.
Again, through the Mayor Pro Tem, do your customers use your restroom at your facilities in Colorado, at the medical facilities?
There are patient restrooms, yes.
There are patient restrooms?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm just curious, because we're going to hear another item as well, and I'm curious to know how your existing dispensaries affect the businesses around the dispensary. Can you answer that for us?
Well, the place that I'm thinking on Broadway, what we call the Green Mile, there's approximately 100 medical and recreational shops within 2 miles. So if you want to talk about clustering, just go to Broadway in Denver. So, we have motels next door, restaurants next door. It is actually, it's an economic boon, as some people have termed, because you're providing good jobs, you're providing other services, other people are coming, the vendors and so forth. So in our case, our building was vacant for 2 years, and now it's going to be occupied again, and it's going to have a security guard, and it's going to provide an economic engine for that part of the location. So.
So your existing, again through the Mayor Pro Tem, so your existing stores in Colorado have affected the other businesses around you in a positive way?
They seem to be very, very positive because, it brings other patients, other patrons for their businesses and their services. Anything that brings development to an area where it had a vacant building before, the economic multiplier effect is amazing.
Tremendous, yeah, okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Any other comments from the City Council? All right, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm familiar with this building. 40 years ago, I had a space in there. That shows you how long I was in the insurance business. Nice building, nice neighborhood. The building was new then. I've driven by it a couple of times, both the alley side and the 3rd Street side. And it's a good location, but I'm going to ask a few questions here. Again, somebody said whittle down. This is not the day to whittle down. The day to whittle down is after we have seen the state application, state results, because we're going to have a number of them in this area. So we're trying not to prejudice later hearings, as we have lots of them when we're near the tail end. So for that reason, whittling is not my job anyway, not my intent. Joey, do you have a privilege license here in town?
I have a promoter's privilege license, yes.
Yeah. Any restrictions on that?
No.
I mean, and you're promoting liquor sales, you're promoting other things amongst your stuff, Carnival, First for Eddie, and what?
Correct.
Okay, so you've been investigated. So I suspect we'd get the same results when we finally get, if we need any further. Personally, being caught with a bong in a van full of musicians, I'm amazed if it was just a bong. I am amazed. In fact, I'm disappointed because they were going to South by Southwest. They had no life if they didn't have something there. All right, getting serious here. We've had some objections from the area, not too many. We had some. How many have we had from the Hoover? We had some from the Hoover address and some support. So we've had kind of mixed results there. But I think generally speaking, you've got neighborhood support because of the petition gathering. So I think you qualify in that regard. Yes, there will be more than one or two in an area like this, I suspect, and we will have to make a harder choice when we see the state results. So now there was another question, and that had to do with, there was some discussion about local people not having much experience in selling marijuana. It's really difficult to have achieved that kind of professional skill in a state where it's not legal. I know. I'd like to think we can probably, forgive you for that, and you have a professional as a partner in your group. May I ask of planning, did planning of the Planning Commission, when they denied, it said there were 2 points of access for the public which were not permitted under Title 19, and that's the only citation. Is that because there was an extra exit showing toward the rear, which was a fire exit or an employee entrance?
On the originally, yes, Mayor Pro Tem through you, Councilman Coffin, on the original the original plan that was submitted did show public access on 2 sides of the building, and that's not permitted.
And so the stuff that's come in since then shows not public access?
That's correct. We've received revised floor plan that shows that is
Okay.
staff entrance.
All right, so the dings that you had from the official review have been satisfied in terms of the applicant's diligence. I'm going to move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item number 43. Please vote. Huh? Sorry?
With an amended condition?
Okay, with the amended condition? There's an amended condition. Are you including the amended condition?
Please restate the amended condition.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Condition number 4, as it is currently in the staff report, shows a date stamp of August 28, 2014, but the revised floor plan that came in has a date stamp of October 7th, 2014, and so we just need to change that condition to reflect a date stamp of October 7th, 2014, and delete August 28th, 2014.
Thank you. With the condition as amended.
Okay.
That is the motion.
There's a motion with amended condition. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item 44.
I move for approval.
Motion to approve. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Remember, you're still competing against some very highly qualified people. You're not through yet. We have to see what comes.
Thank you,
Can
Council.
we talk about the bathrooms there, Tom or Karen? Do you have answers to that, or do I need to move on?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I believe Orlando or Jorge have been in touch with Mr. Knight, and they have an update in that regard.
There is information? Okay, hold on, let me go back and open this up. All right, so we're back on item 41 and 42, and Lola, right, what's your last name, by the way? Pokorny. Pokorny, okay.
It's not really mine, it's my husband.
Okay, so let me just try to understand this, and then Orlando, you can chime in and see if we can answer the Councilman Barlow's question. So are you going to have a bathroom in your dispensary?
Not within the dispensary itself. However, there is bathrooms immediately adjacent to it.
Okay, but you're not going to have a bathroom in your dispensary, correct?
No,
Okay.
and we did, if it is a requirement of the code, we will put a bathroom in our dispensary. I mean,
And
if
now,
that's-
apparently, we're talking about 2 bathrooms that are available to the tenants that are locked and keyed. Is that what we're talking about? Correct. So if they're locked and keyed, what's the problem?
I've never been inside.
So why don't you come on, that's what if they're locked and keyed bathrooms, then what are we talking about?
They're locked and keyed restrooms for the tenant only.
Okay.
So is this restrooms that the medical seekers are going to be using?
Well, how
Is there
would they
enough-
get in if it's locked and keyed?
Well, are they going to give them keys
Are
to
you
get
going to
in?
allow your customers to use the lock and keyed bathrooms that are available for the tenants only?
if someone comes in and says they have to use the restroom, I think it would be cruel and insensitive to say, if you really have to use the restroom, I'm sorry, we would give them the key, we would go over, let them into the restroom, and
Okay,
yes. but
and
I
you
mean-
don't like that?
I just don't think this is well thought through.
Okay, then now I understand the issue.
Mr. Pro Tem, the fact is,
So-
I go to Lola's a lot, and they give me a key to go to the restroom if I have to go to the restroom. She does the same, and I presume she doesn't want her customers not to be denied the usage. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct, because I've never given you a key to go to my bathroom.
Okay, I do understand the issue now. So,
Mayor Pro Tem?
so I'd like to know the answer to the question is, are they required to have a bathroom in their dispensary?
Mayor Pro Tem, for the record, Jorge Cervantes, we talked to the building official, and they would have to come in for a tenant improvement permit when they do the improvements. At that time, they would do a code analysis based on the building and the use, and if a restroom is required, they require a bathroom to be built if that was part of the code. Typically, when you've got a large facility that has multiple suites, they use a common restroom. It's based on the number count of buildings and the number count of restrooms, similar to what we have here, multiple suites using the same public bathroom. So at the time of the permitting, if a bathroom is required, they would be required to have one.
So you wouldn't know that now, you'd have to wait for them to go
That's
through the
correct.
process to determine if
To
they
do a
are
building permit process.
required to have a bathroom. Okay, now
Mayor-
Councilman Barlow, I'll go back to you since you brought this up, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My colleague to my left is highly upset that individuals are asking questions in regards to the items that are in his ward. And you will have your turn, sir. Calm down. Calm down. Does anyone have any medical marijuana that you can dispense a sample? I have the chips if you have the medical marijuana. How about that? Calm down, Councilman. It's going to be okay. Thank you so very much for the both of you bringing your concerns forward. Mayor Pro Tem, I am satisfied with the response that I've received from the building department. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Mayor Pro Tem. I have to tell you that I do have a concern that you have to go up to this receptionist who might be outside or in stacking something or getting paper, and then you have to wait. Senior citizens I know, and I'm assuming you'd have lots of senior citizens, it's difficult for them to go places where you have to wait to get a key, and sometimes it doesn't work. Or you get a number you push in, and it doesn't work. And I will tell you, what's the problem of putting a bathroom in it?
There's no problem with putting a bathroom in. The reason that it wasn't put in is because the existing tenant does not have a bathroom. We're taking an existing space. We always assumed that whatever building requirements require, we're going to do it. Just like candidly and honestly, all the dozens of applications that you've already seen and approved, I bet this is the first restroom question that was raised, or it would have been raised previously by you. So I assume that all of those others that are approved are going to have to go through the same building permit process, and if a bathroom is required, they're going to have to put it in.
Well, the thing is, though, they showed us their plans, and the ones I looked at had bathrooms in them. That's why I wondered why you know.
The only reason.
The last,
Mayor
even the
Pro
one
Tem.
that was 690 feet had a bathroom in it.
All right.
Okay, whatever.
Well, like I
Yeah,
guess
I'm just saying that,
we'll put a bathroom in.
We'll put a
Yeah,
bathroom.
I-
This is not a big
I don't
issue.
s-
We'll put a bathroom in. This is not a big issue. We'll put a bathroom in if you require it as a condition. It's fine with us. The reason why we didn't put a bathroom, we have a bathroom right there that's used by the public, which is fine. But if there's a condition here for approval, we'll put one in.
well,
Okay, we'll resolve the bathroom issue when we get to the building of the building, I think. So Councilman Ross?
Yeah, I'm actually more concerned about the existing businesses and less concerned about the restroom issues. I think that can easily be addressed, as I only see the employees using the existing restrooms that you guys are using as well for your employees. So that's not a big concern of mine. A larger concern of mine is the existing businesses, and some of the comments that these two have made. And that's why I asked the previous applicant about the foot traffic, and how has that adversely or affected the businesses, or has that benefited the businesses around it? The gentleman that spoke, who I think you haven't, you don't need to get up, but I think you're a professional architect. I don't know exactly what it was. I don't know how that's going to help your business, but I do think Lola's the restaurant is actually going to continue to be packed, as it always is when I'm over there. Lola, you guys are packed all the time when I'm there. Of course, it's lunchtime. You know, so that's what I'm concerned about. And what I want is, what I don't want people to think that this is that big dragon that's breathing fire that's eating our children. That's not what these dispensaries are. And it's important to understand that. Yes, is this new to all of us? Absolutely. We are on the cutting edge of this here in Nevada. We're dealing with it right now in the city of Las Vegas. I have no question about the applicants, the professionalism that they bring to the table, and have no problem actually with this location. I don't think it's going to adversely affect your businesses. I honestly do not think that. I think it will enhance the restaurant. In regards to architectural services, I can't speak to that because I don't know how many medical marijuana users are going to need architectural services, but they may. So that's my bigger concern. I think the restroom issue will work out, and we'll just see what direction we go on the motion. But thank you.
Okay, Councilman Coffin, can you move this along with the motion?
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks.
I haven't played in this game yet, and I'd like to get in before it's over. It's funny because usually we're allowed to ask questions during the time people are asking questions, but he figures since I've got the last word, I'm going to be, asking a bunch. But the main thing is the context. Context has been forgotten here. For example, the gentleman, Barrett Polly or something like that, if it resembles it, that's fine, just wave your hand. Okay. He's in a professional building. It is a professional building. It is not a building with any retail in there. I walked through on the outside and the inside. Now, I was led to believe in the beginning that this was mixed use, but it really is professional. Everybody has understated window lettering, understated signage. It's very tasteful. So there's a standard set in the Wholesome Lofts. And I want to make sure that if this is approved, that standards are maintained so that it is exactly like the others. No bells and whistles, no flaming darts going in the air. It's like we don't want to try to compete with other medical marijuana establishments here. You have to live harmoniously with the people who were there if you're approved. And that goes to what I've just talked about as far as the atmosphere that you set. You had enough concern from your neighbors, but fortunately you have a very capable contractor on your team, Bob Potter. He already knows how much that's going to cost. And maybe he's already whispered it to you.
Save that for last.
Well, because the point is, he said he'd save that for last, but the point is that if exterior modifications are required, in order to accommodate an extra bathroom, we have to give them permission to do that in our planning process and in our code process. We cannot then throw up a stumbling block that says, but wait a minute, you can't do that with this building. So we would have to be very understanding if any exterior modifications are needed. Because any new bathroom now has to be ADA compliant, which means larger door, single toilet, pretty much has to be unisex. And I don't know if the existing bathrooms in that complex are ADA compliant. For all I know, they're not. They might not be. So I think an additional bathroom is going to be required. One for the customers and staff. And I'm going to make that a special condition.
Yep.
Now then, Mr. Potter, I know that's going to cost money, but you know how to do it as cheaply as possible if anybody could do it. You also know how to do the exterior treatment so that it looks like other professional organizations in there.
Yes, and clearly the landlord.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Whoa, you have to come up and state your name and,
Yeah, let's get you all.
Bob Potter, President of Affordable Concepts, and certainly the landlord, Jeff Lepore, wants to maintain that image, and we will comply with that and certainly comply with your requirement. You will be proud of what it turns out to be.
So then the access, Bob, access to the building will not be then from the general entrance that is on the east side of the building? Would the access to that office, and I've been there, so access could be from the south side of the building?
The access is round on the side facing the east.
Uh-huh. What if you had the access from the south side? I realize the existing building has that access.
I don't believe that we have the ability to do that, but we will certainly look at that. I mean, when we engaged the architect, we were just using the current door that was there. So maybe we can move it around, but I couldn't comment 100% without looking at the plans.
All right. It's quite possible. I want to say this. I won't make that a condition today, a separate entrance to this building. We do have requirements in the statutes as far as the number of exits and entrances. So, you know, I don't know if staff has really gone over and taken a look at that. But if one is needed, you're going to have it. And that would be in conjunction with the bathroom. Those would be the conditions unless we find out otherwise between now and the time the state report comes out and we begin to consider all these applications again in a couple of weeks. I think that's it. You're going to have to comply with these requirements. So that is an access, egress, exit, it doesn't matter, same thing, entrance, exit, your side of the building where people can enter from the parking lot.
That's the only access we have right now, sir.
Yes. From the south side?
It's actually from the, I would say, I mean, if you go into it, you're actually going to
How's
the
your
west.
compass reading?
You're going to the west. It faces to the east, but that's the only access.
I know, right now,
Yeah. But there is no ability to access from the back. So I
Why is
thought
that?
we were talking about
Why is
maybe
that,
going to,
Bob, why is that? Why is there no access from the back?
the way the building is built, there's a firewall there. There's two separate buildings.
The south wall? Now, you're in a corner. You're in the southeast corner of the
Yeah.
building. I looked at this from the outside. You're in the southeast corner. So you've got the south as well as the east.
Yes, sir.
That's a solid wall.
If
Council,
it's-
my name is Michael Stein. To answer your concern, our door to entrance is directly from the parking lot.
Directly from what?
Parking lot.
From the parking lot.
Okay, so it would be directly in, not through the common entrance?
Correct. You're absolutely correct.
Okay, that has to be concessioned. Okay.
Yeah, it is that way. The door goes to the parking lot,
Okay.
right?
All right. Then, with this discussion, we don't have to add a door, separate door to the conditions.
Absolutely not.
The condition will be a bathroom in conjunction with the code's requirement.
Thank you.
And should any extra requirements be placed on you, we'll look favorably on giving you exemptions from maybe certain aesthetic standards if it happens on the back side of the building, so that it wouldn't be affecting the, the appearance of the place. Under those conditions, Mayor Pro Tem, I move for approval of this application.
Motion for approval on item 41, please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. 42. Councilman, item 42.
Item 42, I move for approval.
Thank you. Motion to approve item 42. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cost them 30 or 40,000. Who knows?
All right, item 45, right, Beverly? All right, item 45 and 46, special use permit 55288, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,212 square foot medical marijuana dispensary in general commercial zoning. Item 46, DIR 56437, a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Top Harm LLC. The applicant is Top Harm LLC, and the owner is James and Julie Gubler Trust at 1615 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Staff from the Planning Commission both recommend approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. SUP 55288, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the licensing compliance permit, after publishing of this recommendation, staff was able to identify that in the original application, we did find where the tracking software was mentioned in that application. Therefore, we would find that this compliance permit meets minimum city codes. Reviewers noted the following deficiencies: knowledge in dispensing medical marijuana and the needed education to manage such a facility has not been demonstrated under Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.070. The plans do not conform to all requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.110 and 160. And the accounting and inventory software plan as presented was inadequate to meet the requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.110.
Thank you. Okay, welcome, gentlemen. You have 5 minutes to do a presentation, and make sure you state your name if you're speaking into the microphone.
Dallas Horton here on behalf of the...
You're going to have to get down to the microphone so I can...
Dallas Horton on behalf of the John Gubler Family Trust, Anthony DeLuca, and Top Farm. Thank you for your time, gentlemen. We're perfect for the use. Our neighbors are the stratosphere. We've got, of course, the Olympic Gardens strip club next to us. Across the street's a liquor store, an adult boutique, as well as a bail bondsman. So we're very suitable for our area and for the use. Mr. DeLuca has been a business owner in Clark County now for almost 20 years. He started with an 8x10 office and built it into the largest consumer bankruptcy firm in the United States of America. He's successfully run multiple businesses here in Clark County. Top Farm is 100% Nevada owned. There are no outside owners. Mr. DeLuca has also been involved in many charities. He's coached soccer and baseball teams, which is his personal time. He has sponsored countless sporting events. He has an annual scholarship that his law firm gives away every year so a local high school kid from Nevada can get a college education. He is a sponsor in pool safety, closed captioning for the hearing impaired, Give Me a Break, which is for which is for the mentally handicapped as well as their families. He does annual Thanksgiving and Christmas toy, clothing, and food drives here in Clark County for our local residents. Is a major supporter of children with autopsy charities as well, and dozens of other charities I don't have time to mention because I only have 5 minutes. I'm sorry, autism. I just don't have enough time to go over them all. The current condition of the business, as you know, it's this little donut shop down there on Las Vegas Boulevard that hadn't been operated for a long time. It really is an eyesore. We put a picture of it in our packet for y'all. Mr. DeLuca, as you can see from his plans, is really going to beautify this particular property. He turns it into a professional, in essence, looks like a medical building when he's finished with it. He spent $400,000 just on the renovations and beautifications of the building. This is important. It's on Las Vegas Boulevard. This is an eyesore right in the center of our tourists that we really would like to repair and convert into an economically productive property that will benefit our community. Now, what's also neat about this particular property is Mr. DeLuca has agreed to partner with the Southern Nevada Graffiti Coalition, whereby once a month they're going to go through the neighborhood and remove all the graffiti. And that's at no cost to those neighbors and those residents. That's just to make this a pretty place so that everyone around there feels comfortable, safe, and happy. For the council's edification, our architect and design group, the Gale group that you have, I'd like to explain what that group does. And they're the ones who design the dispensary. This is a group that designs and runs dispensaries. That is what they do. They have designed and run 17 in California. Mr. DeLuca hired them because they design and they run them. They designed this dispensary, and they will consult on the operation of this dispensary, as that is what their company does. Now, he hadn't contracted with them because he doesn't have a license yet, other than for the design. They've obviously been paid for that. There will be securities 24 hours a day. Multiple armed security guards are going to be on the property. They will be inside a door where they buzz a patient in. They will then check the identity, the medical marijuana card, and to make certain that they have not exceeded their allowable use under Nevada law. After verifying all of that, he's going to be buzzed in. There's 20 cameras on the property. There's ADT security. I'm going over this because we had previously submitted documents that the city was unaware that they had. They called us, said they were aware, but I want to make sure you guys know about it. Roll-a-din security shutters covering all doors and windows. Our cameras all have live feeds to the Metropolitan Police Department. Mr. DeLuca has a relationship with First Security Bank to install the See Forever Systems kiosk. This means no employee will ever touch the cash. A patient will consult with a tech on a screen. He will touch the product that he wants. He will then pay directly into the kiosk. First Security Bank will come and pick those deposits up and take them directly to the bank. Finally, we have also been in contact with the Metropolitan Police Department regarding our property. Speaking to Detective Tony Munoz, told us he was overwhelmed with our security plan, and if we got our license, he would absolutely personally work with us to make certain this was the safest it could possibly be for that community. So we took Mr. DeLuca took a step above, met with Metro, made sure they were happy with security and what he had envisioned. As far as competition in the area, we're talking about Las Vegas Boulevard. I need everybody to keep in mind, we do not want people making left-hand turns.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you go ahead and identify the two individuals with you, and then we'll go to the public hearing.
Oh, this is Mr. DeLuca.
Anthony DeLuca, 4095 Abernathy Forest, please.
This is an assistant here observing things on behalf also of the Gubler family.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is a public hearing for the special use permit. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. You have another minute, sir?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to direct your attention to the fact that on Las Vegas Boulevard, we will not want pedestrians crossing streets. We don't want cars making left-hand turns. We need people to go into the right. If people are crossing streets, there'll be congestion and accidents. If people are making left-hand turns, there'll be congestion and accidents. There are only 5 people applying for these on Las Vegas Boulevard. All the traffic studies are showing that's not enough. We need more. We do not want these people creating congestion, causing accidents on our most busy street that our tourists see. So it's very important that you guys, just my recommendation, not that I matter, that you guys give those 5 there. It's going to help the Las Vegas Strip. The most recent estimates are showing at 4 million tourists a year, 5% smoke, that's 200,000 patients a year. That's 40,000 per dispensary, not including strip workers or including local residents in the area. So this is going to be a heavily serviced area that needs these dispensaries. This is a quality dispensary. His consultants are tried and true. They've been all over California. This is what they do. They design, then they consult on the operation. It's what they did. They designed it. That's why it's as nice as it is. And they will consult on the operation.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate your time and giving me the ability to talk to you today.
All right. Okay, I will open it up to the City Council. Councilman Ross.
Thank you. Mr. Horton, did you practice that? In front of the mirror, come on.
I got to tell you, obviously not enough. I needed to go quicker.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
That's all right, my friend.
Mr. DeLuca, there's no doubt that you're a business titan in this community. I mean, all the things you do, you continue to do. There's no doubt. And Mr. Horton shouldn't have spent the 5 minutes on that. But Mr. Horton, you mentioned some outside people that you're partnering with. They're
No, we're
not
not
in our
partnering with them in any
documentation.
way. They're the
Pardon?
Gale Group, they're the architects, if you'll look, that we submitted their package to you, the very people who designed this facility. That's what they do. They design marijuana facilities and they consult on the operation. You have them in there, the Gale Group, they did the designs, they signed the blueprints, they are in the application. I understand the city had some difficulty locating some things initially. We spoke to them, they had indicated that they had found them and that they were going to basically let you guys decide.
Well, we certainly don't have them in our, or I don't have them in my backup.
If I may clarify, Councilman.
We didn't, like I said, we didn't
If
contract.
if I may clarify, Councilman, I think I cleared it up.
Go ahead.
As of this juncture, they were only contracted to design, to do the building plans and the design. We have not entered into the contract with them for the consulting, and therefore a consulting contract was not put into the application. As an attorney, I didn't feel 100% comfortable contracting for a business that didn't even exist yet. When we have a license, then we will formalize the contract, but we do have consultants is the main point we're trying to convey.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then also through Mayor Pro Tem to you, Mr. DeLuca, this is staff's report and summary. The owner's resume demonstrates business experience, however, does not demonstrate the knowledge and compassionate use of marijuana to treat medical conditions. That is a big concern of mine. I know who you are. I know what you do for this community, and I'm grateful for it, as is the community. There were a group of applicants yesterday that had no business being in this business. I'm not saying you don't have any business being in this business, but I don't see the tie of your experience with medical marijuana. Does that make sense to you?
It does, but I think Councilman Kaufman pointed out best. I mean, if it's been illegal in the state, how would any homegrown Nevada successful businessman have that experience unless they bring in consultants? And that's what we've done. That's effectively what basically all the applicants have done. No applicant can say that they're from Nevada and they have experience running a dispensary if it's been illegal in Nevada. So, I mean, I personally do not have that experience, but if I bring in the council that does.
His name is Antonio Gale. He's run 17 or 15 medical marijuana dispensaries across California and San Diego and Los Angeles, as well as the Bay Area. It is the Gale Group. The Gale Group, this is what they do. They designed it. They let him know if he gets a license. They're happy to consult and help him run it. He just didn't want to put the cart before the horse as a licensed member of the bar, entering a contract before he had a license from the state, which is an attorney being abundantly cautious, and I understand that.
Okay.
We stand a little different than businessmen.
Again, through the Mayor Pro Tem to you gentlemen, I get that, but and to me, it's kind of like you are putting the cart before the horse because you don't have them on board, where the rest of these
We do. I have their
applications
resume with you.
have got the, Mr. Horton, please let me finish.
Yes.
The rest of the applicants that are here today and have been here today and yesterday had their team already assembled. And Mr. DeLuca, another line in here, and this is just staff's report. This, I don't know how much bearing this has, but it says here that you're going to be the managing member, working the daily operations and overseeing employee operations. You're not going to do that. You know that. You're going to hire somebody to do that.
Well, with this type of investment, certainly getting off the ground, that would be on there, I'll be in there, and then, of course, we would have on-site consultants that are running this. I have a cultivation, I was approved by Clark County for cultivation and production, so we've made all the contacts
I
within
see
the
that,
industry.
yeah. Okay. I do see that.
I did bring with me a resume of Mr. Gale. These are the designers. They have agreed to consult, and I do have his resume. If you want me to approach and show it to you, we certainly can educate you today. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
to the Mayor Pro Tem
Just
again, I
want
don't
you
think
to
that's
know
necessary.
He does have those people in place to run it. It's not the cart. They are there.
Okay,
waiting.
I appreciate that. And again, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may,
Sure.
one more thing. I think you both can appreciate what I'm looking at here in
We
regards
do.
to backup.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We all know who you guys are, and that's great that you're standing in front of us today. I certainly don't want to stifle that entrepreneurial spirit that you have,
Yes, sir.
or, you know, local guys getting in on the ground floor of this. I don't want to do that. But it just seems like the packet was incomplete, and I don't know if that's our fault or your fault. I don't know that. So I'm going to be interested in see where this goes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I mean, I tend to agree with Councilman Ross. I mean, you know how to run a business, but I don't see any medical marijuana stuff here. I don't know who those people are. They're not here for me to ask them questions. I don't know if they know anything about medical marijuana. So you have a great SUP for a location and the building and all that's dialed in, but there's no medical marijuana stuff for me to hold on to. So, all right. Anyone else?
You certainly
Then I'll
can
turn it over to
canvass Mr.
Councilman
DeLuca about
Coffin.
the Gale Group.
It's up to you, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Coach. Well, I've been worried about this too, but I suppose not from that aspect of not having somebody on the team, because everybody here has to hire somebody sometime, and a conservative lawyer isn't going to enter into a contract with somebody before he has a need, although others have, and I assume those are contingent, so you should have thought of that, Anthony. I know the owners of the property, the Gooblers. I want to focus on the access to the property. Looking at the map, which is is provided to all of us, subject property inside the circle there. This is important here. Now, what is now the Chinese donut place is where you want to locate. Is that right? Yes. Okay. You understand that right across the street, we've already approved somebody called Boulevard Medical in what used to be the old Odyssey Records location. So they have high standards over there. So we have to make sure that your standards are equally high. But you pose a special problem because it's been difficult to maintain order in that corner, on that specific corner, that side of the boulevard. We have empty buildings, we have vagrants, and I know they're not going to be welcome at these places. They can't possibly panhandle enough money to be customers. So I think that's given. You got the Olympic Gardens right to the north, so there is security to the north and a well-maintained property. What I am concerned about is this is the gateway to the neighborhood I live in, and I have received a lot of objections from homeowners in here on Housel's, Oakey, Griffith, Fifth Place, Ellen Way, Barbara Way. They're coming in from all over the place because that is the gateway to their home. They're desperately hanging on to this gateway. This is critical for the property values of these places. So now that I look at this, I see that the Goobler property stretches all the way to Oakey, that it's an odd shape, that you have the gas station at the actual corner, and the Gooblers don't own that property. That is the property of the gas station. How is your access from Las Vegas Boulevard? How do people access this property from Las Vegas Boulevard?
Traveling straight north on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Hold on, let's get the mic. There you go.
Over
Go
here,
ahead.
Anthony, that one's not.
Oh, they're both on. They're both on.
Well, just traveling straight on North Las Vegas Boulevard, they make a right turn directly into the property, right off the street.
Okay. Would you object to not having access to your property from Oakey?
Yes.
You would object?
No. I would, that's fine. That's fine not to have that access from Oakey.
Signage is important, the appearance. We had, the other gateway here, we had a problem with a tattoo parlor called Precious Sluts, which was a real insult to humanity. And finally, they moved under pressure. They left the area. I'm sorry that building is still vacant, but they're gone. And with them, with their offensive sign. Point is, people appreciate when they have company, or when they bring guests over to their house. If they're going to look at something like that, or something unsavory, we have to make sure that whatever is in there, legal businesses, doesn't reflect. I was speaking too fast for the council, excuse me. I don't want you to have access off Oakey, and I don't want you to have signage facing east. East is the side facing that neighborhood.
That's fine.
Marketing facing north and south on Las Vegas Boulevard is okay. And you know that we cannot limit exactly what you say, but we do have certain boundaries that we kind of know what they are in our community. And so that's what makes it different from the one across the street. If we approve you today, you're still in competition. We have to see what the state thinks of your application.
Yes.
If the state feels your application was incomplete as ours, you're not going to get ranked very high.
Okay.
And it's an uphill climb to get our vote later. So I think under those conditions, you know that you almost have to be invisible to the east. And that's the only way you'll get the neighborhood support, which would be contingent for my support.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
All right. Planning, Tom, is that clear so that an additional condition, two additional conditions can be placed on this? That is no access from Oki and no access, no illustration or advertising to the east.
The advertising portion is clear. Mr. Rankin is working with Mr. Anderson to check on that access from Oki. If we could have just a minute,
All
please.
right. Well, tell you what, they've committed to that, so it'll be a condition.
Okay. Very
Under
good.
those conditions then, and subject to any other conditions that were placed on you prior in the other meeting, DDRC and planning, I move for approval.
Okay, hold on before we vote, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I have a concern that's been voiced already by Councilman Ross and by Councilman Barlow. In going through what the staff has put together for our backup, it shows that your resume that you turned in did not demonstrate knowledge in the compassionate use of marijuana, which was already mentioned, and the needed education to manage such a facility. And yet, we don't have anybody here today, as he said, that is going to show us who the staff is. So we have no chance to question them. And then under the issues and concerns, which as I understand have not yet been met, we have accounting and inventory software is not identified and plan is inadequate. We have education, advertising, operating, and training plan was required. It was not included. We have that additional details on security plan were required and haven't been received. We have the environmental plan does not meet LVMC Title 14, and that disposal plan was required, and also that a product list was not disclosed, which my understanding is that was something that was supposed to be in there. Let me just check.
Councilwoman, those documents were submitted to Ms. McElholm, who then advised me that Karen Tuttleston was going to advise the committee that those documents were in the application, and the only issue remaining was the issue of the experience, which we already addressed. So we have addressed those other concerns that you have.
For the record, Mary McElholm, Business Licensing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, we were able to identify the actual accounting system that they would be using. However, the actual accounting and inventory plan is still inadequate. We were able to identify the security plan, and so we no longer have issues with that. And the disposal plan, which is part of the environmental plan, has also been met. The other issues that are noted in the document are still unresolved.
Which includes the product list and the environmental plan. You felt that was met by the disposal?
Mary McElholm, for the record. The product list, we did actually find that, but it does need to be updated. It does need to be better. We also, as far as the advertising plan, there are still issues with that. The interior signage is still not there. So there are some additional issues.
And the education, advertising, operating, and training plan that were required, you do not have, you did not get?
That is correct. There are still issues with those as well.
I just feel that that gives us a few issues, and particularly since we don't have anybody experienced. I like very much the local, but I feel we have to have someone who's helping in that also. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Please vote.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might, please. Mr. Coffin, Councilman.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just like to clarify that condition for access from Oki, because to be more precise, we would prefer that they said, if the added condition was applicant shall construct a barrier to the property to the east.
If that doesn't impede fire, though, and/or other, is this in order? Is this in order to continue the discussion? Okay. Isn't it likely that that would create a fire access problem if you put up a barrier or something? There's other businesses there.
Subject to, yes, and
there could be a barrier around the Chinese donuts access inland from the street, if you will, behind the custard shop and the gas station.
Yes, that's exactly, it's just constructing a barrier between those two properties.
Would a Jersey wall barrier be sufficient?
I would think so.
Automobiles is what you're looking for?
Yes.
Yeah, so am I. Okay.
Don't post it yet, Beverly.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Ross?
Thank you. Mr. DeLuca, I'm going to support Councilman Coffin in regards to where you're headed, but you're not ready. I mean, that's my opinion. You're just not ready yet. We're only going to have 12 in the city of Las Vegas, so you're not up on high on that list in my mind. So I think he's going to give you a reprieve to get there, if that makes sense to you. So I'm going to support what the councilman wants, just because of who you are and your involvement in this community. So thank you very much for all that you do.
Okay, we have one more person to vote. Councilwoman? Okay, now you can post it. Motion fails. It's a tie. Anybody else want to make a motion, or is that it? Okay. Then can I have a motion on the compliance permit? That would be to deny the compliance permit. Councilman Coffin, item 46.
Mayor Pro Tem, we'd like another motion on the last item. So you had a motion to approve with conditions that didn't pass. So now what we did yesterday and what we were doing this morning was then to take another motion.
Oh.
And then we'd move forward then.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion to deny the special use permit, and we'll vote on that. So go ahead and post, or I'm sorry, vote. Okay. This is a motion to deny the SUP. And post it. We are again at a tie, so, okay, very good. That's the way we were doing it yesterday. Okay, so can I have a motion? I guess then we need to deny the compliance permit. Councilman Ross? I'm sorry, Councilman Coffin, unless you want somebody else to make the motion.
I would then move to deny agenda item 46, the compliance permit.
Thank you. Please vote. And post. Councilman Ross? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we are on 47 and 48. 47, SUP 55300, request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,969 square foot medical marijuana dispensary, zoned industrial. Item number 48, DIR 5643, compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business at Serenity Wellness Center. The applicant is Serenity Wellness Center LLC, and the owner is 1800 Industrial LLC at 1800 Industrial Road, Suites 102, 160, and 180. Staff and the Planning Commission both recommend approval on the land use. This is in Councilman Coffin's ward, Ward 4. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55300, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Concerning the licensing compliance permit, the application was in order for approval.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks for coming down, everyone. You have 5 minutes to do your presentation, and make sure you state your name, whoever's speaking into the microphone, and eventually introduce everyone else that you have out there.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Anthony and council members. My name is Dr. Todd Swanson, address 2800 East Desert Inn Road. I am here and privileged to present our application for Serenity Wellness Center, medical marijuana dispensary. I'd like to first talk about our qualifications. I've been a practicing orthopedic surgeon in Las Vegas for 23 years. I think it's important that all 4 of us on the team are longtime members of the community. Me being the short-term member, I guess. Everyone else has been here longer than I have been. I've been in orthopedic practice for my 23 years with Desert Orthopedic Center, and I've been passionate in my practice about the care of patients as well as expanding our fund of knowledge through research and education. I direct our research foundation at Desert Orthopedic Center. I also have other qualifications that have given me experience with the compassionate use of medical marijuana. I've been involved with a local hospice agency, and I have seen the benefits of medical marijuana for the use in these patients to give them some quality of life as they near the end of their lives. On the flip side, I also sit on a board of directors of a drug rehabilitation center, so that I know that with every positive there is a potential negative, and every medication can have potential side effects and be addictive. And I'm somewhat intrigued by the possibility of possibly getting some patients who are on chronic narcotic pain medications off with the use of medical marijuana, but I think more research needs to be done in this area. So these are some of the experiences that we bring to our vision. I'd like to introduce my partners. To my right is Ben Silito. He's a third-generation Las Vegan with experience in finance and business. Hey, Beverly. And behind me is Deborah Freeman with, I'm sorry, with experience in medical businesses as well. She was born and raised in Las Vegas. And Gary Schnitzer has been in Las Vegas for 50 years, practicing law for 34 years. So we've all been here a long time. Our philosophy, hopefully, is the right philosophy to run this as a medical establishment, not a business. That's really all I know how to do, because that's what I've been doing my entire career. So we want to run this as a medical establishment and treat our patients in a professional environment and comfortable as well as secure environment. In that regard, we have retained Team Phoenix as our security consultant, which is, I think, one of the premier security companies, and they have designed our security plan. We also obviously don't have experience in medical marijuana dispensaries, and so we have retained the services of Forefront Advisors, one of the premier medical marijuana dispensaries. Their president, Chris Crane, is here today, and I'd like to turn the microphone over to him to tell us how he's going to assist us.
Hi, I'm Chris Crane, 219 Kitchen Street, currently in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm here today because my consulting business, Forefront Advisors, has been contracted by Serenity Wellness Center to help establish a world-class dispensary here in the city of Las Vegas. Our team has a successful track record of helping to establish some of the most well-respected retail dispensaries across the country, including having recently been contracted by 1/3 of all the dispensaries licensed in the state of Massachusetts. We've assembled a talented team with expertise in medical cannabis, retail, and hospitality industries, including professionals who have opened the most successful dispensaries in the Bay Area, the designer of operations protocols for Einstein Brothers Bagels, Old Navy, and Panera Bread, and the lead implementer for dozens of high-end Starwoods hotels across the country. We've spent 5 years developing comprehensive operations materials, including unique manuals, protocols, and HR documentation for every department in a dispensary, which includes robust chain of custody protocols that ensure that every gram of medicine is accounted for every time medicine transfers hands, making theft or diversion virtually impossible. And all of this is backed up by an extensive management training program that we take the clients through. But I do want to stress that Forefront Advisors is not an owner of Serenity Wellness. Our role here is to guide our clients so that they can run a first-class dispensary from their opening day forward. Serenity Wellness is made up of entirely local Las Vegas owners who truly understand the needs of their community and the patients that they intend to serve. Their strong team of medical and business professionals with a commitment to the Las Vegas community makes them ideal candidates to operate a dispensary here, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to work with them. I hope you'll see the same as well.
Thank you very much. Why don't you just quickly just introduce everybody else so we know who they are?
Well, these are some of our supporters.
Are they part of the application process?
There are 4 of us, which I introduced.
Okay, these are just friends,
These are friends and supporters of our.
but they're not on the application?
No, they are
Okay,
not.
very good, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing on the special use permit. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward and state your name, and you have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Levy, 1925 Village Center Circle. I own property, represent property fairly close to this location. I'm a native Las Vegan. I grew up in the neighborhood at Rancho and Charleston. I think this is a great location for this type of operation. It's very well buffered, from residential, single-family residential, with the railroad tracks and the freeway. I think it's a perfect location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles Fox, Las Vegas resident. I'm one of the owners of the building. We had a number of people to come through and, propose to rent the building, and this group here was really outstanding, and that's why we chose to do that. And I'm in full support of these guys.
Thank you.
Vicki Higgins. I've had a chance to talk with this team and watch them throughout the process. I think their goals are admirable and their heart's in the right place. They've got a good location, a great plan. I would like to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Doctor, you have another minute if you'd like to add anything else.
Okay, well, we really didn't go over our land use, but if you're okay with that, I'll just conclude by saying that we want to operate in the right fashion, follow the regulations, of course, as we should. We want to provide a health care service. We actually have a community center room that's a disconnected separate entrance to our building where we'll offer other health and wellness services. We are also committed to donating 5% of our overall profits to a research foundation, which I hopefully will be able to direct to give research funds to local institutions to further our understanding of the benefits and potential risks of medical cannabis. And that's part of our mission. And then finally, we do want to be good neighbors. We did not hold a neighborhood meeting. In lieu of that, we actually canvassed the neighborhood, and we knocked on over 200 doors and have several letters of support from residents, many in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, many business letters of support as well, which I have the names of here if you're interested.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll open up to the City Council. Councilman Ross.
Thank you. This, again, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, is one of those exceptional applications. Dr. Swanson's done his homework. He's assembled an ACE team to make this happen. And Dr. Swanson, it was a pleasure to discuss this application with you in my office and how you guys envision the use of medical marijuana for patients. I mean, I'm thrilled to death that you are part of this process, and I hope to goodness that you get to be one of the 12 finalists at the end of the day when we're all done with this. So I'm in full support of your application.
Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. I agree that this is a solid team. I do have questions, though, because whenever I see something in someone's background, specifically surrounding this new market that we're embarking upon, I do have to question it because it comes down to suitability. So who is Benjamin? Benjamin, thank you. I'm looking in the background, and you have, from what I'm reading, and I can only go off of what I'm reading, the charges of possession of marijuana.
Correct.
Right? Are those charges dismissed?
Yes, sir, they have been dismissed.
I'm sorry?
Yes, they were dismissed.
And they were dismissed?
Well, I'd be more than happy to explain the background of that. It's certainly something that I expected that could come up, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain that. So it's basically as a result of the former situation that medical patients were placed in with the laws without having access to the medicine. So I was involved in helping somebody obtain their medicine, just connecting people, was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And
You got caught.
And well, I wasn't. I claim I wasn't doing any wrong other than helping someone obtain their medicine who didn't have access to that. So
Right.
when that was apparent that that was the case, then the charges were dropped.
Okay. But you understand the very pivotal position
Certainly.
that you put us in regards to
Certainly.
now moving into the legal side of things.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
So contingent upon what comes back as far as Metro, your Metro suitability, it could ultimately affect the entire application.
Certainly.
You're aware of that, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. But other than that, I think the location is great. I truly believe that this is a solid team, and just want to just let you know my thought in regards to just taking the seriousness of this license that's new to the state of Nevada, and in particular the city of Las Vegas. We want to make sure that anyone conducting business within the jurisdiction of our municipality, that we're collectively doing business with suitable individuals
Absolutely.
to really hold the label of the city of Las Vegas high
I agree,
standards.
and I recognize that I made a mistake, and I hope to prove that I'm the type of person that you want to be involved in this.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Pro Tem?
Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I agree with Mr. Barlow on necessarily having asked you questions on background. So could I ask you also, why are you still making payments on federal tax liens from 2007?
I had a mortgage brokerage from 2003 to 2007, and had to close that down, and was left in a really rough financial situation. So I've been making my way.
So that was just taxes when you had to shut down?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then Gary Snitzer, excuse me. Any word on those lawsuits?
I'm sorry?
Any word on those lawsuits that are mentioned, that you had numerous lawsuits?
What I provided were all the lawsuits that my law firm has endured over the last 10 years, and I think there's only one outstanding lawsuit.
So it's basically what happened because you operated the law firm?
That's correct.
They're all
None
connected.
were
That's
against
fine.
me individually.
Yeah, just checking it out. And Deborah, I just want to check out with you too. You have two businesses in the healthcare field, but no business licenses were listed. Do you have business licenses for them?
I absolutely do. They were just in the haste of getting the applications prepared, left out, but I definitely do have them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilman Coffin?
Move for approval.
Thank you.
That was
Item
the
47.
quickest move for approval.
Don't interrupt me there, Councilman Barlow.
I'm not gonna interrupt
We're
him.
moving. 47, we have a motion to approve. All right, passes unanimously. 48.
He's learned.
Have a motion on 48, please?
Move for approval.
Hurry up.
All right, we have a motion to approve 48. Councilman Beers? Okay, post? Unanimous? All right. Thank you.
We're all humbled by your support, and we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
luck.
you, Doctor.
Good luck.
All right, item number 49 and 50. 49 is SUP 55316, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,250 square foot medical marijuana dispensary, C2 general commercial. Item number 50, DRI 56439, compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as 99 High Desert Healing. The applicant is Global Green Enterprises, LLC, and the owner is E&I Inc. at 827 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite A. Staff and the Planning Commission both recommend approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55316, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval, following all staff recommendations and subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Concerning the license compliance permit, just for the note of the council, this applicant has requested on numerous occasions for business licensing to re-review their application, re-review the documents. We have done that on a regular basis as soon as last week. We have confirmed that our recommendation is for denial as the application does not conform to the city code due to the following. A review of the plans submitted did not provide adequate details or address specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, .110, .120, .160, and .190. The business plans are not in conformance with Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, .110, and .160. Advertising discloses many mediums that are not compliant within regulations of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, .070, .110, and .160.
Thank you. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to do your presentation, so whoever's speaking into the mic, make sure you identify yourself, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Yvonne Green. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Honorable City Council. I want to begin by thanking the staff for their incredible hard work, including the Planning Commission for their recommendation for approval. I would like to address the concerns of business licensing. This recommendation, we believe, came about because originally there had been missing files. We directed staff to those files in our application, and they were all indeed found. Business licensing requested that we address any remaining concerns today, and we immediately provided business licensing and all council members with any updates or clarifications. We had these emailed to council members and also physically placed in your boxes as well. We also have an extra copy here if you need that. We have clarified all concerns, which most were few missing words, sentences, clarifications, and misunderstandings. Our business plan was, our press kit was mistaken originally for our business plan, and our business plan was indeed found, the one that should have been viewed. We are completely compliant with all state and city laws and ordinances. The majority of our team are women who are also minorities. Giving women and minorities a voice in this industry is of paramount importance, as we are representatives of our community and this industry, and will therefore bring this healing medicine to new environments and patients who need this. Our team is also comprised of 2 United States veterans who both served our country in Iraq and were trained in IT technology, building networks from the ground up, and security fields of the United States Marine Corps. We're an impressive group made up of conscientious, long-time Nevada residents and professionals, and our 2 California cannabis experts have lived in Nevada part-time for a year and a half and will now be making Nevada their full-time home. Collectively, we have over 10 years of experience in the cannabis industry, in dispensary management, cultivation, and the compassionate use of medicinal marijuana. We are cannabis experts and pioneers in this industry. Our other team members herald from the health and wellness field, IT technology, and business. Collectively, we have known each other for over 17 years. We are a tight group who work well together and respect each other both professionally and personally. We came to this industry from the healing and compassionate side. 10 years ago, when my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer, the treatments and drugs she was given were literally killing her. I set out to learn everything possible about cannabis. Cannabis helped my mother's pain and symptoms, and this inspired me to become involved in the education and compassionate use of this medicine, as well as inspiring us to create one of the most beloved collectives in all of California, according to our patients and media praise. My mother made Las Vegas her home for 10 years. She adored the city. It is for all these reasons and more that we want to bring this medicine to in the highest quality standard to the city of Las Vegas. The goal of our dispensary will also be to create jobs and opportunities for the citizens of Las Vegas. We will not be importing anyone from out of state, as we are the experts who will be training our local Nevada staff with the most comprehensive knowledge of dispensary management, medicinal strain knowledge, and compassionate care than any other team. We will also be having our staff being certified by the Cannabis Training Group, and we were the very first group to sign up with the UFCW. Our team member, Bernalyn Gutierrez, has already taken the initiative to become certified by the Cannabis Training Institute. Our location was unanimously approved by the planning commissioners. It is a perfect location situated on Las Vegas Boulevard in the downtown area. One thing I have not heard from many teams is ADA accessibility. This medicine is for people of all abilities, and many are disabled. Our property is completely ADA compliant and handicapped accessible. It is our belief, based on our previous and successful experience, that our facility and business will impact the community in a very positive manner. We will be elevating the neighborhood and occupying an empty building and beautifying it to further enhance the neighborhood. We will also be providing extensive and top-of-the-line security, creating an even safer environment for the entire neighborhood. The neighborhood and the community is of critical importance to us. We invited all of our neighbors, over 700 residents and business owners, to our location to alleviate any concerns. We made many fans and had no negative comments or concerns after our meeting. We love Las Vegas, we love downtown, and we are confident we will add and contribute to the positive development and beautification of this area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a special use permit, so I'll open it up to a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, come on up here and grab one of those microphones, state your name, and you have 1 minute.
Brian Lee, 5185 South Durango, Suite number 2, Las Vegas, Nevada. I represent the John Peter Lee Family Trust, which owns the office building directly west across the Las Vegas Boulevard. And we really don't have any problem with the project. We just want to make sure that the signage faces Hoover and not Las Vegas Boulevard, and that the entrance is off Hoover and not Las Vegas Boulevard. We do have some concerns with the amount of dispensaries that have been approved around the office building, which our family has owned for 20-plus years. But these seem like good operators. We just want to make sure that it won't be visible in terms of the signage or the entrance from Las Vegas Boulevard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please come forward, state your name. You have 1 minute.
My name is Susan Johnson. I'm the Training and Certification Coordinator for Cannabis Training Institute and Americans for Safe Access. My company is the one that certified Bernalyn, and we're in the process now of certifying the rest of the team. Our courses do involve the law, the politics of medical marijuana, as most of the course is the cannabis as a medicine, and that's what they are certified in. And I am supporting this this particular dispensary because I think the location is great. I think that they have done their due diligence as far as making sure that their facility is compliant, and they are very, very diligent about the education, which I think is one of the most important components. This, after all, is a medicine and is not anything to be taken lightly. So I do support this facility. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Next, please. State your name, and you have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Tatiana Mosley, 2025 Ullum Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89108. I am a 21-year-old yoga instructor and also a nursing student at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. As a young entrepreneur, this team is definitely role models to me. They're hardworking, they're compassionate, and they're very determined. Having a team of successful female role models is what not only I need, but this community needs. These women are professional, experienced, and determined. They showed me that being a minority is not a factor if you have passion and determination. I came today because I know people in Vegas who need this medicine, and I want them to have access to this medicine through them. I want them to have access to this medicine through people who are genuine and who generally care about the patients and not the profit. They have a great location and a great team. I'll be referring all of my associates who need this medicine to them.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down. Yes, ma'am. State your name, and you have 1 minute.
My name is Amelia Jameson. I remember being confused as to what I was going to do for my career when I was an adolescent until someone told me to choose a career that I would do for free. I did exactly that, and fortunately, I chose a career as a software developer in the healthcare industry, which is not only one of the most stable careers these days, but it's also awesome to get paid as well for doing something that you really enjoy doing. I can actually say the same for Bernalyn Gutierrez, one of the proposed licensees of Global Green Enterprises. Although she has not been granted the license to operate the dispensary, I do know that this endeavor is right in line with who Bernalyn is as a person. She lives health. In fact, I'm often forced to listen to her go on and on about health and healing. I would posit that Bernalyn is like me. She is choosing to do something with her life that she would also do for free because she does what she loves, and she therefore has every business to be in this business. I have a teenage son with an intellectual disability, and it's often challenging for him to effectively communicate. When Bernalyn first met my son in June 2014, she convinced him to make some lifestyle changes. One of the changes included my son taking a particular supplement that she believed would help him. I recently got a call from his high school teacher, and she mentioned that they wanted to nominate him for Student of the Year. In addition, my son had a job interview on Monday. He was offered the job, and as a result, my son is now more hopeful in life because he landed a job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi there.
State your name. State your name, and you have 1 minute.
Cindy Funkhauser,
Okay.
1228 South Casino Center Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada. That's what you need, right? Okay. I've had a lot of time to spend with Global Green Group, and I believe that they are totally committed to what they're doing. I've also gone over and checked out the location, which although I also like it to be in the Arts District, but it's not. I think their location is excellent, and traffic-wise, it will work out very well. And I would love to see them get their license for this.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Stephen Gaines, Henderson, Nevada, for over 10 years. I teach at the Henderson Multi-General Center, where I teach young kids how to get into acting and enjoy that. I've known this group for over 17 years. They're wonderful people, and the fact that they're so conscientious, I think that's so important for our city and all the kids here, because we really have a wonderful city. It's a small town, but people think it's a big city. It's actually a small town, and great people are here, and I just want to support our team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, I'm really proud to stand here today with Global Green. I didn't recognize the name at first, and then I saw Bernalyn. They are most certainly the first group in Nevada that signed up with UFCW, as well as being UFCW in California. Many of the semantics that you hear used in the industry today were developed by the union. When we got into this industry, people called it growing, they called it pot, and you heard from people, my name's Herb, and dude, I grow the best pot.
Can you say your name again?
Dan Rush.
Thank you.
Much of the techniques in the industry have been developed by us. We are the retail, agriculture, food processing, pharmacies, and textiles industries union. This is a predominantly woman and minority group, and we're very proud of them. They have a lot of experience, and they are committed to working with us as well as us working with them. And UFCW is committed to delivering you a good, sincere, dignified industry that you'll be proud of as well.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Vicki Higgins. I've spent a little bit of time with this team, and I've watched them go through the process. Really, really nice people. They've got personal commitment in this. They got involved, by my understanding, because of personal needs for their families. They've been dedicated in learning, in finding their area for the location. I realize there are others there, but I would really like to say this team is the minority team we've been looking for. They're committed, and they're looking to take care of the neighborhood as well. I would like to support them. I went to their neighborhood meeting. It was a good time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. State your name, and you have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Timothy Eliado, 4650 West Oakey, apartment number 2191. I would like to basically express my support to this establishment for two main reasons. One is I see a lady-dominated basically ownership. This is a really male-dominated cannabis industry. I mean, anyone who's been in this long enough basically knows what's going on, and I have met some of these ladies personally, and basically I could say that they do have the care and compassion that we need in this city. So I would basically like to show my support. I'd like to see them basically help us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I am a longtime Las Vegas resident. I am also a medical marijuana patient. And I am tired and I hurt so badly, but I wanted to come up here and speak about these people. We have to also think that we're not all trying to do the exact same model. These people aren't trying to put out a destination spot. They are not trying to run a distinct pharmacy. These people are needed. The women, the minorities, these are people who may not go to the doctor for, will go see and learn something from. And these people have been in the community. They came to some of my first meetings back when I was doing meetings for just card carriers. So I know that they mean very well for the medical community. In any community that they come in, they have good heart, and they bring that to this industry. Please consider that when you are considering these different dispensaries and such, that we need variety. And this is a beautiful addition. So the community is fully behind them. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, again, Zach Takis, Green and Fuso, 3030 South Jones Boulevard. Again, I represent Las Vegas Boulevard Development, LLC, Jonathan Schwartz, and the Milton Schwartz family. Again, these are the individuals who own most of the block directly to the north of the proposed location for this dispensary, and for the reasons that I've already stated before the council, I'm sure you're well aware, the negative economic impact, certainly for the jobs that my client is planning on bringing in addition to parking and the clustering that we've already discussed, we would oppose this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
My name is Shay Veazey, and I've been a long-term resident, and I'm a medical patient. I had the opportunity to speak to most of this group independently, and I feel that a lot of this, because we are talking about something that is on the forefront and that it has to deal with a lot of capital and money and investments, I feel a lot of it that determines a successful business is intent. And I would like to stand up here and support them because their intent is pure. I'm an advocate and I'm a patient, and I believe in this city and I believe in locals, and I feel that they also reflect those same values, which is something that we definitely need to instill, especially in the local economy and in a field that is where minorities and women are not represented equally.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Come on up, state your name, and you have 1 minute, please.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Straighton, and this is my son Levi. I live in Santa Monica, California. I'm here to speak on behalf of this incredible team. My son is diagnosed with cerebral palsy and severe epilepsy. He has over 1,000 seizures every day. Cannabis was the miracle that we had been looking for. If it hadn't been for Sam Nevon's knowledge, experience, and compassionate care, my son would not be alive today. Their dispensary in California was the most beautiful and dignified dispensary I'd ever been to. It was life-changing for so many people. You must know what you're doing in order to recommend the correct strain or product to someone. The most critical thing for patients is experience and knowledge. Without it, it's a matter of life and death. I drove all the way from LA today with my child into this situation because that's how much I believe in them. This team is exactly what Nevada was thinking of when they approved medicinal marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up from LA. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. You have 1 minute to conclude, and make sure you identify everyone else that's with you there so we know who they are.
During the 1 minute?
Well, you have 4 people next to you.
Oh,
Just
yes.
let us know who they are.
Yes, these are our partners: Josie Griffin, United States veteran, Marine Corps; Bernalyn Gutierrez from the health and wellness field, realtor, Las Vegas, both Las Vegas; Myself, Yvonne Green, who I've introduced myself, cannabis expert. My husband, Sam Boyer, cannabis expert, master grower. And our partner, Mitch Griffin, United States Marine Corps and business owner in Las Vegas. My final speech. We feel the record on file and our updated items should reflect that we are compliant and have made all efforts to ensure that we will follow all laws and regulations. We will also be donating a percentage of profits to local charities, especially the epilepsy groups in Las Vegas, as well as educational programs and schools. We feel our location is beautiful and will not only elevate the area, but will increase the safety in the neighborhood. Our experience, knowledge, and compassion is what sets us apart. By approving our team, the City of Las Vegas will undoubtedly hold our dispensary up as a shining example of what the cannabis industry can be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll now turn it over to the council. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ladies and gentlemen, you were a Marine?
Yes.
I'm not questioning you. Thank you for your service to our country. Concerned about your application, though. It's full of holes. I think you have a long way to go. I like the package. I like what you guys represent. Don't get me wrong. Mr. Rush, did you indicate you have a relationship with this outfit in California? That's significant. That's probably your only saving grace with me, other than I really like what you have to say. I like the female part, I like the minority part, I like the veteran part, all that fits great. You're not that cookie cutter type applicant that we've had, but your application is really weak. You guys do know that, don't you?
I feel that we submitted the best application possible, and anything that was missing, Councilman, we submitted and made any clarifications. Again, any missing items, we were told by Ms. McElhone that she found, and any clarification needed, she said we should bring up today. We actually went above and beyond by going through our entire application and submitting that ahead of time, anything that they had concerns over. Most of them, like I said, were just one-page items. Can you, am I talking too loud?
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Oh, okay. Most of them were we didn't put 24-hour feed to Metro. That was one line. We added that. It was, as you all know, 2 books this big. We feel we did the best we could, and we did try and make any corrections and updates, and that's all I can say.
If I can continue, Mayor Pro Tem,
Sure.
with your permission. I'm going to, I want to support you. So, Mayor Pro Tem, with your permission, can Mr. Rush add additional comments?
Oh, public hearing's closed, but if you have a question for him, you go ahead.
I don't. He's answered my question.
We will be here to help them with any inadequacies and also to help them propel in their strengths. And I just got to say, you know, I've worked in every state that has commercial medical cannabis. Nevada has been very cumbersome and very quick, and it's been very tough for a lot of folks. These are some of the most shining folks that we've had a relationship with, and please consider the fact that we will be there. I'll have my lawyers on them, and we will make up for any inadequacies and also propel things in the future. And thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for allowing him to make that comment. That being said, you know, we're only going to choose 12 in the city of Las Vegas. And right now, I'd like you guys to be one of those 12, so you've got some work to do. And of course, I'm going to rely on the councilman in regards to how he goes with this. But I think I can support you because of that fact. I like the package. I like what you guys represent. So let's hope you're successful.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I believe in the situation that exists today, in that usually minority women are behind in many ways and getting things done because they haven't had the opportunities in the past to gain the experience that's needed. But I feel that where their heart is, where their brain is, makes up a difference. So I go along with that. And did you tell me that, I remember when you came in to visit me, that you had, that some of the material you sent in had gotten lost?
The materials that we were told were missing originally.
You thought you had sent in already?
We sent them in, and we emailed one pages with the clarifications. We didn't want to burden you all, but then we also sent the entire package as well, so that you could see we did make the small corrections on the one pages that where things were needing clarification, and then we also submitted the whole package in physical form.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I am looking at the application, and I have a number of concerns in regards to suitability. And through the process of suitability, and I'll just use, for example, our liquor license as relates to the special use permit for liquor license. There's a suitability of individuals who should have that privileged license, right? And so there's a number of issues in your application that I have to weigh and judge just the same, because this is a very important license that we are presenting before the community and going into partnership, if you will, with you, the private citizen, as it relates to our privileged license. On your application, there's a couple of individuals that have some very significant issues in their background as of recent. One being Mr. Mitchell Griffith and Sam Boyer. I don't want to be presumptuous, but are either one of you, both of you, the two individuals?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
Sam
so if
and
you'll
Mitch.
please introduce yourself, who's who?
Yes, hi, I'm Sam Boyer.
Okay, so you're Sam Boyer
I'm Mitchell Griffin.
and Mitchell Griffin. And looking at the background in regards to the convictions that, starting with you, Mr. Griffin, with the convictions as of this year, would you like to elaborate on how
Yes,
that
sir.
has affected you and how moving forward it will or will not affect this very important and significant business license you're applying for?
Yes, sir. You know, I've been a part of important environments for quite some time. I've held security clearances and things, and this was kind of one of the things that I always, you know, reasons that I tried to control any drinking while I'm out. It's a lapse in judgment. I was in Sacramento on a business trip, and I did not think I had had too much drink. I blew a .09. The legal limit was .08, and you know, I regret it every day since I did it. I mean, my business deals with sensitive information. I'm an IT consultant, and I do work for, I've done DOD, I've done work for casinos. So this was something that impacted my life already. I was really kind of hoping it wouldn't impact this terribly, but you know, it's something you deal with, and now I'm dealing with it now. So it's a mistake I made. I won't make it again. And that's pretty much
So
where
you
I-
understand the significance of how this could
I definitely
weigh
do,
on
sir.
a very important application that your entire team has worked so hard to get to this point, and having something in your background like this could ultimately implode the entire process that you all have worked so hard for, right?
Yes, sir. These are the consequences of our lives. It's something that, you know, it's hard for me to really, you know what to say. You know, I made a mistake, you know, things you can't take back. I feel like I've led a very, you know, a very honorable life. You know, I've served my country, honorable discharge from that. I've not had a single other blemish on my record before or since. And, you know, my taxes are always on time.
Well, Uncle Sam really enjoys that piece.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Boyer, and I would...
Yes, sir.
It's interesting. How long have you all been friends?
Oh, we've been friends for probably 4 or 5 years now.
4 or 5 years?
Yeah.
And so he didn't learn from your mistake?
Yeah, you think he would, yes. Believe me, I've learned from my mistake. It was our wedding anniversary, and I hardly ever drink, if at all, and I had a couple drinks for our wedding anniversary, and have been paying the price for that ever since. Obviously, a wet reckless is a reduction, and then we had just was on the limit of having a DUI, because I only had a couple of drinks over the period of our anniversary dinner. But absolutely regret every minute of that, and have not had anything to drink since.
Now, did that take place here?
No, that was in California.
Oh, so both of you were in California?
Correct, yeah.
In the same community?
No, I was in Southern California, and he was in Sacramento.
Okay, so at least California don't discriminate, huh?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Now, what is this, and maybe business license, you all will have to jump in here with me on this question as well, but it says several applicants failed to answer questions left blank on personal history, and one to include a social security number for background investigations.
I'm sorry, well, you can answer that as well, but everybody answered completely. There were phone numbers that were left off because some of us don't use home phone numbers, we only use our cell phones. All of our applications were entirely complete, except for Sam Boyer, who did not have internet access, so he printed his out. And on the printed application, it doesn't have the tab downs, so some information was left out. And I believe the social security number was a complete oversight, which it is included in the FBI report, however, so you did have access to that.
Okay. And Mr. Boyer, it also states that you were self-employed as a consultant for Seed to Sell of Cannabis and co-founder of 99 High Art Dispensary in Venice Beach. I just pulled it up online, but it shows also in your application that it was from 2008 to 2010. What role did you play for 99 High Art Dispensary in Venice?
It was part of the management, managing members.
And who was Bernalyn Gutierrez?
That's me. Yes,
I'm sorry?
that's me. I'm
Okay,
Bernalyn
I'm just trying to assign everyone a name with the face, okay. And Josephine? Okay. All right. And I have you, Yvonne. Okay, great. And my last question is, and this is for business licensing, the applicant appears to have a business plan for a California-style collective focused on recreational use and not medical dispensary. Please explain.
Yes, Your Honor. This application contained a very lengthy business plan. That's where most of the information that we had to keep going back to find. The applicant listed in that plan cafes, art gallery, music presentations, that the applicant would personally try every product, only deal with members of their collective. The plans referred over and over again to a collective. After reviewing that, it was the reviewer's conclusion that those plans, including statements in those plans that they were poised to take advantage of the recreational market, really showed a plan for a recreational style of business, is what their business plan was, rather than focus primarily and solely on medical marijuana.
Okay. You want to speak to that, Yvonne?
Yes. Hello?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Sorry. This was taken directly from our press kit from 2007 to 2010. Those were personally tried products. That was from a Yelp review, not from us. We did extensively try and direct staff to our actual business plan, which they found in the state application. Business licensing did say that we should bring it up here, that they did not have the time to go over it and review it again, and that it was more appropriate to present it here today. And anything, all those things were taken from a press kit from a Rolling Stone magazine, from High Times magazine, and that is not our business plan. Our business plan, Ms. McElhone did indeed find the actual business plan in the state application that doesn't make mention of the things that were mentioned. As far as any future recreational use, everything, if there was anything in there, I looked it over, it always says, if indeed in the future, and we are quite aware that this is strictly medicinal. All the
Okay.
ripped pages.
And please, so I can get you on the record, Karen, if you don't mind. So,
I'll make it.
Yvonne?
Yes, sir.
So what you submitted to the mayor and council members in
Yes.
regards to your questionnaire,
Yes.
do you have a copy in front of you?
I do not, but maybe.
Okay. Because you submitted
Is
this
this
to
the
all of us.
email?
I'm sorry?
Is this the email?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The email with the attachment of your security plan
Yes.
and the attachments.
Yes.
Explain.
As she looks for it, I can.
It's okay. Just explain to us your reasoning for sending this to the mayor and council members.
We were told to clarify to council. Business licensing said that they could not accept, they could not change anything at this time. And so when we spoke with them, they had suggested.
What was it that you were looking to change? What was it that needed to be changed?
Oh, no, we just wanted to clarify that files had been found because they said they wouldn't be able to update it. And we also wanted to clarify things that were missing, like the 24-hour live feed. We put in the security plan, okay, yes, it is in there. We did. We had everything else. They did find, okay, we did make every other point, but that one was missing. In the advertising plan, that was the state we hired an advertising company, and they made it for the state. They didn't realize, like, they should have removed things like the billboard, and we told them, oh, no. And so we removed that and submitted the page showing that's not going to be in there. We completely understand that. And so that was our intention to show that we have updated all these concerns.
Okay. And Karen, if you'll please speak on the record in regards to what your office has received and explain to us what it represents.
In the application that was presented prior to the deadline for applications, we reviewed a document that says GGE presents the 99 High Desert Collective, The Art of Healing business plan prepared June 2014. That was the information, the document that we were given, that we reviewed for the report that's before you.
That was not to be used. That was part of our press that shows our whole history. In the state application, that's where they found our actual updated business
And Mayor Pro
plan.
Tem and Councilman, that is the information that you're to rely on, because in accordance with our rules, you can't now supplement your application with new information. You can clarify, but that's not clarification information. That seems to be new information.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Attorney, they did find...
Hold on 1 second, just one moment. It's okay, it's okay. We're going to walk through this together, okay? And I appreciate that, Brian, thank you. Karen, a follow-up?
Yes. As I said, we reviewed what was in tab 6, which is the requirement in our application. You were to tab the responses, and in your plans, you were to put in tab 6 your operational plans. What we received in tab 6 was the GGE presents the 99 High Desert Collective business plan, and the date says prepared June 2014. Also in there was an advertising plan. It's a separate plan.
Press
This is
kit.
the actual document that we received
Okay.
as the advertising plan.
Which is a press kit.
Which is a press kit.
Right, which does or does not meet the qualification of tab
It does not meet the qualifications of our code. And that's what we had said in our report, that the advertising plan, the press kit that was given to us had items in it that the director by code could not recommend approval of.
Go ahead. I'm going to give you a chance to respond.
The same information was in the business plan, and the items that are against code were also in the business plan.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm just trying to flush all of this out so that I understand where your application is in the process in order for us to make sound judgment. But go ahead, please.
The folder that she holded up, that is a press kit. It's not an advertising plan. It's not our business plan. It was submitted to show our experience in the industry. It has articles from Rolling Stone, from different magazines in the industry. It's not a business plan.
Right.
All those articles, if you see them online, and they're also in tear sheets that
Right.
wasn't part of our plan, are all from 2010 from California.
And I get that now, but what my director is sharing with me is that it was placed in the wrong section, okay, number one. So therefore, in the process of them looking through your entire application, they were looking for your operational plan.
Yes.
So therefore, is there an operational plan that exists within their application?
I would like to say, if I could, Mr. Barlow, that I did see the material you're talking about now. It was definitely a press kit. I've seen so many of them. It was definitely a press kit, not a plan.
Okay, thank you.
I do have that application before me. Yes, there were documents in each one of those tabs. They were reviewed by the same team that reviewed every application that's come before you. They were read from cover to cover.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. And then I'll move on and allow the councilman of the area to take over and make a motion, hopefully this time swiftly as well.
Thank you. Our business plan in the drive is where we directed staff to look. In the book, we may have made a mistake in where we placed it, but in our drive, as we were putting it in, when we were submitting the actual physical, we may have put it in the wrong place. But on our drive, the actual physical copy that everyone got, it was in the right place. It was in the state application under tab 6.
Okay. And I appreciate that, Yvonne.
What's that?
And
Oh, and that is also where the operational manuals is. And we were told they found it.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate it. And just for closing, Mr. Boyer and Mr. Griffith, I won't hold that against you.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Just do me one favor, though. Do the entire community a favor. Just don't drink and drive.
Never.
Pass the keys. Enjoy yourself. Just pass the keys. That's all we ask, because all of our lives are affected when we all make ill decisions, right? Because none of us are free from recklessness, but let's just make wise choices. That's all I ask. All right?
Thank you, Council.
All right, sir. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you, sir.
Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The questions have been interesting and they trouble me. The answers also trouble me. I know, Bernalyn, you've made best efforts to try to get me over there to see the place, but that wasn't the concern for me. The location looks good. It's a wonderful little wedding chapel. But I just have a couple of questions of y'all. For example, who is the owner of the wedding chapel?
Judy. The owner of the wedding chapel is E&I Inc.
And what is E&I Inc.? Who is that?
That's the landlord of the entire building. We're not occupying the chapel. We're occupying the unit behind the chapel. It's right off of Las Vegas
Okay, so
Boulevard.
who is the landlord?
I'm sorry?
Who is the landlord?
The landlord is E&I Inc.
The name of a person, human being.
Mercado.
Anthony Mercado.
Anthony Mercado.
He's the owner.
How much rent would you be paying to Anthony?
Currently paid.
Currently, what?
We're paying with CAM $6,900.
Well,
I'm sorry, you'll have to identify yourself.
Hold on. If whoever's going to talk has to identify themselves, so
My name is
one
Berna.
person at a time.
My name is Bernalyn Gutierrez, and monthly we pay $6,996, and that's including CAM.
I could not hear.
For our unit.
I could not hear what you said. Please say it louder.
My name is Bernalyn, and currently our rent with the CAM is $6,996 a month for our space.
Is that the rent that's contemplated should you be licensed and operating?
For our space, correct. That's under our lease.
How many square feet?
It's 4,250, they corrected it.
Okay. Sam, did you provide your Social Security number ultimately
Yes, I did.
to the city? To
Yes, it was in my FBI report.
Did you send the FBI report itself to the city?
Yes, I did.
Did we receive that? Okay. I don't know what an FBI report looks like. I don't want to know mine.
The background check report.
Something about the advertising, it looks like you're used to what would be virtually like Southern California Wild Wild West on this stuff. It's virtually almost unregulated. And I understand you're trying to save time and money perhaps by clipping and pasting information in. But there's something you have about the application here that concerns me. That you state you will be using street teams to increase your sales in the tourist areas. And street teams here are probably the curse of the world because they are the most intrusive thing that can be done to our tourists, and we only have limited regulation over them. But you're going to be in a medical marijuana business, not the recreational marijuana business, not selling gadgets, doodads, and strip shows, and places for guys to go to get happy.
Absolutely.
Why would you use street teams?
I'm so sorry, Councilman Coffin. That was the advertising company from California who didn't realize that in the city of Las Vegas, those things weren't allowed. So when we caught that, when business licensing said, oh, that's not supposed to be in there, we immediately updated it and sent it to all of you and made copies and had the advertising company update it as well. I believe they were looking at the state regulations, which doesn't have all of the specifics of what's excluded, and you're correct. It was very expensive, and
Sure.
and I don't think they realized that there were things that they had to also look into City of Las Vegas. It was ultimately our responsibility. We should have completely reviewed it. And we have updated it, and we completely understand that. We're completely medicinal.
Where would you use street teams?
Say that again?
California?
Street teams for word of mouth, I believe, the advertising company would...
But is recreational marijuana allowed in Southern California?
Oh, no, but street
Is
team...
medical marijuana?
It's medical right now, but street teams, according to the advertising company, that's not excluded in California.
But
in Los
you
Angeles.
use it in California? street
No, we do not.
teams. Oh, okay.
No, that was the advertising company's
Well, you've got to
idea.
control your advertising.
Yes.
Bernalyn,
Yes,
you own 31% of this. How much did you put in?
I put in 44,000.
44,000, that's one-third of the cost. So the total capitalization is 120,000 for this company?
What was that, I'm sorry?
Well, Sam, she owns about the same as you do. She's got 31%. You've got 31%. What's the total capitalization of the company?
31.5.
Excuse me, up to this point, or totally? Up to this point? I think.
Well, you had to demonstrate at least $250,000 of assets in order to even get to first base with the state. What did you put up for capital to liquid cash, What did you put up to the state to show you had that much money available, in addition to the amount of money you would need to run the organization?
Oh, well, you can, but Sam and I are married, and I provided, I showed all of the rest of the finances, over $400,000, but Sam is my husband, so.
And you have 32%.
I do.
So collectively, 63%. But yet Bernalyn, is that how you say it? Bernalyn, excuse me, she only has 44,000 invested, and she has a third of the company.
Yes.
So why does she get in cheap compared to you?
My name is Bernalyn Gutierrez, and, In all efforts, I've put in a lot of time and money, aside from the money that we've already just submitted in terms of applying for the application. I'm a local resident here as well, and they know that since I'm here, I'm pretty much handling everything, because they're back and forth to California.
Okay.
A lot of the efforts have got us here because of my efforts. It's, they've been coming back and forth every other week, and I know that's treacherous. So I was given that as a gift.
Thank you.
And I've known them for over 17 years.
Thank you, Bernalyn. You answered it.
Councilman Coffin, if I could address that briefly. We started out together as a team. Finances for me, I could put all the money in. It has nothing to do with money for me. We're a team, we're a family, and we wanted to share what we could as a team together. So for me, it's not about the money, it's about what we've contributed and how much effort we've all put into this, and Bernalyn has...
I didn't know you were related.
Oh,
Are you related?
I delivered her children. I'm the godmother to her children. We're not.
But you're not related?
No, we're not related.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's the end of my questions. Mr. Chairman, it's up to you.
You want to make some motions?
I'm not of a mood to make a motion for approval. I'm not happy with this application. I think it was stated at the beginning of the meeting, at least at the beginning of this hearing, that Councilman Ross was troubled about the fact that you have a lot of holes in your application. You have a lot of them.
So
And
can you make a motion then, Councilman?
I'm going to have to make a motion to deny.
Okay, the motion is to deny. Go ahead and vote. And post. Okay, it's a tie, so do I have another motion?
Make a motion to approve agenda item number 49.
We have a motion
Subject to
to
conditions.
Yes, a motion to approve item 49. Thank you. And go ahead and vote. Motion does not pass. Councilman Coughlin, can you make a motion to deny item 50?
And how do you qualify that?
Just motion to deny.
All
I
right,
need
I'll
a
repeat the
motion on item
again
50
and
to
see
deny
if,
the compliance permit.
It has, yeah, move to deny, not a second one.
Okay, motion is to deny on item 50. And vote. And post. Okay, motion carries. Thank you for coming down. Okay. All right, item, let's see. Item 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56. All right, let me find 51, 52. Okay, so, all right, I see what we're doing here. Okay. So item 51 is a special use permit, 55187, request for a special use permit for a proposed 5,182 square foot medical marijuana dispensary and industrial zone. Item 52 is a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Acres Medical. Item 53, SUP 55189, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 12,590 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility and industrial. Item 54 is a compliance permit for medical marijuana establishment cultivation, doing business as Acres Medical. Item 55 is a request for a special use permit for a proposed 449 square foot medical marijuana production facility and industrial. And item 56 is the compliance permit, DIR 56417, for medical marijuana establishment cultivation, doing business as Acres Medical. The applicant is Acres Medical. The owner is 2320 Western at 2320 Western. Staff recommends approval. And Planning Commission recommends denial on the dispensary land use. And staff and Planning Commission recommend approval on the cultivation and production land use. These are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffins. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We may take more than 2 minutes on this one because there's so many items. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
In regards to SCP 55187, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission did find that the dispensary is attached and not in conformance with code, and therefore recommended denial 4-3. However, a dispensary does not have the requirement to be located in a fully standalone detached structure, and therefore this site meets all requirements of Title 19, and staff recommends approval. In regards to SCP 55189 for the cultivation, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendation and subject to all conditions. However, the subject site is not in compliance with the requirement found in Title 19, which describes a medical marijuana cultivation facility as a fully standalone detached enclosed structure. As the site does not meet this definition, staff is recommending this item be tabled until such time Title 19 can be updated to reflect the state's clarification of separate building and to be consistent with Title 6. In regards to SUP 55190 for the production facility, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 1912, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions. However, the subject site is not in compliance with the requirement found in Title 19, which describes a medical marijuana production facility as a fully standalone detached enclosed structure. As the site does not meet this definition, staff is recommending this item be tabled until such time Title 19 can be updated to reflect the state's clarification of separate building and to be consistent with Title 6.
Review of the license compliance permits for all three of these. The applications show that they would meet minimum compliance to city code if land use were approved. Based on the information presented, reviewers noted the following deficiencies: knowledge in the compassionate use of marijuana to treat medical conditions and the needed education to manage such facility was not demonstrated per Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.070. The plans submitted did not provide adequate detail to address specific requirements of Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95, 110, 160, and 190. The dispensary did not meet the provisions of 6.95.110. The cultivation facility did not meet, the plans did not meet Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95.130, and the production was deficient in their plans in 6.95.150.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you have 5 minutes to do your presentation. State your names if you're a speaker, and this one here has got a little bit more moving parts, so you're going to have to be real specific on what it is, which application you're asking for, and which ones you would ask to be tabled. So it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. John Lelu, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway of the Greenberg Torag Law Firm, here on behalf of the applicant. The first thing I'd like to do is thank staff for its recommendation of approval on all three of the special use permits. The DRC did vote 7-0 in favor of approving these applications. Planning Commission, consistent with what staff said, did vote 4-3 in favor of denying the dispensary application. However, that was based on the application of the vertical seed to sale business and the municipal code, which makes such illegal. As staff stated very eloquently, Planning Commission essentially got this one upside down. The dispensary should have been approved. The cultivation and manufacturing should have been denied as a result of the code provisions. So as a matter of housekeeping, what we are asking the council to do is table items 53 to 56 until such time as the council can consider a text amendment to its ordinance to allow for vertically integrated seed to sale businesses. With that, I'm happy to turn this over to Jenna Morton to present the application for a dispensary.
Thank you. My name is Jenna Morton. I'm at 1129 Casino Center Boulevard. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Council, and thank you, staff, for making this a rigorous endeavor. Your collective hard work has set the standard high appropriately. Acres Medical could not be more excited to be participating in this process for an entirely new industry for the city of Las Vegas and the state of Nevada. Most of you know Michael and me either from previous interactions before this body or from various activities in the Las Vegas community. Hopefully you are all familiar with the guacamole at La Comida. If you're not, we welcome you. Michael and I have more than 20 years of experience operating in a regulated environment under privileged licenses overseeing food, alcohol, and the safety of the public. I can tell you that until we began this process, I had no experience with medical marijuana, especially given the fact that we operate under privileged licenses. Indeed, we could not have such experience. Similar to many other applicants, our expertise related to the product itself and all of its variants has been and will be derived from education, which our entire team has received in varying degrees, and from expert consultants and contract employees with experience gained in other jurisdictions. This is not dissimilar to how we operate in the restaurant business. Believe me, you do not want to eat my cooking. And though I try, I will never understand all the grape varietals. That's why we hire a sommelier. Our expertise is in how to run a business, how to manage people, and how to do so successfully. We are proven operators. There are two things that I love about our project. First is that it's been designed with sustainability as a priority, regardless of the requirements. We're taking a building in an industrial area that has stood empty for more than 3 years and rebuilding it sustainably and efficiently. Our dispensary is 100% solar powered. Our cultivation facility is designed with a transparent roof to use the sun and 30% less energy. Our waterfall hydroponic system will use 50% less water than traditional growing mediums and generate negligible water waste. All nutrients will be 100% organic so that any wastewater that is generated will more than comply with Title 14 requirements. Not only will our building look good, it will have a soft footprint. Most importantly, our facility is designed with education as a dedicated piece of our mission. We believe we are the only dispensary applicant who has dedicated square footage to an educational classroom. We will offer classes several times a week in every aspect of medical marijuana designed to train our team, our patient educators, our patients, the medical community, our competitors, and even the general public. This industry is coming out of the shadows into the light of legitimacy where it belongs. We believe education is the way to speed that process. Our business model is transparent on many levels, including a 24-hour live feed to law enforcement. We believe that transparency is the best way to transform the stigma associated with this humble plant that has so many benefits to human beings. Until now, this plant has been managed in a very destructive way with devastating results, not least of which is the criminalization of patients who need it. Its benefits have never been fully realized. That ends here. We look forward to working with the City of Las Vegas to ensure that Las Vegas becomes the standard bearer for future jurisdictions. Councilman Beers.
One second.
Okay.
It took a couple minutes to do that procedural stuff at the beginning, so I'll
Thank you.
put up 2 more minutes.
Well, I don't need 2 more minutes. I have one sentence for Councilman Beers, and that is that we only wish that the pup fish had as great a value as the marijuana plant. And I do.
Yeah, go ahead and introduce the folks
other
back
team
there, yeah.
members. Okay, so John Mueller, who is our fearless leader with expertise in finance, construction, and agriculture. Paris Boleros in healthcare services. Matthew Kavanaugh in legal and marketing. And most of you know my husband, Michael Morton.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. This is a special use permit, so hold the public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, come on down. State your name, and you have 1 minute to speak.
Elad Yerushalmi, 2400 Western Avenue. My family owns the Jewelers of Las Vegas, which is immediately to the south of this building. I want to start by saying I have no issues with dispensaries whatsoever in our area. I feel like they bring a lot of positives They bring added security, and they bring added traffic flow, which will help the economic development of our neighborhood. The one issue that I do have is cultivation and production both bring a significant odor to the area if they're not handled properly. And even if they are handled properly, there's only so much you can do to combat the odor. The south wall of this property that they're proposing actually acts as part of the property line that is with our jewelry retail business. A retail business that has been there, as I said before, almost 40 years. We have customers coming and going all day, and I do have concerns that the production and cultivation facilities may produce an odor that may have an adverse effect on our customer base.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Eric Newson, 2404 Western Avenue. I'm here on behalf of Floral 2000 and Las Vegas Floral Wholesale. We're here to oppose the cultivation facility only. Through our own research, we are aware that there are measures put in place to minimize the odor. However, when dealing with this plant, when dealing with plants of this nature and the vast quantity that will be produced, there is no way to completely eliminate that smell. We feel that it would be offensive to our clientele and the clientele of the surrounding businesses. We wouldn't want the stigma of marijuana to be associated with our businesses. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, and you have one additional minute if you'd like to add anything else.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I'd like to introduce you to John Mueller.
Okay. John Mueller, 4990 River Glen, Las Vegas. I just want to address the odor control that was brought up by the public. Basically, we have hired MSA, which has been a 36-year licensed mechanical engineer that's basically designed an odor plan that we submitted to staff. I think they've come up with a plan that's 99.99% odor-free, and I think most of the council members have visited other cultivation facilities out in Colorado or Washington, and I think they've all mentioned that they've seen them throughout, and the odor is just not the biggest issue that may come up. Thank you.
Anything else? You got 18 seconds?
Thank you, as members of the council. Happy to yield my 18 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions or comments from the council? All right, Councilman Coffin.
I have a question. Maybe you could help me. Gentleman who just spoke, who's been, you're a large shareholder in this. You have an application for a dispensary. Do dispensaries have some aroma in them?
The ones that I visit to, not on exterior of the building, but when you actually walk inside, there is an odor in the interior of the building, in the ones that I've been in Colorado.
Okay. And the address here is, what is the address here?
2320 Western.
2320, okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I know Mr. Yerushalmi has just been approved by us for a dispensary, which is a few feet away from this applicant. And I can't imagine that they, or Elad fully understands that maybe that same aroma will be in the business. Well, let's just say it is. So let's make sure that we not throw in rocks when we ourselves are exposed to the same thing. We probably ought to move on the dispensary first, because that's standalone motion, isn't it, Tom? All right, and that's item 51. Okay, I move for approval of item 51.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item 51. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 52.
I move for approval of item 52.
Thank you. Item number 52, please vote.
Could I just clarify, what was our first vote on?
We're voting on the dispensary, and then Councilman Coffin is going to vote to table the rest of the agendas.
Okay, I got it.
Production and cultivation. So
Okay, thank you.
that's what we're voting on. So a motion to approve 52. Councilman Ross?
Post it.
Motion carries, and how about some table motions for the rest of them?
Right. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we table items 53, 54, 55, and 56 until such time as a text amendment is passed by the council.
Thank you.
It is in draft right now.
It's a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, item 57 and 58. 57 is SUP 55104, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 8,900 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility in industrial zone. Item number 58, DIR 56419, a compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment cultivation, doing business as Highland Medical. The applicant is RG Highland Enterprises, and the owner is 1916 Highland Properties at 1916 Highland Avenue. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Concerning SUP 55104, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore the use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions. I would note this proposed use is in a standalone detached building.
Thank you.
Concerning the compliance permit, the application was in order for approval.
Thank you. Okay, you have 5 minutes to do your presentation, and make sure you state your name if you speak into the microphone. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I'll try to keep this brief. We have a baseball game coming up quick. My name is Rich Janaki. I reside at 1461 Flint Ridge Avenue, Las Vegas. I am a 27-year resident of Las Vegas, a 16-year veteran of the U.S. Air Force, and currently the president of RG Highland Enterprises, Inc., which will be doing business as Highland Medical. The structure and approach of Highland Medical is simple. I am the sole owner of the operation. I have no partners. While I will have other persons helping me manage the day-to-day operation of the cultivation, inventory control, waste disposal, transportation, and security, I will be directly involved in the supervision and oversight of all the aspects of this business. As you may know, the Highland Medical Cultivation Facility is located in the industrial zone at least a quarter mile from the nearest residence and is separated and buffered by I-15 on the west with industrial uses on the east, north, and south. No one will pass this facility on their way to school or church, and there is typically no foot traffic in this area. I have self-funded this operation from resources I have accumulated in a career of establishing successful businesses. These businesses have performed federal and state public works projects, which include electrical work and construction of over approximately 50 new middle and elementary schools for the Clark County School District, along with military contracting at Creech Air Force Base and Tonopah Test Range. My cultivation team had extensive experience in cannabis farming, which we will be 100% organic. We will be willing to sacrifice an entire crop before we use a non-organic chemical to treat an infestation. I own the property where Highland Medical will be located. It is a standalone structure, and therefore we are in compliance with Title 19 as it is currently written. The security system protecting this operation starts with the hiring process, which focuses on the recruitment of military veterans, to the physical and electronic security which protect the building and its contents, to the inventory control system that will prevent diversion, to the computer system that ensures integrity of our data. I have and will continue to work closely with the experienced consultants to ensure we always remain in compliance with state and local regulations. I'd like to thank planning and licensing staff for their support of my plan, and we look forward to a favorable consideration. Thank you. And I'd like to introduce Mark Tabik, one of my attorneys, and Laura Ungaro, another attorney and Las Vegas resident, born and raised.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing on a special use permit, so I'll open a public hearing. If anyone wishes to speak, please state your name. You have one minute.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, thank you. My name's Dan Rush. I'm the National Director of the Medical Cannabis and Hemp Division of UFCW. And I'd like to tell you that Highland is a signatory to a UFCW neutrality agreement. We are anticipating them to be one of the best employers that we could hope for here in Nevada. They've signed on to our apprenticeship training, our programs, our certifications, and they have exercised a lot of responsibility and a lot of consciousness in the way they've approached this, and they're also local business people, and we're very proud to be affiliated with them and to support them on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. You have another minute if you want to say anything else.
Just one more minute,
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem. Highland Medical, as of today, the city is going to be able to allow for 12 dispensaries. At this point, only one of them has been approved.
I'm sorry, your name, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Laura Ungaro, counsel for Mr. Janaki and RG Highland Properties. At this point, it would seem that there are insufficient suppliers and that they're going to need cultivation facilities, including suppliers. At this time, only one of 9 that has come before you have been approved. This is a freestanding building, and as was earlier noted, they have complied with all the application requirements. I respectfully submit that this application is properly approved.
Thank you. Okay, any comments from the City Council? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Laura, those were tabled. You're talking about not approved in cultivation, but in fact they are pending approval pending passage of a text amendment to reconcile 2 codes.
Okay, I stand corrected,
And 2
Counsel.
code titles, 6 and 19. You're on Highland, you're between the railroad tracks and the freeway. I can't think of a better place. I see a few objections come in from homeowners on the other side who will never notice that you're there. But in any event, they feel compelled to object. Other than that, I don't think we have any problems. You've been recommended for consideration by both staff and Planning Commission. And so following their recommendation, I now move for approval. Excuse me.
Move for approval?
Well, we're going to have to move, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Give me some direction there, I think.
You can make a motion to approve.
Well-
Item 57.
But right, what they have is oh, that's right, they don't have a dispensary here, do they?
This is a standalone cultivation,
Yeah,
so.
sure.
you're good.
Okay, move for approval.
Move for approval, there's a motion to approve, please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 58.
Move for approval on item 58.
Thank you. And vote. Councilman Beers. And post. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, looks like the last one in Ward 3. 59 and 60, item 59, SUP 55287, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 21,307 square foot medical marijuana cultivation facility in industrial zone. Item 60 is a DIR 56422 compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment cultivation doing business as New Leaf CLV Cultivation LLC. The applicant is New Leaf Cultivation CLV LLC, and the owner is Pozeb, you're going to have to say that for me, LLC at 1018 South Commerce Street. Staff and the Planning Commission recommends approval on the land use. These are in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin's ward. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As regards SUP 55287, the subject site complies with all minimum distance requirements as set forth by Title 19, and therefore can be used The use can be conducted in a compatible and harmonious manner with the existing surrounding land uses and future land uses as projected by the general plan. As such, staff recommends approval of the proposed use with standard conditions. Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval following staff recommendations and subject to all conditions. I will note this proposed use is in a standalone detached building.
Concerning the license compliance permit, the application was in order for your approval.
Okay, Mr. Pozemki.
Thank you. Actually, for the record, John Sandy IV with the firm of Argentum Partners. Speaking here today on the applicant, New Leaf CLV cultivation. I know I'm one of the last things standing between you and a baseball game, so I think I can make it pretty quick. Considering you heard a part of our application yesterday for our dispensary site. New Leaf is a conglomeration of local Nevadans, majority owned, and the Berkeley Patients Group, which is one of the longest operating medical marijuana dispensaries in California. In fact, as it relates to cultivation, they actually had the distinct honor of being one of the few selected for a pilot program in Mendocino County for cultivation under their 931 program, which was operated by the Mendocino Sheriff. And they were successful in that. But because we've heard about them yesterday, I thought we'd focus today on their land use, and as Planning Commission had noted, that they felt that this was the ideal location for a cultivation facility, and I agree wholeheartedly. In an industrial area abutting the railroad tracks, vacant lot to the north. As you can see, it's in a commercial area on Commerce Street. We are aware of the plans on Commerce and are willing and want to be a great partner in the city's plans moving forward. Here's a quick illustration. You'll see the adjacent parcel, which is up to the north, and then in the back there on the west is the Union Pacific Railroad. Here's a quick look at our floor plan. We have a secure loading and unloading area that will be secured by a fence on the outside and a door. We have an upstairs mezzanine that will be used as well to maximize the floor space. I think it should be noted, well, one, that we do have bathrooms for our employees, but also that we will employ the most up-to-date odor control plans, and as other people have mentioned, it virtually eliminates all odor emanating from the facility. This is an existing look at it. The building is currently owned by Frederick Apcar. He's going to be a great landlord for us. As you can see, the outside elevation, we have that secure ramp for our loading and unloading, which will be done completely in-house. Sergeant Chris Curtis, prepared. He's been with the Metro for a long time and now an officer with the Downtown Project. He did all of our security plans, and we feel that they're one of the strongest security plans. This is Mr. Curtis there, well-renowned in the city of Las Vegas. So we feel that we have it all. Experienced operators, very local, respected investors, a great piece of property, and strong financial resources. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Why don't you introduce the folks behind you?
Yep. We have Sean Luce with the Berkeley Patients Group. He's Chief Operating Officer. Mr. Kenny Kuykendall, who's one of the investors in our contractor, and Mr. Apcar, who's the owner of the property.
Very good, thank you. This is a special use permit, so I'll open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, step forward and state your name. You have 1 minute.
Dan Rush, Director, Medical Cannabis and Hemp, UFCW. I'm also Berkeley Medical Cannabis Commissioner. I'm actually the co-chair of the commission, two times prior chair. I was termed out as chair, so they made me serve as co-chair. I'm really familiar with Mr. Luce and also with BPG. We've been in talks for some time, and I just got to tell you, this is a very strong group. This is one of the most longest and experienced groups in California. They're one of the few licensed groups that are licensed and legitimate and legal in their municipality. We're working on the laws in California. I've authored 13 pieces of legislation around the country, including 3 in California. I'm anticipating one to pass this year. BPG is one of the examples that we've used as dispensaries and cultivation and experts, and I would just hope that you would consider their application, and thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? State your name, and you have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Name is Timothy Eliado, address 4650 West Oakey. I'm just basically wanted to show my support with this facility and group. It looks like a really good cultivation facility. I myself have been through to a lot of cultivation facilities, and with hands-on experience, I could just tell, just from what I see, that they have thoroughly thought, through it all, and they have basically find a better way to basically do it. So I'm just showing my support because I like what I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, with that, I'll close the public hearing. You have a minute to add anything else if you'd like.
I'll yield my time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any comments from the City Council? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Before I move further on these applications, I want to say the person sitting next to me, Susan Finucane, I know you all know her, but I just want you to know that her dedication, her work has been, sit up, she's trying to hide. She's been pushed really hard the last few months, overdrive the last 3 weeks, and hyperdrive the last week on this issue, and she's done such a wonderful job for me. I just wanted to make sure you knew, and that the public knows who she is. I know, Councilwoman Tarkanian said it yesterday morning. You have to be in one of these wards down here to understand what the staff has gone through. I know Lois's staff has worked equally hard, and of course Felipe, doesn't have to be mentioned because he knows he's good, and he's back there, but no applause for Felipe. Susan, thank you very much for what you've done. Okay, I'm proud of the fact that you guys are recommended because you crossed all your T's. And I think that you're more than minimally qualified. It says here in the one concern, the environmental plan did not comply with Title 14 and regulations. Go over that.
Yes, Councilman Coffin, Mayor Pro Tem, through you. I believe that obviously that will be something that we will address. I believe it was in our plans. If it's insufficient in any way, we will absolutely rectify it. But we got the same notice that just said that there were deficiencies in the environmental plan. We went back and questioned all the people that put it together, and we thought we had addressed it, but if we had missed something, we will absolutely cross our T's and go farther and dot our I's as well.
Well, all the cultivators will be under a microscope on this because we have to have clean discharge into the sewers. I mean, that goes through the plants to the lake. So it'll all be thought about from that standpoint. We drink it, so you don't because you live up in Reno, lucky devil. Okay. Thank you very much. I am ready to move now for approval of item 59.
Have a motion for approval on 59. Go ahead and vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 60.
Move for approval of 60.
And vote. And
it's your turn, buddy.
Post. Motion carries unanimously. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Item 61, 62, and 63. 61 is SUP 55242, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,750 square foot medical marijuana dispensary in industrial zone. Item number 62 is a variance, a request for a variance to allow 0 parking spaces where 4 additional parking spaces are required in industrial zone. And item number 63 is a DIR 56425 compliance permit for a medical marijuana establishment dispensary doing business as Premium Products City. The applicant is Premium Products City LLC, and the owner is Woodrow P. Porter at 707 North Main Street. Staff and the Planning Commission both recommend denial on the land use. These are in Wards 5. Councilman Barlow, staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Regarding SUP 55242, staff finds the site is not adequate in size due to the requested variance for parking and recommends denial. Planning Commission follows staff recommendation and recommends denial 6-0. Regarding variance 55258, Staff finds the request for a parking variance is self-imposed hardship, and therefore staff recommends denial. Planning Commission voted 6-0 to follow staff recommendation.
Concerning the licensing compliance permit, if special use permits and the variance were approved, this application would be in order for your consideration and approval.
Thank you. Okay, you have 5 minutes. Identify yourself, and it's all
Yes,
yours.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Greg Borgal, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant in this matter. I think it's easiest at this hour to approach the matter what sounds like backwards, and then we can get it done in 5 minutes for you. First, I would point out, as was alluded to, that the final comment of the business license report on
Greg, could you just speak a little bit closer to the microphone? It's hard to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
The final comment of the business license report on the end of page 4 says, if SUP approved, recommended for consideration. In other words, if the SUP is approved, this would be in your highest category of approval. This would be one of your strongest recommendations, of which there were only a dozen or so in the whole 2 days you've heard things. However, the SUP was not approved. The SUP yet. The SUP was not approved because the SUP can't be approved without the variance, and the variance was not approved because staff did not make the finding of a legal hardship. So my proposal here today is to make the evidence before you as an evidentiary matter of the legal hardship on the variance, after which the SUP would be approvable because the only objection to the SUP was the variance, after which the business license recommendation of consideration, the highest recommendation you get, comes into play. So, having said all of that, if we could get this on the overhead, and I will move to different microphones so my head doesn't interfere with the portrayal there. The staff comment has 2 points. First, that this property is being overdeveloped by virtue of the medical marijuana. In point of fact, all that's happening here is that a portion of the existing building currently used for retail is being converted to retail medical marijuana. So there is no overbuilding involved. The building is there. We are simply using it for a different form of retail than it's currently approved for. Secondly, staff relies on the standard language, which I know you're used to hearing, although rarely does anyone come in and actually satisfy the legal hardship test. But the language that staff relies on is that we have to have an extraordinary and exceptional situation or condition of the piece of property. And that clearly exists here. If you look at the map before you, the pink area is the area of the building in question, as it exists today, constructed. On the right is Main Street. The building is built to the back of sidewalk on Main Street. There's zero setback, there's zero space. The blue line shows additional public rights-of-way that surround the building, alleys and whatnot. Those two are up to the property line, which is the building. So that what we have here is a property, a building, which is entirely surrounded on 3 sides by public rights-of-way, and so we are legally unable to provide any parking. There is simply no room there based upon what the city has allowed as abutting rights-of-way, Main Street and the 2 alleys. We have literally have no place to put additional parking, even if you assume that we needed additional parking. We would suggest to you that it is very unusual for the city to place rights-of-way right up against 3 walls of a building so that there is nowhere to go to solve the parking problem that they point out. I think that clearly constitutes an extraordinary or exceptional situation, not caused by the applicant, because these are public rights-of-way that were placed there right up against our building. We think the variance is justified on its merits. We would also point out that the requirement for additional parking that is triggering all this is upon the assumption that we are actually overdeveloping the lot. The lot is already clearly fully developed. We're just utilizing a portion of the existing building. So we would ask for a finding that there is an appropriate hardship based on the extraordinary and unusual circumstances of the property, after which you could go to the use permit, which the only objection to was that problem, and then on to the compliance. In addition, and having only collaterally to do with what's going on, because the existing building in fact has no parking on-site, although there's plenty of parking on Main Street, and in fact, there's parking in those alleys if people wanted to use it, and have never had a problem. This applicant proposes to apply on the property to the south, shown in yellow here, to build a parking lot to solve the parking problem that staff alleges exists for us and for the balance of the building. So we're prepared to submit an application which will require a subsequent site development review and is not before you today, but for the record, we will do that and not only solve our problem, but the problem of the building as a whole. We would ask for your favorable action on the items sequentially: variance, use permit, compliance.
Very good, thank you. Can you go ahead and introduce everybody behind you?
Well, I was going to have them introduced during my remaining minute, but if you want me to do it now afterwards.
If you're going to use their minute, you might as well do it now.
Okay,
Go ahead and introduce
who
them.
wants to step forward here?
Michael Spriggs, Peter Mayhew, Priscilla Vilches, Courtney Hunt, Paul Nowak, and Dr. William Trout.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is a special use permit, so I'll open up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close it. Okay.
I just wanted to comment, Vicki Higgins, I'm sorry. We know that these buildings were very difficult to find. I think these folks have done their due diligence in finding an option to satisfy the objections. There is street parking. They've done their background. I think I'd like to recommend this team. I'm sure they will find ways around the parking should it become an issue. I really don't see it to be a problem at this point. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing. If you want to take another minute, or you're done?
I guess just reiterating, the sequence of your actions might matter, that you might need to do the variance first and then the use permit and then the compliance if you're inclined to act in that manner.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the City Council? All right, Councilman Coughlin, how about some motions?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Borghill, great job.
Oh.
I had an opportunity. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your microphone on.
Oh, what did you say?
I'm sorry. Your word on. I've been dealing with him the entire day.
Right. I've been dealing with him more than you.
Okay. Councilman Barlow, this is your award. Go right ahead.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I am so elated to get past this so I can get up and get away from Councilman Coughlin today. He has been on one. I'm telling you, he has been on one. And it's amazing what soap and water does, so I'm glad he showered. Good. But Mr. Borghill, thank you so very much for the presentation and bringing your group before us today. I am inclined to move forward with the motion for approval for the variance. Having gone to the site last night and looked around, whether it be you in your retail, you or your retail or another retail, there's going to be a variance that come in to be requested. So, and I would do the same thing for you, just as I would for another setup or shop that were to come in, because there's absolutely very, very limited amount of space as far as parking is concerned. In addition to that, well, let me just go ahead and just move with that first. So my motion for item number 62, Mayor Pro Tem, for variance 55258, I will move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Okay, so we're voting on item 62 first?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Go ahead and vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and on item 61, it now opens the door for us to discuss and talk about the application. So before I motion, I would entertain any comments or questions from the council, Mayor Pro Tem, if there are any.
I did that before, so it's really all yours.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, thank you. And so with item number 61, as far as the special use 55242, the special use permit, I am going to move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously.
And on item number 61, which is the licensing director 56425.
63.
I'm sorry, 63, the director report 56425. I appreciate the correction. The compliance permit, I'm going to move for approval, subject to all conditions on this item.
Thank you. We have a motion. Please vote. And post. Motion carries unanimously. Good luck.
Thank you very much, and it seems like somebody should say thank you to all of you for 2 days of very hard work, so I'll say it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Did 9 yesterday, 21 today.
Do we have one more agenda item? Where is that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking in the wrong book. Okay. All right, hold on. Okay, item number 64 is a new bill, New Bill 2014-73, will be heard for adoption at the regular city council meeting on Wednesday, November 5th. Please read the bill. City Attorney to read the bill.
Bill number 2014-73 amends the Downtown Centennial Plan to authorize medical marijuana dispensary uses within the Arts District by means of special use permit.
Dispensaries.
There's a combination.
Well, I need the dispensaries.
Oh, I just did them all.
I need to know how many dispensaries.
Oh, okay, hold on.
All right, we're going to do citizen participation, and then I'm going to kind of wrap up the last couple of days, and our city manager and Beverly are going to help me with that. So citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name. For the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Please come forward, and you have 1 minute. State your name, 1 minute, please.
Hi, Vicki Higgins. I just wanted to say thank you for your patience the last few days. It's been a trial. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Mona Lisa Samuelson. I am a Las Vegas resident, longtime Nevada resident, and I want to say thank you as well. Thank you so much for giving the patients a voice. Thank you. I want to thank everyone. It was an amazing thing to see that we all have differing opinions. Each one of us felt different ways about these applicants, and because we all did our best, I think we did really good. We saw some people in here who were a little threatened with the idea, but once again, you allow them to have their say. You give them support as a council, and you hear what they have to say. And so I thank you. Thank you so much.
Her initials are MLS.
Next,
Mayor Pro Tem,
1 minute.
so maybe you'll be invited to come see Major League Soccer fights.
Hello, hi, good evening. For the record, name is Timothy Eliado, 4650 West Oakey, number 2191. As well, just want to say, as we conclude today, just wanted to say thanks to the city, the council, and also the pro term mayor, and also I just wanted to acknowledge, unfortunately Mayor Goodman is in here right now, but I just wanted to really say a huge thank you to her, because it's been a long road, especially coming from last year to where it is today. She has, I mean, she's done everything to basically listen and basically help us medical patients throughout this process, give some of us a voice that basically else would have never had any voice at all. And I'd like to just basically acknowledge the staff and the city and for everything that you guys have done up to this point, and I would like to see it move forward. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
could I ask a couple of questions? Do you want us, if I could, Betsy Fetwell, do you want us to leave these books here, or are we to take them with us?
You can leave them with us, Councilwoman, and then we can put together any subsequent reports you need. And if you have notes or anything you'd like for us to preserve, let me know. But just leave them, then you don't have to carry them around.
And then the other question is, all those who were passed today, a list will be sent to us.
Yes, actually, we're going to go over that in just a
We're
moment.
going to go over that in a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, gotcha.
So, yes, go right ahead. No.
Veronica Litvak, 1306 South 3rd Street in the Arts District. I would just like to ask that on this bill, when it's being considered, if you would please consider the amount of people you can put into that area with dispensaries, just as a courtesy to the rest of us who have retail businesses there and are concerned. Let's at least see how they're going to do, how this is going to play out, and then maybe revisit it at some time. Would appreciate that. The other thing is, I'd just like to mention, there is a sign off of the 95 directing people to exit on Las Vegas Boulevard to the museums and the Arts District, yet there's no sign off of East Charleston where the Arts District really begins. So I don't know who to talk to about that, but I thought I'd bring it up, maybe start the conversation here and plant the seed.
Thank you.
Would appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Please step forward.
Mayor
Okay,
Pro
I'll
Tem,
close the citizen participation.
Could I just respond to what she said? The first question was the number that were grouped together. Remember, only 12 are going to be chosen after we get the state's list. So,
I'll go over that now. I'm going over that.
okay, he's good. I don't know, I'm trying to move ahead of him, I guess. But anyway, okay. And you might check with the planning department on that sign, or with Jorge Cervantes.
Okay, so we've finished 2 days. This is actually our second milestone in medical marijuana. The first one is when the city decided to get into this particular business, and after 2 days of hearings and lots of meetings and all the work of everyone, we have approved 27 dispensaries in the city of Las Vegas and 3 cultivations. Obviously, at this point, the state will then certify them and rank them, and we'll find out what the top 12 are. And apparently, we have a map that shows approximately where these are located. There's the map right there. Gives you an idea of where these facilities are going to be located, and now we will just wait for the state to come up with this. But I'll tell you, I think the city of Las Vegas has done an absolutely wonderful job in moving this along. And you know, Betsy, you got a great team. Orlando, Jorge, hats off to Tom and Karen and Mary. I mean, you've been right in the thick of this stuff. So thank you very much. And Beverly and her staff, our attorneys, Brian and Jim. Hats off to the city council members up here, their staff, a lot of meetings. It took a long time to get where we are today, but I think we have really done what the medical marijuana community has asked us to do, and that is come up with 7 solid applications for dispensaries and 3 cultivations. But it's hats off to everybody taking this stuff seriously. So I want to thank you all, and we will go ahead and adjourn the meeting and see what the state has to say. So thank you very much.